Hi
Hello.
everyone.
Yeah, we should
So
synchronize somehow. And
welcome to the Codeforces Blitz Cup Finals 2026, the second edition. And here with me is Oleg Merkuryev or just Merkuryev.
hey, yeah, it's already a fourth round, right? Because it was a tough competition last week, last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was. We now have 16 finalists, and each of them is selected among the 5 or 6, or in a very rare case, I think 4 people. So we've already had 3 rounds there. And you can find the link to the bracket in the Codeforce post on the main page. So today and tomorrow we have our quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final round. The first of which will start in just 1 minute, I think. But I think we have to move this round a little bit.
It's almost like in good old times, like a New competition. So, or even the world finals with the countdowns that goes back and forth. The one thing we don't have a countdown. Why is it so? Oh, should have on the contest page. Yeah, it's 5 minutes now till the round, so it was moved successfully.
The plan is that we will have a live stream of our coders and their screens on the stream. And now we experience some technical problems with that, so we just move it a little bit and hope that we will get it sorted in the coming minutes.
So, by the way, Khan, is this like the only tournament on its own, or are you planning to keep the similar scenes in the future?
I think that's a very early question in this stream, but okay. For now, I don't think we plan to host more tournaments, like at least for open public, than once per year. But in principle, maybe we'll have some smaller tournaments for some on-site events, like
So at
closed
least
events.
it's not
Because
not one of a kind.
no, it's not one. We've had a few smaller tournaments before, and we are improving our system to support that better, so to say.
That's really cool.
And yeah, obviously we had one last year from where it all started.
Oh, sure, yeah. That's the one.
So very good. We have some chat activity. That's very nice. And yeah, there are a few supporters of Eknervala. Very nice. But I think his his match is the last today, so almost in 7 hours or so. Will you stay for the whole stream um, to support Eknervala?
Oh, so how do you access the YouTube chat?
Uh, you can just open the YouTube stream and there
Oh,
is
just
a
like that.
chat.
Okay, that's straightforward way. No tricks. So somebody guessed today Force game of Umnik and Dominator. Congrats. Good prediction.
What was the guess?
Oh, whatever. Someone just claims that he predicted that there would be Umnik versus Dominator round, and it will be today, indeed. Just later.
I see. I see.
Predicted that there would be Umnik versus
I think I fixed that.
Cool.
Or maybe
There are also a complicated technical requests for the stream to have
yep.
a participant's webcam in the live stream. We'll see how it goes today and what we can do. It seems like the round would be delayed a little bit more.
Yeah, we have another delay for 5 minutes, like in the old Codeforces days, when the rounds got delayed by 5 and 5 and 5 minutes. But in a way, we are also celebrating the Codeforces archive problems by this Blitz Cup, when we have some very old problems that some people won't consider a competitive problem anymore. So we also celebrate the old traditions, I guess, of shifting the rounds.
Yeah, that's really great use of a bigger hive. Normally, you wouldn't solve that many like simple or like medium difficulty problems, but when you're competing with others, it makes a lot of fun.
Yep, so indeed we have problems from Codeforces archive. There are almost 10,000 problems there. They have difficulty tags. So here we have on the screen now the rules for Blitz matches. We have 7 problems for 40 minutes. So indeed, not very difficult problems that we can, or that the best competitive programmers can figure out in a few minutes probably, and code in another few minutes, unless they have bugs. And the problems appear one at a time, as you see. So only the first person of the two participants get the points for this problem. That's why it is important to submit early. We've seen submissions even in the same seconds already in this Blitz Cup. So hopefully we'll see more of incorrect submissions today.
But yeah, participants are really good. So I'm actually curious, like, what is the ratio of accepted solutions from the first submit, and what is the ratio of wrong answer once solutions? Because I think the most of solutions are one of these two types. You either like fail the first test or pass the problem.
That's a good question. No, I mean, I think there is a fair share of not wrong answer one submissions. Like especially in newer problems, I think you're more likely to get wrong answer two, with um, all the small test cases appearing there. So yeah, I don't know about the exact ratio, but we'll see today whether we'll have more compilation errors than wrong answer ones, for example.
Yeah, because I think in this contest it doesn't make sense to even compile your problem before your first submit or to run on the test. You just submit, and in the meantime you copy the tests, pass them, try to run, and maybe get accepted before you could do that.
Yep. So answering the questions in the chat, the participants can use a very small template, which is limited by 1 kilobyte of code for basically all the code they use. So that means they have to start coding from the scratch for each problem, basically. I think the more common pieces of code that we have in the template include, for example, fast reading or reading the number of test cases. But, well, and maybe some define for and long, but usually not much more than that.
Yeah, if you have a long list of includes, it would be already half the limit.
Exactly.
But
So what
also
did
it
you
would
have
be
in your template? When you
just used my template from team competitions, which does have includes. It has random generator MT19337 or whatever it's called, and the loop over the test cases. Yeah, I read the number of test cases.
I see. Yeah, that's I think very typical, although some of our participants have more complicated setup with really pushing the limit of template size to the maximum with 1,000 characters in the template, for example. But one more addition to this rule is that they are not allowed to have any algorithms in the template. For example, you cannot just paste the GCD function and use it, or some other like logical code. So it's really only the defines includes if you are talking about C++ and some reading stuff. Yes, can you see? Can we see today's matchup schedule? Yes, partly you can. If you open the post on the main page, or maybe I can post the link directly here in the chat. If you open that link, it will show you the first matches to be scheduled right now. Well, it's not following the delays that we have, unfortunately, but for the overall schedule, it is correct. And then we will also have 2 more matches today. Or we have it on the screen. That's very good. Wonderful. We have the signal that we are ready, and the contest is starting in 2.5 minutes. I think we should just wait until it starts.
Hi everyone, this is the voice from the background of the OBS editing room. This is Lydia Perovska with you. I am so grateful for everyone who is currently tuning into our live broadcast. We were finally able to resolve all of our technical issues, at least for now. And I hope that it means that we'll be ready to start the incredible first round. And the first round has been one of the more complex ones for me to schedule, because this year's Blitz contest includes people from time zones from UTC +9, all the way to UTC -8, which has been one of the craziest experiences in my life. But thanks to tourists agreeing to do around at 1 a.m., we will now have all of our contests within this wonderful 10-hour window. If you are now incredibly pumped up on a bunch of coffee, absolutely send your energy to me, because I need it so much. Let us know from which time zone you are actually following us, and all of that, all of that delays and preparations were exactly to be able to show you this shot.
Yes, and here we have our contestants with 45 seconds to go. Painfully refreshing the list of contests.
Do they not believe in the power of Codeforces to create a pop-up?
Well, as experienced contestants, they know that it's refreshing the page that actually helps, right? Right. That's what's important.
Yeah, we all know that, yeah.
Yeah, it's also well known that if you submit a solution, even if the verdict after refreshes, you have to press F5 every half second.
Yes, absolutely
And
mandatory.
That really speeds up the testing, basically.
Oh, it
Or
looks like the
puts the
contest
pressure on
had
the
started.
judge.
The first quarterfinals.
Oof.
Yes, good luck to the participants.
Yay. So each of you can actually go and look at the problems on Codeforces, publicly available problems. Again, we're not trying to trick you. You can absolutely go and watch them and make sure that everything is exactly as it is in the user interface of Codeforces as well.
Yeah, you should probably Google the name of the page of the problem, but maybe Oleg can tell us what's the first problem about.
Yeah, the first problem seems to be like simple enough, and probably it would be solved soon. And you're given a string of zeros and ones, and like ones are some students that are located on the line, and you cannot locate two students into the adjacent positions, and you want to block all the positions so you can put any more students with a minimum amount of students added.
I see. And we already have like 4 incorrect submissions from our participants.
Like 400 incorrect submissions, you wanted to say, right?
Yes, and now 3 more. 6 of them are from Circs and only 1 with wrong answer, 1 from tourists. So
Yeah,
that's
you
pretty
definitely
incredible stuff.
need to just look at the lenses of segments of zeros, and from each of these segments have its size divided by 2, rounded properly, and probably participants have some problems with rounding all the time into the correct direction. Or maybe the problem is just a bit more tricky, and we're missing something, but so far it's only test 1. Coming back to the question we had.
Is it all the submissions are test 1?
Yeah, but not all
yeah.
the wrong answer, because there is also
time limit exceeded.
Time limit exceeded.
That's quite interesting.
A nice variety.
So after the first batch of submissions, we are not getting any more for now. That's quite unusual, because for most of the problems, I think once you get the idea and start coding, it's usually that you have correct solution other than maybe there are some bugs in the code. But at this moment, it seems that our participants are a little bit stuck with where to go. Given that they also have the first test as usual, so they can debug on this test and see what's wrong.
Maybe we should take a look on what they're doing right now as they just turn in the code.
Yeah, both look incredibly stressed.
That's most stressful problem A in the Blitz, I believe,
Sounds about right.
that we have. So usually we have, I would say on average, just based on the feel of how matches look like, we have 5 problems solved. And we had a few matches where all 7 problems were solved by the end of the match, and we had, I think, 1 elimination match where only 3 problems were solved in total. And now we get accepted from tourists.
Ooh.
It's
Let's
14 minutes.
go.
It's really a lot.
It's not 14, it's 4 minutes.
It's 4 minutes.
4 minutes, 40-ish seconds.
Yeah, it's...
And if at some point you see a preliminary verdict being IG in our testing queue, there's actually a good reason for that. It's because we actually do not award accepted to the first submission that got accepted. Okay, hear me out. The thing is, we count the submission as accepted based on its submission time, not on the evaluation time. So anytime we finally see a solution that passed all the tests, we actually have to give it a moment, look around, make sure that other contestant has no problems or submissions that are still being evaluated in the testing queue. So there is this moment and there is this visual feature for us that tells us, wait, we are re-evaluating this submission against all the other ones. You'll notice that in our testing queue every once in a while.
So it's a huge statement for the problem B.
Yeah, and the statement is quite simple. We have a bipartite graph basically, where we will try to build some matching by greedily going through the vertices in the left part and assigning them the first 3 vertex from the right-hand side part, which they are connected to. And now we are interested in the following question. If we add 1 more edge to this graph, any edge we can choose, I believe the question is, what is the maximum number of, what is the maximum size of the matching we can have? Is that true? Let me double check the statement.
So the process is like the first greedy iteration of the Kuhn algorithm when we do not reset the used values.
And we also do not do the DFS. We just look through the adjacency list and choose the first one that is free. The first vertex from the right hand side that is free, and if there are none, we just skip the vertex on the left side.
I think if we don't reset the used values, the first iteration would do just that. Just a greedy assignment.
Actually, we are not interested in the maximum number of matches. We simply want to increase the number of the size of the matching that we get. And this, I believe, should be pretty easy to solve, right? Because if we run our algorithm on the initial set and we get the complete matching, that means we cannot increase it further, right?
That's for sure.
And if we have an incomplete matching, that means that we can find 2 vertices that are not matched in the very end and just add an edge between them.
And it's already solved.
Yeah, that's already solved. That seems that this time problem B is less tricky than problem A.
Happens to the best
but
of
it's
us.
still impressive to read the statement and to get the real problem from the statement in like so fast, so quick.
Let's go. And now we can finally see that on our scoreboard as well. And as guys already mentioned, each problem has different point score value, and all of the problems except for the three-pointer problem are actually even. So in a way, the three-pointer problem is actually a tiebreaker, which is pretty cool. I really enjoy this like tiebreaker forward approach, and I think it helps with so many incredible like comeback storylines. So for example, for Cirques, his previous round was against something new, and they finished 8-7. And then before that, Cirques played against Amun with 12-11. So unsurprisingly, but also like he's very used to maybe giving up the three-pointer, but then still winning by sheer number of points. Really cool to see that. Interesting if that will work well for him.
Yes, now we have problem C open, and Oleg, did you have time to read through this problem?
Yeah, and I finished just now. And you have a multitest here, so the template might help save a few seconds, but the problem is that you have an object of size n, which is an apple pie, and you have m people that you want to divide this object equally. And what you can do, you can take your object and split it in two halves in one operation. And you then can take one piece of it and split it in two halves in another operation. But in the end, you want to have such an object that you can divide equally between all the people, between m people. And you want to minimize the number of operations needed.
And then we can group the pieces that we have, right?
I think so, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the total weight of apple pieces received by each person is the same.
They're too fast. Like, I don't have enough time to
Yes.
actually click the buttons on my end. They already solved the stuff. Crazy.
Yeah, Tourist is on a streak now with 3 problems.
We are not
And we
given any
didn't-
bonus points for streaks. Like, for everyone who is like very confused with the whole rules overall, there are no extra streak points.
Yeah, but the cool part of this format is that even with tourists like solving all the simple problems, it is not guaranteed a win, at least unless he have solved problem E as well, because even E and F together are more expensive than A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
something
so I
that we
have
were
to-
working really hard on when we were trying to figure out the points. The goal was like, imagine you would have a little more time. You would always be able to come back. If we can do that, then we decided that the balance is nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, people on the internet, stop complaining that the webcam's at the top. Trust me, it's equally useless at the top or the bottom. Here you go.
Yeah, wherever you place the webcam, it will hide some part of the code.
Yes, absolutely. This is where they will purposefully write the important code.
So now we have problem D. Problem D. Problem D is about max.
Why
It's
is my
called
heart
max
rate
maximizing.
100 BPM? I'm not even doing a contest. Okay, an idea for improvement. We can start fundraising for heart rate monitors for all of our top 16 contestants. So we can get even more fun information, not just the webcams, not just the screens, but also if they're actually nervous. Do you think they're nervous?
I think the heart rate should go up every time a person submits. We've seen a screenshot from a watch of one participant, I think, where it just shows the peaks every time a submission is happening and the code is judging.
Insane. It solved already.
OMG, even a tiny celebration. Oh, that's so sweet. A user Ormless from YouTube chat asks how to read so fast. You tell us. Ormless being the ICPC World Champion and another one of our finalists up and coming really soon into his next round.
Since the reading problems here and reading problems in normal ICPC competition is quite different. At least, like, I lost in second round, so it's not me to tell, but I'm trying to extract the key information here and not read the whole statement because it's a waste of a lot of time.
You know, there are sometimes contests where problem statement is completely hidden from you, and you are supposed to figure out what the problem was based on, problem, basically just samples or maybe comments or something. Do you think this is any similar to what happens during Blitz?
Maybe somewhat, because yeah, you may start with input format or just above the input format, because there's usually a sentence that tells like what this problem is about, and then try to read from the first paragraphs only like the missing information, the missing pieces to figure it out. But here you have the statement, so you always have some trade-off. If you want to make sure that you understand the problem correctly and spend some more time reading it, or like solve it instead, whatever you deciphered.
Yep. So fortunately, this problem has a pretty short statement. We are just given two integers n and m, and n times m is at most 10 to the power 6. So we have basically a grid of n times m. And we need to go through all the cells in this grid, starting from 1, 1, so that the vector by which we jump each time, so all of these n times m minus 1 vectors have to be unique. So you are not allowed to repeat the vectors. And you need to actually output the sequence of cells you visit.
So we have some constructive problems here.
Yeah, there is
this time.
some constructive problems, and it seems that this time Serx is way ahead tourist, because at least some code was already ready, and maybe we will see a submit.
Do you think it's Omnic's strategy?
To just skip the problem and focus
to
on
chill,
the next
to
one?
ground yourself a little bit, to just like, reset.
Could be, I don't know. We'll see how it works out, but so far we only have incorrect submissions.
Do you have any ideas, Khan, for the good patterns that might work here?
No, not really. I think you have to kind of draw on the paper, unless you know what to do from the get-go. Let's see, we can open the code of our participant, because it's super short. And it's not that very trivial, I have to say. Wait, in the very last submission, they're just printing the shifts instead of printing the actual cells, which is obviously not what the problem asks for. Oh, now we have a submission from tourist as well.
It's like even in one dimension, you still have to think how to do that. It's not completely trivial.
Yeah, I think actually 2 dimensions should help, because we have more freedom and less coincidences.
But you still have cases when n equal to 1 or m equal to 1.
Yeah,
so you should be able to solve one dimension.
And now tourist submission is judging on test 81, so it's accepted now.
Oof.
That was quick, even though we didn't see him coding.
Like, how long is the solution?
I don't know, maybe 20 lines.
What the hell?
But we have the winner now, because F and G together combined was only 22 points.
Yes. So Tourist is definitely winning this round.
Quite a bit of minutes still remaining in the round. Let me
Although
see.
Sers also got an accepted submission for this problem just 29 seconds later. No, 27 seconds
Oh,
later.
Let me see
Unlucky.
if I
that's
can.
tough.
Alex, thank you for letting me know that the screen froze. And we go into problem F.
Does it look like some browser extension for the Chinese translation?
A
or
very
is it-
convenient thing to have. I think an excellent quality of life feature.
Yeah, sounds very interesting. So the only way the participants are allowed to use AI in this competition is to actually translate the statements in their own language. And yeah, it seems that it's a very nice browser extension to have the translation just in the statement instead of copying it anywhere. I believe it can also correctly parse all the tech formulas that we have here.
An excellent thing. Yeah, I'm very impressed. We were reading through all the different like feedback and postmortem from our contestant from last year's Blitz, and one of the items was, oh, next year it would be awesome to maybe have like an AI try and one-shot these problems if it will be able to actually do that. And reading that in January of 2026 was definitely bringing a smile to my face, because just a year ago we thought, well, maybe the best models of 2020, early 2026 would be able to actually solve those problems. But actually, I think most of the engineering AI models these days would be able to one-shot Blitz problems straight up.
Well, especially given that we are using the old problems.
Yeah,
where
sure.
the editorial was fed to the models. That's pretty trivial for them, yes.
So the statement of problem F is pretty simple. You have an array with integer values, and you given an integer c that you want to see in your array more often. And what you can do one operation of adding some value you choose on some segment of an array that you choose, and you want to like have the maximum frequency of the number c in the resulting array.
So it seems we have quite a lot of code now, at least from the left side. Tourist already has like 50 lines, and Sers also has 50 lines.
So I suppose that you would just go as kind of a sweeping line and just go from left to right. And for each position, you will try to change some window starting at this position to make the values like the last value in the window be equal to C after the operation. And what you need is to find the window with maximum balance of these last values minus number of C's already in the window. And also you will start the window with a value that will turn to C as well. So for each position you need to like remember the balance as the left side, and I don't think it's too much code because it looks
Yeah,
like
it
one.
seems that Tourist has already solved this problem. So these 50 lines were enough, more or less.
What is your excuse to not do very well in Div 2 contests? Just 50 lines. Everyone can see it now, right? Tourist writes CPP like it's in English. I am not 100% sure which of those two languages Tourist is more comfortable communicating in. I think C++, he definitely spent more years in C++ for sure.
And here they have quite enough time to approach the problem G, which will appear soon.
So yeah, it seems we have a pretty quick round with
which I'm very grateful for our wonderful contestants adjusting for the timing difficulties of the first slot by being incredibly efficient and actually typing all of the solutions.
yes, and maybe that means we can start the next round on time actually if our current participants will manage to solve G early enough to comment on their performance and let us go for the next round, because yeah, we started this round quite late, and otherwise, if G is not solved for a prolonged amount of time, we will have to move the second round a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Tourist is keeping us in check. So we never forget who actually won last year's Blitz Cup. But hey, this year we have a lot of amazing up-and-coming talent. I wrote a whole Twitter thread on it. I'm probably the most excited about Markov, who's actually a high school student and not even in his final year yet. And last year he was eliminated in the first round of Blitz Cup, but then he was clearly practicing the whole year and is now part of our top 16 showdown. So definitely tune in to our last match of today as well.
Yes, I think this year many more participants were actually practicing the Blitz format.
Which is wild, people. It's just mental compiler thing. Pretty mental.
Yes, but it seems to help quite a lot, I think, because otherwise people wouldn't practice it. And so we have this feature for the participants where they basically can schedule their own warm-up match and hopefully train with a friend or with another participant and compete against each other in a friendly manner. However, the most requested warm-up match was with a single participant. So people were just really training for this type of match, trying to speed code without competing with anyone.
Training for their 33-0 moment.
Or 45-0.
Or 45-0, yeah.
Yeah, we have 45 points in total.
We have a small number of 45-0s in last year's Blitz, most famously in the final and in Tourist versus Anton Trigup. Hi, Anton. We miss you. But this year we also had a number of dominant performances. My favorite one being Golovanov versus Andrei Boka. But then Alexei probably got a little tired and unfortunately was not able to go through his next round there. And the other would be Tourist versus Platter, his second round. You can actually watch Tourist recording and Tourist POV of his Blitz round on his YouTube channel as well. And oh, I'm so grateful for the contestants who decided to stream their previous Blitz stages. It is amazing. Please keep doing that. Please absolutely feel free to schedule more warm-ups with the friends of yours on our Discord server. And overall, stream more Blitz content. I think it's amazing. I am personally sure that this is the most exciting competitive programming, the spectator competitive programming that we can get. And I'm happy to watch every single live stream of yours. Thank you so much for doing that. In the meantime, I think someone solved something.
Yeah, my browser pop-up says problem G has been solved by tourist.
Oh my god,
So-
yes. And we see the IG that then turns into NAC. This is this is wild. And we get a full celebration. This is the end of the round in 28 minutes and 46 seconds. This is crazy.
That's quite impressive. Is it the fastest round where the competitors were able to solve all of the problems so far?
I believe this is the fastest round, yes, by far. There were a few rounds where the last problem was solved like within 1 or 2 minutes spare, but I don't think ever has anyone solved all the problems with 10 minutes to spare. So maybe 1 a.m. is actually quite a good time to do the blitz rounds.
Yeah, but how it started on problem A, it didn't look that
Yeah,
easy
how it
going.
started. Imagine the problem A is easier than that, like a normal problem A, which people solve in 1 minute. Then we'll get like 25-minute performance. So yeah, what the start of these quarterfinals just
That's wild.
45-0.
But still, like, with such an amazing performance from the tourist, his opponent was so close to take the problem E and grab some points home.
Yeah, basically problem E, and for other problems he also had a few like maybe not that close, but probably quite close in terms of regular competition attempts. So in a way, this is lucky for tourists that that was enough, so to say.
And there is always luck involved, but also a little bit of skill, right?
A little bit of skill, yes. And well, also, if you saw that, tourist had a disadvantage of not having an extension to the ID that submits the code on his behalf. So he was spending like a second or two every time he submits, while Serx was not spending this time. So I hope we'll get our participants here in the stream with us in a few minutes, and probably we will be able to ask them some questions. And if the chat has any questions to Tourist or Serx, then you can just type them in.
Yep. Let's see if they would be able to join us. Yay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being our incredible opening matchup of the Blitz finals weekend. It's been a blast. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was a very strong performance by you, Gennady. How did you feel about this problem A when it basically took longer than any other A in the Blitz Cup?
No, I think A was the hardest problem of the day. Like in this contest, it was probably just the hardest problem. I mean, it's a joke, but yeah, I think some of the problems were pretty tricky. And yeah, for like a lot of problems, I think for like maybe 4 or 5 of them, I saw submissions by my opponent before I got accepted. So I think it was obviously like the score might be like look pretty one-sided, but I think there were a few close problems, so it doesn't actually tell the whole story.
Especially,
Actually,
yep.
I'm the coordinator of the problem A, and I didn't solve it because I misunderstand the problem and I output how many one I should add instead of how many there is left.
Oh, yes, yes. So we have a mechanism to remove the problems that the participants solved in the past, but it's quite difficult to and those problems that they after it, but there is no mechanism of like removing the problems that they coordinated. And as Serge is one of our coordinators at Codeforces in the recent years, so you have some advantage basically here. Unfortunately, that didn't help. But at least for problem E, you actually got accepted. That was only a little bit too late, right?
And G, I solved it 2 minutes later.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I submitted just now.
Yeah, so I think there are, yeah, I think it was close on different problems. I'm okay with the fact that coordinators get advantage. I think being a coordinator is a very, useful job and bringing a lot of value and joy to people on Codeforces all over the world. So it's fair, I think.
Yeah, and it's not always that the coordinators code the actual solution. So it's not always that they think about all the like corner cases that have to be implemented.
Well, so it means that like if you are doing your job well, then the better you do your job as a coordinator, the more advantage you have.
That is probably true.
Yeah.
This statement sounded a bit offensive considering the problem A here.
Problem A, I think it's I think the problem A it's less about remembering the problem, right? Like it's not like we need to like if we remember the problem, we can just get the idea much faster, right? Because I think the idea is pretty clear, but it's like you just need to do it like greedily, but you just need to be careful with all the details and with understanding the problem statement correctly. Because I also didn't notice at first that I needed to count total number of ones and not those that I only add. So yeah, I was not sure. I definitely like misread it first. Yeah.
And I'm actually curious, are you reading the whole statements or like what is your strategy to understand the problem for the Blitz contests?
Well, for me, I would say that I try to read at least the important parts. Like I think sometimes, like I think in one of the problem started with the definition of max, and it was like a whole paragraph. I think in modern Codeforces problems, we don't have that because they're usually like in side notes, like at the bottom of the statement and like in small font. But here I was like, yeah, I have to like skip this paragraph quickly because it seems to introduce a definition that I already know, right? But then after that, yeah, I think it's important to just basically not skip anything because I think if you like miss something and misread something, I think it's very, it just can be just very bad for your contest. Like you just start solving your own problem. I think that's the easiest way to just have a bad contest, I would say.
Yes, and it's quite impressive that you read it like up to bottom and still able to start going to the code so fast. And actually, it's also true for the Sergs today. So, like I think on a few problems he started writing code faster than you, and maybe Serx, you have a different strategy to understand the problem.
I think I'm a bit nervous, and because he's tourist.
But you almost, well, not almost always, but quite often submitted earlier than tourist, and definitely started coding earlier than tourist most of the time.
And that's just because I didn't even compile it.
I also didn't every time compile. I'm not sure. Yeah, but yeah. No, but yeah, I mean, if like starting coding before me, I think yeah, is good. I felt like I was going fast. I think in problem E, maybe I think in problem E, where like we had to output a sequence of cells, the one that you solved, right? The one you got a bit later than me. I think on that one I started the latest. Like basically, I spent like 2 minutes just thinking about the problem and not typing anything. And only then, like when I had the solution, I started typing. So.
And how to solve it actually? Because I'm curious about this problem.
So my solution was just you go the cells in the first and the last row, alternating. Like first row, last row, first row, last row, and so on until you get rid of them, and then you go second row, second to last row, second row, second to last row, and so on, and then.
Okay.
And that's one thing, but also you need to like those vectors to be different. So in row 1 you go left to right, and in the last row you go right to left. So basically, all of your vectors will be like going, like like rotating in a way. So
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Is it the same solution that you had?
Yes. And I got the solution very fast, but I output the directional vector, and I output some negative number, and I didn't notice the n is even, or the situation that n is odd or something else.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost start to code after I just read the problem and I got the solution, but I didn't solve it fast.
Yeah, I think that's a nice, constructive, quite easy problem that we have here.
What is it, like 1800 rating, right? Pretty easy for this crowd.
Yeah.
I have a question to Cirx as well. So last year, you already participated in Blitz, but got eliminated by your opponent pretty early in the tournament. What did you practice? What was different between different years? Like, what should you recommend to everyone who got eliminated in the first round this year to next year fight against tourists in the opening round of the final weekend?
Pardon, I didn't hear it. Can you say again?
What did you improve between last year Blitz participation and this year Blitz participation?
Actually, I didn't practice anything because the last year, actually, I also got a 0 to CRM, but I just got I don't know, but actually I didn't practice anything because I don't have official contest here.
And Serx, are you still into your ICPC career? Do you have not finished it yet?
Band. Yeah, it's finished.
Will we see you as part of the coaching team for Zhejiang maybe or other universities?
Currently, no.
I'm very happy that this year we see more top participants from China in Blitz. Do you have anything similar to Blitz that that you have as part of your competitions?
I don't know.
No problems. We know that North America is very big on lockout, as well as lockouts are very popular for EdCoder users. So I'm always very interested in different formats that exist all over the world. Cool. We have 6 minutes until our next round. Let's give a round of applause to our first round of 8 finalist tourist. And thank you so much, Serx, for joining us in the top 16. What a wonderful showing. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in Blitz even higher next year. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Speaking of the next round, our next round would be Quizix versus Ormless. Two pretty legendary grandmasters, if you ask me.
Yes, absolutely strong in this round as well as with every round that we will have today and tomorrow, I believe. And yes, this round will start in 5 minutes because we had to make the breaks a little bit more even. But well, let's see if we have 45-0 in the next round. What do you think, Oleg? Will we have a very even match?
I'm pretty sure we have some different scores this time.
Okay.
Well, we can
Because-
have different score of 0-45, for example.
That's also an
Dear,
option.
dear Quizix and Ormless, please close the stream. Okay, now that the kids are ready, now we can finally talk about them. I think they're showing on their way to the final round was very impressive.
I guess it's true for everyone who will participate today.
Well, I can absolutely build a story for whatever there is. Ormless did 22-11, 31-14 in the second round. Clearly is one of the higher rated contestants, has been seeded.
Yeah, basically the same for QuizX. He's also been seeded, so he only did 2 rounds, 31-2 and 27-6.
A little
So-
more impressive,
A little more confident.
a little
I
more
would say,
confident.
yes.
Yeah. That's a good way to put this. Let's see how this matchup works for them.
Lydia, you mentioned before the similar formats, which are like in North America and like knockout tournaments,
Yes.
and something similar for EdCoder. I remember there was something somewhat similar on EdCoder festivals 10 years ago, but do they have something going on in the last years?
I don't think that Code Festival has been quite as active as before. But I know that a few fantasy formats has been used all over. For example, every year, JetBrains is trying to come up with something hilariously fun for the ICPC World Finals Tech Track. And they did a bunch of sequential coding where you get to only type 30 seconds in a row, or blind coding where only one person has access to the keyboard, and all the other fun stuff. Please share your more exciting programming competition, weird formats in the chat. We would be happy to know about you. Let's go Legolas, someone says. Yeah, I agree. Ormless has this Legolas look to him. Is it possible to see questions for us too, or after the contest? Yes, you can absolutely look at the problems, because all of the problems for Blitz contests are coming from existing past Codeforces rounds. So if you search over the problem name, you would be able to find the problem right away. Oh my God, I so sincerely apologize. I indeed have a typo in Krizik's username. I'll try to fix it ASAP. There will be no typo in the scoreboard. Let me actually show you. So here's how our scoreboard looks like. So it is actually QIUZX. I am so sorry. Everyone who knows lore on competitive programmer handles, please let us know if there is a cool meaning to the username as well.
Yes, and for now we can again see how they painfully refresh the web page with the countdown.
Because just 30 seconds remaining, you cannot trust the timer. You must F5.
Oh, there is an actual countdown page. I didn't know that. How do you land on this page?
We'll need to ask Ormless about this magic.
Yes. Okay, so good luck for our contestants, I guess. The match is starting. And this time I had a chance to read problem A, which you can see now on the screen. And the statement is quite complicated, but basically we are given two numbers and we have to determine if the second number is the power of the first number. And if yes, which power it is.
That should be fast to code.
That should be fast to code, given that the numbers are not that large and the even powers of 2 scale pretty quickly, so we only have to check like 30 possibilities. So basically the solution should be just to go over powers and check.
Yeah, and also, like, you don't have to be too careful, because you can do everything in long, and even after you get over the limit, you still will not overflow.
Yep. So
I'm afraid we're gonna get a compilation error. No. Oh my God, this is so tense.
So is he writing code right into this in the submission window?
No, but there's been a few characters added.
yeah.
Oh, so tense.
Oh, QuizX solves
Amazing. This is like 1 minute, under 90 seconds. Under 90 seconds. This is amazing.
So that's more like problem A, actually, yes.
Yeah.
And I saw that QuizX first coded the solution without actually counting the power, and that was a way to fast read the problem, right? You have to output yes or no, so you just do that, and then unfortunately find out that you also have to count. Fortunately for him, though, this time it was very easy to fix. So the next problem will be some kind of geometry.
Is it a wishful thinking or a real information?
Oh, that's a real information.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Here is the picture.
Not sure if
it is so cute.
if it's that much of geometry, because like from what I'm able to read so far, the input is only eager coordinates, so you have these triangles of probably the equal size h, and you need to calculate the total area of which is covered by these triangles. So it's not that much of the geometry.
Yeah, of course, we cannot have like real geometry in these easy problems. Well, maybe for harder ones, but not for ABC, I would say.
Maybe for smarter contestants as well.
But also, I think quite many, let's say, Codeforces round participants are afraid of even this picture, even though there is no geometry basically in this problem, or no geometrical algorithm.
Oh, a bunch of people
And-
are saying they solved this problem. Oh, how long is your solution? How many lines? Go and let us know.
Yeah, I think based on the picture, this is one of the problems that you can easily remember that you've solved that in the last few years, let's say. Yeah, I'm not sure what's how our participants feel about this type of geometrical or geometrical looking problems.
Yeah, I think that starting from problem F and sometimes probably from problem E even, you can have some code to write some algorithms and like probably the geometry as well.
Yeah, the problem
Define
with-
that long. Yeah.
With geometry problems, I think in general on Codeforce is that you can invent quite a lot of interesting geometry problems, but most of them fall into the category of like standard. If you just need to do some convex hull or Minkowski sum or I don't know, rotating calipers and then calculate something more or less obvious, then you can't give this problem to a Codeforce round. Even though like the value that the problem asks can be a little bit non-standard, still most of the difficulty comes from these geometry algorithms. And for harder geometry algorithms, it is simply too hard to put in a Codeforce round again. So unfortunately,
Yeah, I agree. I think that geometry goes much better for the team competitions where you can have one teammate to dedicate himself for like hour and a half on geometry problem and just do it.
Our wonderful contestants were having a chat in our Discord server discussing which algorithms they hate enough to always just have a different teammate take care of it. And I always encourage everyone to use that as their reminder to send a message to their favorite teammates and let them know how you appreciate them and how much you're thankful for all the disgusting stuff they had to implement because you didn't want to.
In the last minute, the participants are quite synchronized on how they're switching from the code to the problem statement and back on.
But that's the gameplay. Like you can think what you want, but this is what peak performance like. You edit a character and then you submit, and you edit a character and then you submit again. Who needs testing? Who needs compiling? Ormless absolutely stole problem 3 from QuizX, and again problem 3. The tiebreaker, if anything happens, anything odd happens in the contest, that would be the 1 point that he may lead by.
But either way, we have a new score in this contest.
Yeah.
It's not a zero.
It's not going to be a dry.
Yep.
What headphones is Ormless using? We should keep that question to our post-contest interview. I'm sure he'll be happy to share.
Some little stretch always helps. Yes, it's in a longer competition. The competition sets usually quite important to sometimes stand up and just stretch yourself to get rid of, get some physical activity, small physical activity. Here, the participants don't have this time to do anything. So they use this little 1 minute intermission to relax their muscles, so to say.
Is 1 minute enough to relax? Is it barely enough and so it's good? I'm very interested in seeing how different duration of intermissions would affect the dynamics, because if any of you plays Counter-Strike, which I hope someone does, I hope I'm not the oldest person in the whole YouTube chat. Intermissions between Counter-Strike rounds are crucial for strategy and team coordination, as well as they even use timeouts throughout the competition to give the team a little bit of time to reset, recharge, get better for the next round. And it's very interesting if like similar mechanics with shorter intermissions, but available timeouts as well, that you can only take in a small number of, critical moments, can benefit the dynamics of the round.
Yeah,
Does the
that's
problem
interesting.
see?
Yeah, please go ahead, like about the problem C.
Yes, in the problem C, you have a grid, but you only work with a border with the top and bottom rows and left and right columns, and you want to paint some of the cells into the black color, and you're given how much exactly cells in the top row, in the bottom row, and so on you want to color, and you have to answer yes or no.
Nah, forget
it's
problem
possible
C,
or
doesn't
not.
matter anymore. Armless already wrote the whole solution, submitted, and got it accepted. Stealing
cool.
this problem under Quizix, I clearly do not have access to his solution, but I think he was like 10 seconds later ready to submit, but the solution already went through. Oof, okay, picking up the pace.
Yep, fortunately, we are not seeing any queue issues for now.
Lucky us. Did we cancel the Div 2 round that was scheduled on this weekend?
There was no Div 2 round this weekend.
Oh, I am so happy that Con takes good care of that. Thank you so much.
Yes, and I'm afraid the next problem will be even easier than that.
The statement is longer.
That's the only thing that can delay our contestants, I believe.
Well, in problem C, you can choose the state of the corners, and I'm not sure if that's what exactly the participants did. But you need to think how to write this code fast.
Yeah, but again, forget about problem C. Now we have problem D.
Yeah. And do you
And
know
the
what
problem-
it is about?
Yeah, the problem is very simple. You are given a structure of the burger, basically a string containing B's, S, and C's, giving you how many bread pieces, cheese pieces, and meat pieces, or sausage pieces are there. And you have the price for each piece of ingredient, and you have, and you already have some ingredients, and you are given the number of money that you have, the amount of money that you have, and basically what remains is you are asked how many burgers you can make.
And are
Given
there
the
any
ingredients
tricks? Can you have already more ingredients that you need?
We need as many burgers as we want, so we can't have more than enough. Right? We are interested in how many burgers we can make. So if there are already ingredients for free burgers and no money, then we just print free.
Okay. Now I understood the problem. Wasn't listening too carefully enough to get it right.
Oh no, that's interesting because I see some binary search in QuizX solution.
But doesn't it seem reasonable? You just
it's reasonable. I thought that the solution would be just some formula because we basically have a price for a new burger, right? But given that we already have some ingredients in the first place, that makes sense to start with a binary search. It just, even if there is a solution with a formula, it just makes everything much easier. I guess.
Ooh, drama, wrong answer?
And that's wrong answer on test 1, exactly as we expected.
Yeah, that's a favorite ones. If you were playing a drinking game for every wrong answer test 1, I am surprised if you're still alive.
Well, we didn't have many on the previous round. Well, we
had
did have
a
few,
bunch on problem A, a bunch.
Well, maybe someone was too late to the stream.
Yes, that's
So
the
they
only
missed
survival
all of
chance.
it. And for now, the solution just prints infinity instead of the correct answer. And it was stolen by Ormils, I believe.
Yeah. So cool. Let's go. A nice handshake. Oh, so you know how esports people use hand warmers, hand heaters? What's the word? For to make sure that they have like better flexibility in their hands and fingers. So there are non-electric hand warmers that can even be used at official ICPC programming contests. And then for your convenience at home, you can use electric ones for sure. I wonder if anyone tried doing that. We also have users that have very suspicious usernames in our chat, so maybe they're just bots, asking if there's a way to access those problems after the round or whatever. These are all old Codeforces problems. They are available everywhere on the internet. You can just go and read them. Speaking of, this problem is very easy to find on the internet because of its incredibly unique name, Poshmark and Prometheus problem. You can just Google it and you'll find it right away.
Yeah, we don't have a way of direct accessing the problems from the Blitz matches, but you can just look on the stream, either in the middle where we have the problem statement or on the sites where the contestants read the problem statement, and Google the name or part of the statements, and that will basically bring the statement. Speaking about which, Oleg, did you have time to read through it?
I'm looking into it now, and we have an array of integers, and we have the function that is defined as how many numbers on segment from L to R are equal to X. And we only work with this function on prefixes and suffixes. And the task is a bit tricky to figure out what.
So basically, we want to there is no way of stating that shorter than the statement does, right? We need to find the number of pairs of indices such that this function of the prefix, so the number of occurrences of the last element of the prefix is larger on that prefix, is larger than the number of occurrences of the first element of the suffix on that suffix.
But yeah, I think that you reformulated it quite well.
Yeah, and now we have some binary index 3 on the left, I see. I wonder if that's needed.
A submission. Oh my god.
We have a submission indeed. Because I think it's quite unusual to have to require binary index 3 in this type of difficulty.
And it is
done. And it's accepted. Very
oh
well
my
done.
god, we are so back. Everyone, we are so back. Comeback is so real. Nice. Let's go.
And the score is like 13-10, I believe. Yes. Mm-hmm. So.
But yes, that was quite quick.
That was very quick.
And I don't think that you have that you actually need any data structures here, because what you needed is just an array of answers for prefixes and an array of answers for suffixes, like how many times the element appears before its current appearance. And you can do with 2 pointers.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the I and J are mostly independent. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's go. We have a new problem. Dima and bacteria.
Bacteria, yes. I wonder if that problem is from COVID times.
Yeah, it's 22 minutes left, so participants might have chance to approach J as well.
Yep, both ways.
But it's just solve anything for Ormless to win now.
Should we increase the number of problems in a round?
No.
Okay, we have a quite convoluted statement. So
To
I'm
balance
not
out
gonna
the
read through
previous
it.
problem that was extremely short.
Yes, so maybe when Oleg can comment on that, we will hear something. And for now, I'll check if there is anything interesting in the chat. We have
Yes,
almost
people are
200
bullying
people.
Golovanov into implementing Blitz on Codeforces for everyone. I'm enjoying that a lot.
Yeah. Speaking of which, there is not yet Blitz functionality open for everyone, but there is functionality to just add some random problems with given difficulty from the problem set. So you won't have this very nice feature of opening problems one by one, but you will have a random selection of problems not solved by anyone that you mention in the script that selects the problems. And then you can basically emulate the Blitz as good as you want. You can also add your own problems if you want. And if you look into the updates of Codeforce around a year ago, so before the first Blitz Cup, you will see how to do that. So I think that's pretty similar to the actual Blitz. Tourist is a lethal combination of speed and accuracy.
It's illegal
Well,
combination.
Illegal combination, I don't know.
I tried to read the statement, and it's a bit convoluted indeed, but you have some bacteria which are numbered, and you have some graph on them, and also you have like some types of nodes, and each type occupies a segment of the vertex numbers, and you have some edges with costs. And it says that like the graph is correct if from the node of if nodes from the same type are all connected, and you have to answer if the graph is correct, and also to, but maybe I'm misunderstanding something, because yeah, so far it doesn't sum up into the understanding of the last paragraph, kind of.
Yeah, it's
goes again.
also an important skill, especially for this Blitz, to grasp the problem statement very quickly, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it can get quite convoluted.
Okay, so the graph is correct if like each color is connected by zero cost edges, and then you can define the distances between the types, like between the colors, and you have to output the metrics of these distances between the colors. So the first part seems quite trivial to check if vertices of the same color are connected by zero cost edges. And then like the number of types is only 500, so you can run Floyd or whatever to get the matrix.
Yeah, I see the. No, this is not a Floyd implementation on the QuizX screen. Or maybe it is because we don't see the full line.
But it definitely requires some code to write some kind of DFS or DSO.
And now we have submissions from both participants on the 10-pointer. Quite many, actually. How to select variables names so quick? Asks Dolphin XYZPQR in the chat. Well, you just smash the keyboard and that's your variable name. I think especially for this type of problems where the speed is very important. Of course, you shouldn't do that in the code that you want to support more than 5 minutes, and this includes your normal contest code.
Yeah, probably you might want to check the post by Umnik about one-letter variables and especially comments there, because it shows.
Yeah, there are quite a few good advices there. Actually, it's interesting if the participants here in Blitz use shorter variable names than typically.
And
Well,
we have a winner already. Ormless claimed problem F.
We lost Ormless's screen for a little while, but I hope it will be back for his triumphant last problem if he decides to type it.
Yes, now we have the winner of this match.
Very well done, very well done.
The 5th submission was correct. Can we see what was the difference in these few submissions? Maybe not.
Maybe not. In the meantime, contestants are getting to know their one last problem for today. Here it goes. It's called High Cry.
Yes, and oh yeah, the difference in Ormil's submission was that the output for the problem F had to be in the correct case, and he was printing
Oh
yes
no!
in capitals. Why?
Yes in
it should
capital.
be.
Oh no way! No way! I think Golovanov had the same issue at some point, right?
Could be. Yeah, I think it's more common in the old problems, but also it is important in the newer problems when the output is more than just yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to print something else, then most likely you have to be correct in the case, unless it's specifically.
Do you think it's actually a good idea to? Oh, fantastic! I think we have at least the version of Ormless's screen back with us. Do you think it's a good idea to actually adjust the checker in that case? For something a little more, loyal?
Well, on one hand, I think it's more convenient for the participants. On the other hand, it first of all increases the length of the checker and therefore the probability of a mistake there. And then it also increases the length of the statement because now we have to mention that in the statement.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for most problems, especially for harder problems, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, fair enough.
While for easier problems, I think yes. And yeah, but one has to be careful when reading the statement.
But yeah, it seems that competitive programming altogether had a great change from very strict formats like 20 years ago or so on to the current state, at least like the trailing white spaces and new lines. Like you don't have to care much about it now, which is amazing.
Yes, you can basically concentrate on the idea rather than on printing everything correctly. And yet I think there are some competitions where you have to not print the trailing white space.
Oh no.
When you are printing an array.
Disgusting.
Yeah, that's I think that's disappearing, but still it's quite common to have.
Our
you
wonderful
can
chat,
face
please
it.
share your experience with unnecessary typos.
Yeah, you can face a lot of it if you'll try to solve the old SCPC finals, which might be a fun thing to do.
But also, like, the well-known infinity meme from MIPT and Luxor, and I think quite a bunch of people have still, experienced just stupid small typos that stop them from getting this amazing first to solve with that extra few penalty minutes off. Also, yes, as our chat correctly mentions, Ormless will now face Tourist in the next round, which will happen in a little nicer time slot for hopefully both of them, specifically tomorrow. Is it our opening match of tomorrow? I think it is our opening match of tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, so today we have all the round 4 matches and 2 quarterfinals.
Correct.
And tomorrow we have the rest of the matches.
So in this problem, in the statement, you actually have to read only the last paragraph before the input format. And it tells that you're given an array and you want to find the number of such a segments that the OR of any two numbers in this segment is larger than the arguments of this OR. So,
and Quizix brilliantly got this problem accepted and pulled back with the point difference down to just 22 to 23, which is an incredibly tight match. And now we'll be waiting for our contestants to join us here for some post-contest interviews. Please drop us your questions if you have anything except for Ormless's headphones. Yeah, that's the only thing I remember right away. Fantastic. We already have our contestants coming in. Let's go. Thank you so much for coming. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Good to see y'all. Say hi to our chat. You're live. Hello, everyone. Further, say something. I want to check your mic. Nope. You both should keep talking. Like, how was the match? What was... Yay, let's go. I can hear it. Quizix?
Hi.
Fantastic.
Hi.
Awesome. We have one stupid question from chat, which I will use just for you to adjust to our speaking. Further, what's the headphone model? Everyone in chat loves your headphones.
Oh, it's some cheap. I don't know. I just ordered it. It's like low cost. I don't recommend it.
Okay, but the looks are here. Everyone thinks that the style looks great on you. How was the contest for you? Which problem did you all hate the most? Ormless, you go first.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe problem 8. I always can't solve so fast easy problems.
But you managed this time, right? Or
no, problem A was by Quizix in minute and a half.
Oh yeah, that was
very impressive.
Under 90 seconds. That was wild. Oh, Quizix, can you please teach us to pronounce your handle?
No, it was actually my Chinese name, and I think it's just not pronounceable.
Then give us a masterclass.
So Well, what do you mean?
How do you pronounce it?
I usually just say QIUDX, but
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough. So, how did you feel about this contest? It was pretty tight, right?
Yeah, it was tight. I think I have to congratulate to Ormlis, of course, for his win. I think he was just so strong, and actually I made some stupid mistakes, to be honest, in the contest, and I shouldn't have made. I think it was probably because I was like trying to type so fast and just can't organize it well. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, but in such contests, you just try to fast as possible, but the code is just awful. I don't like how I caught these problems.
There was a question from the chat. How do you choose the variable names so quickly? Why don't you think 2 minutes for each variable name?
It's just the habit. I don't know. Whatever comes to my mind, I just type it.
Yeah, same.
Do you have a preferred set of variables for each occasion, like in the Omnix post some time ago?
Actually, I used some of them, but not all.
Not all, I see. What do you think about these problems like problem B, where it looks like some kind of geometry initially, but then you realize, oh, there is not much from the geometry. That some people are afraid of these problems. If they see any kind of XY coordinates in the problem statement, that means they're quitting the contest. What do you think about it?
Well, to be honest, I still don't know why my solution to B doesn't work. I think I have to figure it out later on. But and this is not actually a geometry problem. It's just one observation, then the rest is just some math.
Yeah, I just try to figure out how to calculate area because it was quite difficult, but the last change I made, it was just divided by 2 because I forgot that triangle area is divided by 2 actually. But it's I don't like this problem actually also because it use doubles. I don't like use doubles in contests at all.
But it's only for calculation, the answer, isn't it? You don't have to compare them or anything.
Okay, maybe it's fair enough.
Yeah,
But I'm afraid of precision errors.
You only need divide by 2 in doubles, right? Everything else are the integers.
No, there are triangles, like there are.
Okay.
It's hard because there may be triangle with no integer area. I don't know how to say it.
Would it usually be the problem that you implement on the team, or is it something that you give to your teammate?
I usually implement geometry in my team.
What about you, Kuzix? What is? Do you have? Who is on your team? Like, how do you usually participate in programming competitions? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I will enter college just this year, so I will attend ICPC possibly in the future. Yeah.
Have you already chosen the university?
Yeah.
Where are you going, if it's not a secret?
It's Tsinghua University.
Oh my God. Will you bring Xinhua their long-awaited championship finally again?
Well, I hope so, but I don't I don't think I'm strong enough to do that. I have to possibly rely on my teammates. My teammates is definitely stronger than me.
Who will be on your team if you already know that?
Currently, I will have the former Iowa champion.
Okay. Good flex. That's nice. Why is he not part of the Blitz, by the way?
I think he just didn't see the announcement.
Okay, so you definitely have significantly better result than him in the Blitz contest. Easy top 16.
Well, it's actually not that easy at all. Blitz is actually hard.
Both of your previous elimination rounds were very confident. You won against your opponents with a pretty impressive scores. What did you think went different for you between the different rounds? Or is it just, skill difference?
I mean, it was not easy because I won my rounds by last problems because my opponents type very fast. They solve easy problems very fast. I mean, it was hard. Maybe round 3 was not this, but I mean, it was not very easy. It was hard, and I just was lucky for some mistakes that they made. So I am lucky to be in this like top 8.
Well, you deserve that by showing your strong coding skills on the harder problems than in all 3 rounds that you have. Well, actually, on the first round, I believe. No, on the round 3 match, you also solved all the easy problems and all the hard problems. So I guess it's not true that you are slow in the easy problems.
It was not easy problems. Like, I mean, in third round, the first problems was not easy. Very hard, actually.
Did you watch our opening match of the day where the participants made like 10 incorrect attempts on A before getting it accepted?
Yeah, I watched.
So what was it? Was it similar difficulty?
Actually, my round 3 problem A was difficult. I mean, very difficult because now I can't prove my solution. I just watch samples and type what samples like do. It's like constructive problem. So I don't know how to solve it with proofs. So I mean, I saw problem A from tourist round. It was, I mean, understandable, but with some case working. So I don't know, is it comparable?
Well, now you will have to compare your skills against his in the next match, which will be the opening match of tomorrow.
And I don't want anyone in the chat to be like, OMG, easy for tourists. No. The way the Blitz contests are like created is it's a monkey typing competition. Like it's just APM, just the typing speed. And we know from all the esports, right, that the younger the person is, the better the APM. So what 10-year difference between Ormless and Tourist should definitely weigh in on Ormless's side. I will not allow anyone to be like, easy win. No, that's not about rating. It's about typing speed.
I mean, you can compare by streams. My typing speed is like 2 times slower when tourist. I think. In typing speed, I can like competition with Umnik only, and no one else.
Well, so far it seems that more senior participants are winning the quarterfinals.
Except for Piotr, who was eliminated before that. We have quite a bunch of, elder legends, sorry, to be eliminated in the pre-top 16 stage. So I'm incredibly happy to see, first of all, 2 incredible high school students who will be writing the script of the ICPCS Cup suggested in the in our chat, and will absolutely. I'm so happy to get to meet Kozex, to get to meet Makrov over on our live stream, introduce them to the community, and we will still have amazing years and years cheering and rooting for you, which is absolutely makes me so happy.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely great to have you here in. I wish we could make this in person, but at least over the internet.
One day,
because usually
one day,
maybe,
Codeforces will have all the money in the world and will fly every single one of you to whenever, Las Vegas, and we'll have a proper blitz competition in the middle of a casino room or something. Will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks. That would be good.
Yep, I agree. We are waiting for our next round contestants, and this will be a matchup between. I'm lost. Sorry. Between Baoji and
Fikle 6418, I believe.
You know that it's actually I. Sounds a little embarrassing. So we'll be waiting for the contestants to join us. Please feel free to stay and commentate if you're still not falling asleep. We would be so happy to have you, because we absolutely need some younger eyes to be able to look at the submission code. Because for both of you, we were just not fast enough to find what the issues were with the code. So this was really cool.
Well, I still have classes to take, so I have to leave. And
what are your classes for today? What do you do for them?
I'm already in the university studying some free to study some stuff. Yeah, just like that. And so Formless, good luck on the later matches, and goodbye everyone. I have to leave. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
It was very, very good match.
Yeah, it was a good match.
GG's.
I'm also have some planning today, so
I know that there is a Universal Cup round this week. Are you doing Universal Cup today?
I'm going to discuss with my team right now.
So if anyone feels like 40 minutes it's not a real contest, you can always add a sprinkle of 5-hour Universal Cup round on top of that. There is a wonderful round this weekend again, which I think our next contestants are actually 2 of this week's Universal Cup round authors. But I hope that this will... Yep, I think so. But I hope that it still works well for them.
I mean, as an author of Universal Cup, you don't have to be there for the whole time, right? And even you don't have to be there at all usually, because most of the Universal Cup contests, I believe, have already been held somewhere. So most likely there are no bugs and the statements are clear.
But I guess it's good to have at least one person from the authors committee to be able to answer questions if anything arises.
Yes, but it's also not possible for all the time slots that you have.
That's true.
So we'll see. Yes, we have our next round in like 7 minutes.
Well, yeah,
And-
for the participant today, if they are right in the Universal Cup, it's quite challenging to schedule the game like in between the rounds, so before or after. It's
Well,
no-
you can actually have the Blitz match in between, or in while you're doing the Universal Cup, while leaving.
Yeah,
For an
you can
hour, your
absolutely
teammates-
do a blitz in the middle of the Universal Cup round because you're just strong like that. Wild. What are you talking about? Like, how can a human brain even switch context this fast? I'm absolutely amazed. We have now both of our contestants ready to go, so we'll follow the schedule. So now it's a great time to talk about our incredible contestants. So, Fikal has been the one who eliminated Piotr Mitrichev from this year's Blitz contest, which I think is very fun and great, and this is why my expectations are so amazingly high. He did that with 27-6, so incredibly sure, easy, great win. And before that, at 38-7, his second round of the contest. A great showing, a very serious approach, absolutely, dominant in their rounds as well. For Baoji, it was a little closer, but again, not by much. At 20-13 in round 3, 23-10 in round 2. He also started with a bye, and now that we look at the scoreboard, we don't really have any of our top 16 finalists who have started without a bye round, which I think is very telling. Turns out Codeforces rating is actually like relevant to something, maybe to like skill or whatever.
Oh, that's actually very interesting that, yeah, indeed, if we only have the high-seeded participants in the round of 16, that should mean that the rating, Codeforce rating, correlates with the Blitz abilities, which is not a big surprise.
But even if it correlates perfectly, I think that outcome of a particular match is some probability. It's not predetermined, even if one person is stronger than another.
On the other hand, the rating difference is sometimes more than 1,000, I believe, right? And this is the maximum rating difference. So some participants entered the Blitz Cup without having the Grandmaster rating as of today. However, they have been the Grandmasters in the past, so it was allowed for them to enter. So that meant that the rating was below 2,400, and some participants, like the top of our rating is, I don't know how much actually, maybe 3,500, 3,600, yeah, 30. So I think the highest rated among the participants is Aknevala with 37,500. So
That's a lot.
Quite a lot of, yeah, that's a lot of points between them.
Yep, a lot of data points. But then also all of our top 16 are red and above. None of the people who had their current rating lower than Grandmaster Advanced. We only have 2 or maybe 3 Grandmasters, but not Legendary Grandmasters, based on current rating. And another thing that we changed just the tiniest bit from last year is that we actually seeded our contestants based on current rating as opposed to based on their best historic rating, which, again, we've been always trying those 2 approaches, but the rest of the rules stayed the same. I think we figured out by the end of last year, we figured out the best combination and setup. If you have just joined us, we have just about 1 minute until our third round today. Contestants will have 7 problems for 40 minutes. Problems will appear just one by one, so there is no strategy in choosing the problem. You're always working on the singular problem. Only the first person to solve the problem gets the points for it. We have no submission penalty. We have 1 minute breather between the problems. So as soon as the problem is solved, this 1 minute window starts, and contestants see that countdown to make sure that they're using that wisely, they're not wasting their time. At the end, the person with the most points wins, pretty easy, and you can see the score points for each individual problem down here below. It's 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and then if we were to ever add more than 7 problems, that would probably end up being other even numbers, but here we are using somewhat easy Codeforces problems. We're reusing pre-existing problems from previous rounds, and we are throwing them at our contestants to see how they would be able to solve them. We were trying to make sure that they have not seen those problems or solved those problems before. So we know that they're on an easier side, but we hope that our contestants have not seen them unless there actually helps problem set those problems. And then it's just, problem set to win. Hopefully gives everyone a good advantage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Their 40 minutes are starting right now. And here is the problem A of today's contest for them. It's called Find a Mirror.
Yeah, I think that it's a bit on a harder side for problem A's.
Oh no, not again.
We can have. And it goes as follows, that you have n schools that you want to visit. You may visit them in any order, but the cost of an edge between 2 schools, I and j, is I plus j mod n plus 1. And you want to minimize the total distance, the total cost to visit all the schools. So it's like Hamiltonian and pass problem, but with a very special cost function. So like the obvious statement that you want to take the modular as many times as possible. But what is the trajectory to do that? It's not that obvious to me.
Is it not always possible to have the sum exactly equal to the modular? Or something
What do you
like
mean
that?
the problem is already solved?
Ah,
It is
is it?
even faster.
So if you go from 1 to n, then to 2 to n minus 1 to 3. Yeah, probably
Something
so.
like that. Yeah.
Crazy.
And
Like, I had not enough time to adjust the alignment of your screen. I'm literally not fast enough. I blinked.
Yeah, and
That was
both
a mistake.
participants submitted it.
yeah, it's accepted for one and incorrect for the other one, I believe. So we should make a poll whether the score of this round will be similar to the first or the second match. Meaning, will we have all the points for one participant in this match, or the evenest possible distribution?
Well, we can have something in between.
Or we can
I
have
guess
something in
would be
between.
the case quite often, because it's quite hard to dominate on all of the 6 or 7 problems.
Well, if you're going to win, might as well. Second
Yep.
problem.
Now we have problem B, which goes as follows. You have a string of digits, and you want to turn this string into the lexicographically smallest string as lexicographically small string as you can. And to do that, you have one type of operation that you can perform any number of times. You can delete any digits from this string, but at the cost of inserting the next by value digit in the beginning of the string. And if the deleted digit was 9, you also insert 9 in the beginning. So on one hand, that it looks like the operation is not very useful because you don't want to insert larger integers, larger elements to the beginning of the string, because it just makes your string larger lexicographically most of the time.
Thing that you insert into the end, at least looking at the first sample and the node for it, like you delete 8 and insert 9 at the end of the notation.
Oh, sorry, you don't insert in the beginning, as you can choose where to insert. So you choose which digit to delete and where to insert, but when you insert a digit which value is larger than what you deleted. So,
for example, you can just move all the 9s to the end of the string by reinserting them.
yes, I believe you have to remove like everything before the first minimum, but that does not mean that you insert them like at the very end. Most likely you have to find like the records, so the smallest digit, the second smallest after the smallest, and insert whenever you delete x and insert x plus 1, you just insert it at the first suitable position, so to say. So I think it's a quite complicated problem, actually, especially given that the length of the string is 2 times 10 to the power of 5.
The participants today sometimes are quite impressive at solving fast, even
Or like always.
non-trivial. Yeah, always. That's true.
Yep, we see, I think, some confusion among the participants because, yeah, there is some code on the right, but it's basically a boilerplate code to read the input, and there is no logic for now. Oh, now the logic appeared. And we have a submission. That was quick. We don't see the editor of the...
Where is it?
On the left,
Where
right?
is it? Let's go.
And it's accepted.
Well, this explains why I was not able to cut the screen to fit it.
So it seems, unfortunately, we won't be
No.
We
We'll try and do something when it
I
appears.
think it also appears sometimes in the right side of the screen they have.
Let's go, problem C.
Yep, problem C. Oleg, did you have time to read through the problem?
No, not yet. And it have a picture in it.
There's a picture, but it's not a geometry problem this time, definitely.
Lucky us.
You never know until you read the statement.
Yes, some geometry problems are without a picture. So why is someone using Python? Well, it turns out that you can code in Python a little bit faster than in C++ if that does not ruin the speed of your code. And for most easy problems, let's say up to C or even D in the Blitz notches, Python is most of the time fast enough. And if it's not fast enough, then you can probably recognize that by reading the problem and switch to C++ if you have to.
Let's go. I found the source code. It's just incredibly short.
That's great.
Here it goes.
Yeah, we have the source code now. Is it like a tiny window on the very large screen share that you get?
It is just a side-by-side kind of setup where you have full screen browser, but your VS Code is just like maybe 1/3 of your whole screen.
Well, if you write a vertical code instead of horizontal, then that's enough.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe if you just have a wide enough screen, so 1/3 is a lot.
Programming competitions on a cell phone when...
But yeah, I think it's quite helpful to have some kind of a split screen here for the Blitz.
No, stop moving that. I'm sorry.
He's hiding the code from us.
Yep, good try.
White team on the VS Code. Yeah, that's quite unusual, I would say. But also, chat, what do you think? Is the white code better? White team better on any editor? For me personally, I just use the team that is default by whatever application I use, because I don't care. But in this case, we have like a direct competition between white and light and dark teams.
Yeah, we need a poll for that one. Okay, let me start a poll. Dark, dark, side, light side. Here we go. Okay, important votes.
Looking at the problem so far, I doubt that the participant would be able to solve all G of them in time.
This round feel a little more intense.
Getting a submission on C, I believe. Yes.
So the problem goes as we have a huge array of size 10 and power of 18, which is split into pages, each page of size k, which also don't have any special limitations. And we have up to 100,000 special items, which IDs are given. And what goes on is we choose a first page on which there is at least one special item, and then we like delete all the special items on this page and move everything towards the beginning. So on this page, all the empty positions got occupied by elements to the right of it, and also some elements from the next page might go to the current page. And the question is, how many operations will be done until this process stabilizes, which means that all the special elements will be removed.
And even though the competition seems incredibly tight with our contestants, like just basically submitting at the same moment of time, so far all 3 problems went to the side of Fico as well. With a few time limit exceeded sprinkled on top of that, which is fun. Oh. And here we go with a problem D.
So they're already writing some code here.
Can you explain us the problem, or at least the topic of the problem?
Me?
Sum segments. Yes, sounds like a data structure problem. No.
I only read the first paragraph so far, which tells that almost all of the elements are either 1 or -1, except for the one which is arbitrary.
So
And
we are given an array of ones and -1 and one other element, and we have to find all possible subsegment sums in this array. So if they don't include the element that is not minus or +1, then the subsegments are, well, the sums are pretty easy to find because all of the intermediate sums are accessible. Like it would be between 1 and some number, or minus like some negative number and some positive number. And then for the element that is extra, we can just enumerate all the subsegments. No, we cannot. Again, on the left on this element, we can choose a segment of sums. And on the right, we can choose a segment, an interval of sums, and we just merge them.
yeah, so it probably just split by this element, so on the left, on the right, and when it includes the special element. So for me, it looks easier compared to the previous problem. It's more straightforward, but let's see what for our participants that we have. The previous problem was simple enough. So what we can see in the code now.
Yeah, so far we have amazing performance so both matches that have been completed were completed in under 30 minutes, I believe, or so, which is quite unusual. And for this one, they're doing pretty well. So there is 25 minutes to go for 4 problems. And
so actually, about the naming of the methods here, both participants have solve. Okay, one participant has solve1 and solve2, and another one has calc1 and calc2, which is quite a difference.
yeah, I guess it tells you a little bit more that you are actually calculating something instead of just solving the problem. Yeah, now I can't see the end of the chat because the poll actually hides the chat away from me. That's weird on YouTube.
Also, we're going to have a submission right now from Fecal. And submission from, it's accepted from Baozi. Oh, from both of the participants. And who is the first? The Fecal seems to be a little bit faster, just 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think we can check how far away they were. So that was like 5-second difference.
Yeah, but Fecal, so he has 4 problems advantage now. But it can be all overturned in the next 2 problems.
Yeah, that's still not enough to win the match. And a little bit of other statistics. So Basil submitted in Python and the code ran in 420 milliseconds, while his competitor submitted in C++, obviously, and it's 300 milliseconds. So for this problem, definitely Python is simply 1/3, so 30% slower, maybe 40. So not a lot. Usually in most problems we have like a 2x, 2 times allowance for the solutions to be slower than the main correct solution, or at least 2 times difference. So the time limit is twice larger than the speed of the adequately written correct solution. So there is no problem in submitting in Python.
But it should be hard for Basil now mentally, because he had a submission 5 seconds before accepted by Fickle, but it was runtime on the first test, and he was able to fix it in just 10 seconds, which is impressive, but it was not enough.
That was not enough. Yes, and the fix was if n equal to 0, return 0, 0. So apparently it was an edge case for n equal to 0 that didn't work. And that costed a whole problem for Basil.
But actually, probably it doesn't change much in terms of contest at all, at least if it will end up on problem F. He still would need both E and F, I guess.
Could be.
It's different if they would be able to approach G as well, and it definitely quite discouraging to have 0 after 4 problems. But it's not the end.
Yeah, there is some pressure going on with losing 0 to 15. You have to risk more, I think, to try to snitch the problems for your competitor, especially given that you can actually check that you were only like 5 seconds late on the previous problem. It makes more sense to risk a little bit more.
And here we have some palindromes, which is amazing.
Yes. So what is the problem about?
You need to convert a string into a palindrome, and by doing something to a substring of the minimal length you choose. And what can you do is still for me to figure out. You can shuffle any substring. Okay. Sounds interesting. So you have to choose a substring of the minimal length that you will shuffle to get a palindrome of the whole string. So like a simple part that you have some prefix and suffix that is already good, and then you have do something in the middle, which will definitely affect the first or the last character of. Oh, and probably you can do the binary search. You either try to fix the prefix of the window or suffix of the window, and you just binary search for both of the options. And when you have some segment where you can shuffle everything arbitrary and you have some fixed positions, you just need to check that the fixed positions that are in pairs, that they match already. And for the free elements, that you have the same multiset in what's available to you. Or actually,
yeah, maybe it's enough to check the multiset in the beginning, right? And then it will also always match.
If you don't, if your window of what you shuffle doesn't include the middle, you have to check that in the middle. It's all good.
Yeah. I mean, of course, we need to check that all the letters that have pairs already are matched. But for all the others, we can always rearrange them if the total balance matches.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's a nice observation.
I wonder if you can greedily go from the sides first and also go from the center first. Probably not. Yeah, because if you have a small palindrome in the center, but all the sides have to be like mixed together, then we have to take the center as well. Yeah, so it's quite unusual to have some string problem as well. Maybe even less common than problems where coordinates appear. And now we have binary search on the code on the right. That's been there for...
Yeah, and he's even testing on the samples. At least he has some expected, like the samples loaded to...
Yeah. And the code on the left also has... No, it doesn't have a binary search. At least I don't see it currently. And we have some comments
from L and R, which probably
comes from a binary search. That's true.
but not sure, because in the bool C function, he has just some loop that calls check for like increasing.
Oh, there is a binary search. There is a binary search later. Maybe it's just some quadratic solution that will be counted out. I don't know.
In the solve, yeah, around line 50 or so.
But it's also interesting to see some comments in the code. Like, so I understand the comment about writing down the exact position of start and end of the string, because with all this plus or minus 1 dividing by 2, it's quite easy to get lost, and it helps a lot when you have a comment somewhere what's actually happening, which indices are important. But for example, the code about the code being the same, I mean, it's maybe it helps to fix a bug if there is a bug in one place and you know that there is another place which has the same code. But otherwise, it seems in this Blitz competition it's just a waste of time to add such a comment. So it seems, yes, it seems we have some delay on this problem, I would say. For how long is it open already? For quite a few minutes, I think, right? Oh, we have submission. We have submission. And it's wrong answer. Let me try to open the oh, it's a big test that fails. Rather big, with 10,000 test cases. And on the 14th of it, the solution gives the wrong answer. Which is unfortunate.
Well, it's always easy to mix up with indices and the problems like this when you have the palindromes and some segments.
Yes, that's true. So we have a second submission which also gets the same verdict. And there was some +1 added in one place, which didn't change the output on that particular case. But it seems in this case, Python is winning at least at the rate of submissions.
We do not quite see that on live stream, but actually, Bauji is currently like typing tests in his IDE. There is this interface to add tests, run it against the solution, etc. And this is what he's been doing for a little while now, and now going back to editing some code and stuff.
Yeah, there are quite a few extensions that you can use to test your code faster. Basically, I think for all the IDEs that support extensions, you can find something. Some of them are lighter, like this, where you just type in the tests yourself and mark them as correct or not. Some of them are support. Some of them support like downloading the examples from Codeforce, but this time it didn't help because we have compilation error and we have accepted.
Yay! Let's go.
I wonder what the fix was. I can quickly check that.
And it looked to me like Fickel was very close to start submitting his code as well, but it took him a while to write it, and
Yeah. So in
also was
Bauzio's
much
code,
more expensive.
basically a new case appeared, like 2 lines. If some condition is true, then
Yeah, some
continue the
continue.
loop, which was vital. I wonder what was the problem with the compilation error now. Oh, there was a semicolon instead of a colon.
Oh no.
So I guess C++ got into play there.
Oh no, that's heartbreaking.
But it didn't change the result, so
And
Yeah,
here
this
we
time
go for problem
it
F.
didn't change the result, unlike the previous problem.
Mm-hmm.
But now the competition getting quite close.
Now it's real. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Like
it's hard to believe that they would be able to solve both F and G. So it's a decisive
this
problem
looks
here.
like the decider, absolutely. And this problem statement is ridiculously short. It was longest implementation of the day by far. Yes, I agree. We'll try and look into more detail as we are done with the day and get some sleep probably. But it feels like the more complex problem of today so far. I don't think
So
problem
what's problem
G
F?
is happening for this round now. Just like it's not gonna happen. Even if F is really fast, there would be not enough time for G.
I mean, maybe
So-
we'll have a chance to look at the statement, but probably not to see some submissions.
In problem F, we have an array of integers which we want to split into segments, and we want to minimize the number of segments, but it should satisfy two conditions. That first, each segment contains at least L numbers, and second, the difference between the maximum and minimum in each segment is at most S. So it's -1 when it's impossible.
And we need to minimize the number of segments, right?
Yeah, we need to minimize the
Yes.
number of segments. Actually, like the forces marks that I have accepted for this problem, but don't remember it.
How long ago was this problem given?
No idea.
I mean, if your submission is from 2017,
Oh,
then it's
my
probably been a
submission.
while.
Ah. I guess it doesn't show, like it's not that easy to. I need to
it's-
Google the problem.
No, you
true.
don't have to. You can go to the problem from the general page. So it's educational round 174, which happened. Well, this is a little bit trickier. Which happened 12 months ago.
So
It's a
very
fairly new
recent,
problem.
very recent. Nice. Lucky us
And
that
it was
these contestants did not solve the educational round, because one of the challenges that we have is that there are just not enough problems for contestants. Like, hi Maspi, we are amazed by your incredible effort of solving all problems, but also how would you blitz?
Yes. So yeah, the problems are selected automatically, and they take into account all the contests, either official or mashups, where the participants took part in on Codeforces. And so the problems that they saw are excluded. Of course, that leaves some space, like, for example, if a friend would tell you a problem that they solved in the contest and you would discuss, you would know the problem. But I mean,
Also,
that's
we have
fine.
some dynamic optimization here.
Mm.
In BAO-Z code, it looks like divide and conquer.
Yeah, I think so the quadratic solution is pretty obvious, right? You can have a DP, and then for each starting position, you can check whether you can take the next segment. And now it's only either some greedy that will help you to optimize this DP, or just some straightforward DP optimization.
And Fickle, it looks like he has something different. He has some sets, and that's interesting.
I guess you can also do like straightforward DP, but with data structures, because when you have a fixed left border, you can transition to a segment, right? Because you know that your length should be at least this number, but then you can kind of binary search or go down the tree. Probably binary search is easier to code to determine the rightmost end of the segment. And then you transition to that segment via some segment tree, for example.
Yeah, so segment tree would definitely be enough, but
probably set is enough. Like
you probably don't want to use segment tree here because it takes a few minutes to write.
Well, we already have the segment tree on the right? So yeah, that's definitely segment tree.
Kind of missed this part.
So I think what you thought was DP optimization, divide and conquer, was actually segment tree.
Ah, it's a segment tree. Oh, okay.
Because in principle, it's very similar code, right? So,
yeah.
But in principle, heap is enough to support the DP because it's just out of all the updates on the segment that cover the point. So updates are on the segment that cover this point. We have to take the smallest one, and it's a classic heap problem. The only difficulty is that now I think even finding the segment where to transition to is a little bit more difficult. You have, I think the easiest to implement for me would be to do the binary search and have a like sparse table to find the smallest and largest element and check. But of course, you can also do like segment tree, go down the segment tree and find. So I have a wrong answer from our participant on the left. Wrong answer on test 1, printing 0 instead of 3. And this code doesn't have any complicated data structure, only a multiset, or let's put it a couple of multisets. And I believe this is because to solve the first part, to find where you transition or which segments are valid or which are not, you can actually also solve this with a multiset and 2 pointers. Right, so for each left border, you determine the right border, the rightmost border, and then you shift the left border by 1 and try to move the right border as far as you can. So
yeah, for me, it's already like too many problems. It's just filled in my brain. It's started hard to think.
Yeah, okay. I think I think the easiest to code solution will be to actually have 2 passes. Well, actually, you can do a single pass with 2 sets. One set for the DP updates, where you just select the smallest element and add a segment there. So to add the segment, you have to add like an insert operation in the beginning of the segment and the erase operation at the end of the segment. And then another set to maintain the elements themselves and to keep the rightmost border of a valid segment. However, this seems to be not that easy to implement, and we only have 1 minute and 40 seconds in this match. So unless BAO-Z can submit in this 1.5 minutes.
It looks like he has a solution, but probably wrong on
And-
the samples. He keeps testing it.
And we have another submission from Fikle. And it's running, and it's wrong answer test 6.
So it's some
that's-
seg fault for
That's
Bowsy.
unusual. Participants' output is 2, jury's answer is -1 on that particular test case. That's very interesting. So we will have a submission from Basil. With 30 seconds to spare.
Probably not.
Why they
This is
have
so
the same
stressful.
function to calculate the length?
This is so
Well,
stressful.
why
This
not?
is so nervous.
'Cause he has some infs.
You know how when
filmed.
you submit in the last minute and then that's how you like win the whole contest? I have a reaction video about this, and I do not think any of those last minute submissions actually went through. This is amazing. Let's switch into our wonderful interview mode while we'll be waiting for our contestants to join us on Zoom. Hello, everyone. How's life? Please send us your question ideas. We have not gotten many of them so far, and I'm really interested in making sure to give more opportunities to our chat to talk with our contestants. What do you want to know about them? Like, also, among a number of our contestants, we certainly have contestants that are like a little more familiar to the community, appear on the live broadcasts and commentaries a lot, or stream themselves. But I do not think that this matchup actually is all that too familiar to our viewers. So maybe you have any kind of like fun questions for them, want to know more about them. You might have noticed that for one of our contestants, the folder where the solutions were stored was called like CPKU. So for some...
One thing, Lydia, sorry for
please
interrupting you, but like I opened the YouTube page now and it shows Tourist Against Cirques preview.
What YouTube page? No, you just don't know that there is a button. Okay, dear friends, let me make a teaching moment out of that. Let's go. On YouTube, there is this wonderful button at the bottom that tells you go to live stream, and this actually jumps you all the way to where we are right now. Imagine time travel completely legal.
It just looked to me that the comments are quite up to date.
Yeah,
so I expected the video to be...
I hope that the comments will roast you a little bit for not knowing how to use YouTube at all. Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't see that one coming. It's also like properly 3:47 a.m. for me. So if I'm laughing uncontrollably over something not really that funny, please forgive me.
You're doing great.
Yes. That's the whole point. Hello. How do you feel?
Hello.
Can you have a webcam? If you close the grabber, it will allow you to reuse the webcam here as well.
Okay.
Yay! You look fantastic. Actually, let me replace myself with someone our chat actually wants to see. Hi, welcome to the live stream. How are you feeling today? How was the match for you? Do you have any like fitness tracking system? What is your heart rate? Because it's been such a tense matchup as well today.
I mean, at the beginning it was quite tense, but after around problem C or D, my heart rate just decreased. Because he solved all three problems, then I feel it's okay. Losing is okay. But then I saw problem E and F was a segment tree problem. I thought, oh, there might be a chance, but in the end, my F has segment tree keep having bugs.
An incredibly close matchup overall. Did you expect it to be that close? Like, do you know each other well? Like, how familiar are you? Have you ever done a contest against each other?
Nope.
No.
Because I'm sure that our spectators also are dying to know more about you. And it is amazing how close of a round it was. I think that so far for today's round, the most exciting one for me. Thank you so much. It is absolutely amazing. Can you please tell us a little bit more about yourself? Let's start with, is it actually fecal or is it actually what? Fecal.
It's
Excellent.
because the L is like another username already present on Codeforces, so I used I.
Cool. Yes, as a person whose first name has both L and I, I'm very familiar with the confusion with those two characters, and I'm happy that I'm not the only one seeing that. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? What do you do? What's your competitive programming history? How is life?
I'm currently a student at like Peking University in China, and I'm a third-year undergraduate. Yeah, and I started competitive programming when I was in middle school. Yeah, and I participated in the China's national like Olympiad in competitive programming, and like yeah, and so after that, competitive programming has become one of my hobbies. Yeah.
So it's like a 10 year of experience for you, or
Yeah,
so.
about 10 years, right?
Wonderful.
Baoji, what
So
about you?
I'm studying at National University of Singapore. I'm currently a year 2 student. I don't have that much experience in competitive programming. I only started programming around 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's quite impressive progress, achievements so far. And how do you feel
Thank you.
about problem D, about being late by 5 seconds? Well, having another 5 minutes, 10 seconds before that.
When I saw problem D, I solved it in like less than 10 seconds. I thought it's a definite a win, but I think my implementation is a bit longer than necessary, and I forgot the if n equals to 0.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate edit. I mean, you fixed that pretty fast, but that was not enough because your opponent
Yes,
just submitted in between.
If I could have fixed it 5 seconds earlier, it would have been different.
Yeah, yeah. And actually, I believe the last problem, the problem F, was not a segment 3 problem. I mean,
Or
you
maybe
can
I
solve it
misread
with
it.
a segment 3. No, you can solve it, but then the implementation is so long. But
I don't know.
but 2 sets should be enough, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to implement the 2 sets, but I keep getting like mistakes on the boundaries, and yeah, it's hard to debug.
Yeah, it's a tricky problem. Can you guess how long ago was this problem given on a Codeforce round?
At least 10 years ago, I would guess.
Interesting. What's your opinion?
I think maybe 12, 13 years ago.
Well, you are both wrong because it's just 12 months ago on an educational round, though.
Oh.
Wasn't it about problem E?
Oh, wait.
Not F?
That could be. Let me check.
out.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
that's
Find
the
random, right?
difference between 10 years of experience and 2 years of experience is you actually know how to read from file and write to file. And so when next generation opens a problem and it accidentally says, and at Blitz it happened a few times, and then the problem says read from input.txt, all the younger kids are like, that's absolutely impossible. I really enjoy reading those kinds of messages in our Discord chat. It is a lot of fun.
Oh, I
Yeah.
have to say problem F was 11 years ago.
Yay.
You were right.
That's impressive, like precision from the contestants.
Nice. They know their history.
Yep. Yep, I mean, the problem has a feeling of being a little bit standard, but also maybe not too easy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
So, yeah,
I think
Oleg?
that in this round, the like problems E and F, maybe some of the problems before, were quite tricky for the Blitz because you work with segments and like the palindromes even when you, it's a lot of indices and it's easy to mix up, especially when you try to code it as fast as you can.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good match because based on the first two results of the day that we have today, I even was afraid that maybe the problems are too easy because both previous matches finished in under 30 minutes because they ran out of problems, and that's not the case for you. Did you watch any of the previous matches on the stream? How do you, if so, do you think the problems here were harder, or it's just a stress that made you solve them a little bit slower?
I think I just spent most of the time dealing with off by one errors. Yeah, it's not necessarily harder or easier. I feel it's around the same.
Well, I think like compared with my previous warm-ups, I think this round has more like implementation. Yeah, more places where the implementation is tricky, or yeah, it's easier to make like off by one mistakes in these problems.
Do you like implementation problems, or do you hate them? Do you like math more?
No, I hate implementation problems, I think.
We have a few questions from the chat. One of them being, how do you choose which language to use? How do you choose which IDE to use? So if for some problems you would choose Python, for other C++, what makes you change a language, if anything?
I will because I'm comfortable with multiple languages, so I will just choose the one I feel the most suitable for the problem. Like for earlier problems, if the time limit is not that tight and it focuses more on implementation, Python usually has less code. But if the problem involves data structures or graphs or stuff, Python might get TLE, and yeah, that's why I switched to C++.
So do you check the time limit for each problem when you read the problem? Because for me, for example, when I read the problem, I usually just assume that the time limit is like 1 or 2 seconds and only check if it's really necessary.
No, like higher rated problems tend to have tighter time limits. So if it's like E or F, I will tend to choose C++ instead of Python.
Yeah, that's what I imagine.
Yep. Also, someone in the chat says, please ask Bauji, will he give today's lead code be weekly contest? Are you involved
yes,
with
I
the
will be
preparation of, with the problem setting? Do you problem set?
You mean lead code problems?
Yeah.
No, I don't set lead code weekly problems.
Have
But
any of you been problem setting at all?
I recently set a D1+2 with my friends.
Nice. Well done. Very well done.
Yeah, that was a nice round, I think.
We will be slowly moving to the next round. You're very welcome to stay with us. Speaking of the next round, I think it's a good idea to look at the event bracket so far. So we have identified one match of today that we have already identified one match of the tomorrow's schedule, which will be Tourist versus Armless, the first round of tomorrow. And we see that Fika will face off with the winner of the last match of today, Eknerwala versus Markov. Do you have any preference to who you want to face in the next round? So the two options that you have are Eknerwala or Markov.
I think I would choose Eknerwala because like he has always been, I think, a very good competitive programmer and a very famous one. Yeah.
Nice. Brave choice. In about 5-6 minutes from now, we'll go into the matchup of Omnic versus Dominator. And this is a matchup that I think everyone in the chat is very excited to see. Both of the contestants have so many fans, such a loyal community rooting for them. So I am excited. I think it will be a lot of fun. If you want to look up our other upcoming matches, so we'll do the Omnic versus Dominator right now, again, starting in 5 minutes, and then a 40 minutes round. Then we'll follow that up with K-Sun versus Aragorn, another NUS own contestant here. After that, Turmox versus 244 HQ, Geothermal versus Amusafar, and the last round of the day, Eknerwala versus Makrov to identify our opponent here. Our contestants are actually already in the waiting room, so I'll instruct them to close the live stream if they're watching, and let's chat a little bit about both of them. First of all, Omnic, definitely an ICBC World Champion, absolutely legendary Codeforces contestant overall. So many fantastic competitions under his belt, very actively live streaming. If you are not subscribed to Omnic's YouTube channel, you absolutely should. You are also, you will also see that he is an avid fan of logic puzzles and all kinds of other intellectual competitions. So there's plenty of content on the internet for you to follow him. And his opponent is the first ever LGM from India, Dominator 069, huge following, true trailblazer for one of the largest competitive programming communities in the world. Such a bright student, I think. Like, there is absolutely not enough words to say how like hardworking he is. He participated in the World Finals in 2024. He went to IOI in 2023, and clearly has amazing competitive programming career ahead of him. So I wish all the best of luck to both of the contestants. I think they're absolutely amazing. But the best part of it is they are both such a huge like media icons, because I love storytelling. I think that storytelling in competitive programming is important, and both of those contestants have such a huge loyal following that it is absolutely perfect. Last year, I manually set up a Tourist versus Conqueror of Tourist matchup because I was in charge of building the bracket. And this year, the bracket is actually honestly seeded based on the current Codeforces rating. And you see, honest seeding actually brings us the joys and the wonders that is this incredible matchup. I will not be commentating this match solo. Oh, let me actually also bring in another host for us. Hold up. I know there is a wonderful person in the waiting room of our Zoom call.
Yep. We will have...
And we are now joined by Jonathan Irwin-Gunawan. Hi, Jonathan. Amazing that you've joined us. Thank you so, so much. We have just jumped into the last minute remaining before the start of Omnic versus Dominator round. Like, I'm just hyped. Life is good.
They must have waited, or one of the most waited matches for today. Hello, Jonathan.
Yeah. Our chat is like absolutely, this is the match of the day. Tourists, Ormlisses, whatever.
So it start in half a minute. Okay.
Yep. 24 something seconds. Yeah, if Omnic famously listens to music when he does programming contests, and the music is good. You should watch his live streams.
Music is very energetic.
Oh yeah. A lot of hype stuff. Can I share what Omnic is listening to now? No, because I'm not sure how is he not getting like copyright strikes on his live streams. Like there is just straight up really good music. But if you are one of the subscribers of Omnic's Telegram channel, then you would absolutely know that he has shared his playlists at some point. Oh, speaking of Omnic's YouTube channel, well, we still have a few more seconds of our wonderful contestants coding. Let me distract you with this. Look at this. Isn't it lovely? That's the peak
There is
performance.
a whole team on the left.
Yep. In the meantime, do we already have a submission? We almost have a submission.
Yeah, this is a one-liner problem. The solution can be one line, just some maths of like do some ceiling of A divided by B times A, something like that. So yeah, I expect very fast submission.
Like I literally blinked because I didn't even have enough time to open the problem statement or anything. Problem statement exists, look. But it doesn't help.
Well, it doesn't help our participants for sure. Because it's still not accepted, right? But we have a few submissions and we don't have a feed from Dominators.
Yeah, I'll keep working on that while you will be entertained by our wonderful hosts. Oh, here, I got you. Nice.
So we have quite a few submissions from both contestants, and yeah, Omnic has solved it.
Omnic solved it. Yep.
The 3 incorrect submissions in the first place, and then...
Yay. At least my camera work is now back, so we'll be able to see more of a source code in a second. To the opposite of many other contestants, Omnic is actually using his whole screen to write code, if it makes sense. Like every single part of the screen is carefully used. So we would only be looking at the source code, but definitely keep in mind that there is a lot going on behind the screen as well.
Yep, I think he also uses an extension to test the sample test case quickly. Although, as we see from problem A, I believe he didn't even compile. And I think it's, yeah, as we discussed before, it's a pretty valid strategy to just submit.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you can see, the timings of the submissions were pretty close. Dominator submitted once, and Omnic submitted 4 times at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have problem B. Jonathan, do you have time to look through this problem?
Yeah, so this problem is a standard binary search problem where you want to find a number in a sorted array, but you can actually just solve it not without binary search because the numbers are small, so you can pre-compute each number, like the numbers can be only between 1 to 10 power 6, so you can like just pre-compute, and there are like multiple queries, and then you want to find, and for each given query you want to find the smallest index that is larger than that number or something like that. But yeah, you can just pre-compute it in an array because the numbers are small. So yeah, we'll probably see two possible solutions here. We'll see whether they are using binary search. So Umnik seems to be using binary search there with the lower bound function. And he's submitting.
Yep. That's interesting to compare how long it takes for the participants to submit, and it's accepted from Omnic.
It's more amusing how long it takes for contestants to actually read the problem.
We can see that Dominator actually tries to code the binary search themselves with low and high variable, which yeah, obviously takes more time than lower bound function. Did he realize that the problem is solved? He's trying to submit now. Okay.
I think the connection to Codeforce is kind of slow.
Connection issues, yeah. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost Dominator stream or something.
Yep, we'll try working on that one.
Yeah, but anyway, now we have problem C.
Yeah, so problem C, the problem statement is very simple. It's asking whether you can make an integer x by summing those numbers. And each number can be used multiple times. So this is actually not as straightforward. Yeah, because yeah, like obviously, yeah, number one you can't use number one, otherwise it's obvious that all queries are yes. But yeah, because you can't use one, it's actually not as straightforward.
Well, if the integer is larger than 11 times 111, then you definitely can try just using these two, right?
Yeah, so yeah,
otherwise
that's
you can just loop through.
Yeah,
loop through the numbers. And we have a huge loop of 100,000 iterations by Dominator. Yeah, he's using an IDE, an online IDE for some reason, which I think typically are quite slow.
Yeah, Omnic found a non-loop solution there, which yeah, it's quite fast to code. It's yeah, there's a one-liner solution for this problem as well, but it requires some bit of observation. So yeah, he solved the problem faster again, Omnic. Currently, what is the score now? 9-0. Okay.
Actually, Dominator was only 1 second too late.
Oof.
Because he's also got accepted.
Oh no, that should hurt. But I hope that he saw that. Like, this is such a close margin. So he's now like anxiously refreshing the page, understanding now that like every second counts as not a metaphor. This is like literally the name of the game.
Yeah. But his solution was more of a type that I said, that's loop how many times to take 11 and then find out if 111 divides the remainder.
Okay, this problem is an interesting one. So first of all, it requires you to read and write to a file. So hopefully both our contestants know how to do that. And then yeah, so basically like I can try to summarize the problem. Basically, like it's on a editor file kind of thing where like there's a cursor and you want to go from R1 C1 to R2 C2, but as like just like any text editor, if you presses down and the next line has less number of characters, like it will just go to the last character of that line, right? So yeah, basically you can do up, down, right, left, and the question is like the minimum number of key presses to go from R1 C1 to R2 C2. Yeah. So it's not just Manhattan distance, because like even in the same line, you can go to the left faster by like maybe go to other lines that are much shorter, right? So it's not as straightforward. You can do BFS. BFS is the obvious solution here because like the number of lines is 100 and number of columns is 10 to the power 5. But like there are actually some greedy solutions that you can code faster than having a BFS, because BFS will take some number of lines. But then the greedy observation might not be as straightforward, because again, like you might actually need to go to like some lines that are shorter to go to the like start of the line faster. So yeah, we'll see which approach they are taking. Okay, so Dominator there, we can see he's writing a queue, which suggests a BFS solution.
What is a greedy observation again?
Like you can go to like some, like basically you can loop which lines you want to go to as an intermediate, because like you might go to like a shorter lines to go to the left faster, right? So
yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
then
it's
still
not as, sorry, go ahead.
to compute the actual distance, it's not that straightforward, even with this observation rate.
Yeah, that's right. But the code should be much shorter than doing BFS.
More or less straightforward, I think, because from like R1 to R2, you need like minimum length of the row. Nothing else matters. But okay, difference between R2 and R1, and also you either can go up from R1 or whatever is high of them, or below from another, and you can just iterate over the row where you go. You can consider that you will trim by its length. If there is something bigger, it doesn't actually matter because you will find a better answer in between. And then you have just a few numbers from which you can construct your answer.
Yeah, so we can see Umnik there tries to iterate between R1 and R2, but I think we can actually go to lines outside of R1 and R2 if we want to go to like a much shorter line. So I'm not sure whether that's correct. Yeah, Umnik is submitting. We'll see what he gets.
And
Dominator is
submitted,
actually
but
submitting.
Got wrong answer 1.
Okay.
And oh my god, not again.
And Dominic has wrong answer test 3.
It's still a sample.
She's still, yes, present in the statement.
Yeah, it's exactly the case when you have to go to the line 2 just to get from the 10th column to the first one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Dominator's solution is pure breadth research, right?
It looks like it, yeah.
And it just fails on test 1 for some reason. Exit code is free, whatever that means.
Okay, Dominator solved it.
Dominator.
Let's
Yep.
go.
Oh, that's very interesting now.
Drama. That's what we're
in the game. So 9-6.
Yeah, it's again pretty tight. I would say I don't think that Umnik needed a lot of code. The question is whether he notices that the problem has been solved. So the difference on the Dominator code was to actually implement the logic that if we go further, like step out of the end of the line, that we move to the end of the line, which was missing initially.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how that brought him the runtime error, but apparently that was incorrect. And that was enough to bring the runtime error.
And here we are with
So
the
yeah,
next
problem
problem.
E is now open, and Umnik is still doing problem D, and he, yeah, okay, yeah, he might
That's
not realize
unfortunate.
that the problem is solved. Yeah. Yeah, he's still trying to submit. And he actually submitted on problem E.
Oops.
Okay, now he's figured out.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
not a lot of time lost, right?
But now that adds pressure to the Dominator because Umnik has already submitted.
No way. No way. No. It's absolutely impossible. You would never think that it was a valid submission. Way too fast. For a
You
problem
probably will
way
just
too
but-
long.
see -1, but wouldn't check the time when it was submitted. Because
Yeah, maybe.
why would you spend time on that? Jonathan, do you know what the problem E is about?
Yeah, I can summarize this one. So basically, you're given n segments, and you want to remove as many segments, minimize the segments that you remove. So like you left with as many segments as possible, so that one of the segment intersects with all the other ones. So one of the remaining segments intersects with all of the other remaining segments here. So for this one, you can just for each segment, you count how many other segment it touches, and then just choose the one that touches as many segments as possible. But then because n is 200,000, you can't do n squared. So like you need some data structures to count how many segments does each segment intersects with. But yeah, that's the main
that's
idea.
pretty easy, right? You can simply loop over, let's say, the left end of the segment and count how many segments have already ended by that time. And the same for the right side, and sum this up. This would be the number of segments that our current segment does not intersect. And then you subtract that from n-1 to find the answer, right? So again, we've seen, I think, a similar problem earlier, that basically you have to push all the left and right ends of the segments into one array, sort it as a whole array, and then do some sweep line. Instead of that sweeping line, it's basically sweeping point, because we don't have the second dimension.
Is Dominator trying to code a Fenwick tree there? Is there a struct fen w means Fenwick tree?
Yeah, that's most likely. Oh, there is a init function which is absolutely not necessary if it's a global variable. Or if it's a vector. I mean, you can resize the vector with zeros, for example, if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the good thing is that, well, I'm not sure if he's using online EDE. That probably one of the disadvantages that it has, it won't highlight you like syntax mistakes, and it won't, let's say, autocorrect typos that you make. So the cycle of making like a stupid typo and fixing it is much longer than in the full-scale EDs.
Well, do you want to know the answer to this? Don't make mistakes. That's it. You know, just type.
Of course, yes.
Type the right code, which like Dominator almost brilliantly did for the 6-pointer. One of our other contestants from previous round, Eric Lea, thank you so much, is joining us in chat and said he thinks that runtime error was actually because Dominator was using in.txt and out.txt instead of input.txt and output.txt.
Oof.
Again, I am just the tiniest bit too lazy to go and actually check that, but if so, absolutely wild. Still got the problem. And I'm pretty sure Dominator has also like reconnected, so he spent a few seconds to like try and work on his connection improvement, which again one of the most hardworking competitive programmers I know. So all the kudos to Dominator here.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
Dominator is submitting.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't notice that, but indeed the file input-output was commented out in the Dominator's runtime error. So it was not only that fix.
The Dominator got compiler error.
Happens to the best of us. and
Yeah, especially in this kind of
2e to 5 plus
contest, yeah.
6, 9. Nice, let's go.
Yep.
Nick
yeah,
submitting.
quite a lot of unnecessary code in Dominator's code, I think, or initializing and stuff like that. That could be written with less characters. Although when you have the habit of writing it in this particular way, maybe it's just easier to type when you already know what to type. So Omnix got wrong answer on that one.
I think submissions are exactly at the same moment.
We have paired submissions. We have, well, let me start by submission.
Accepted form, Nick.
Oh my god.
But Dominator submitted 2 seconds earlier. But it's wrong answer one.
Ah.
Yep.
So close. These
It took a
2
little bit-
second margins are absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Like, you actually need to see this. Let me show you this. So this is the Codeforces round admin interface. So this, 1955, 1957, do you see this? 1942, 1920, 1840. Like this 2 second margin is wild. Oof.
We have 2 problems to go now, and Dominator can still win if he solves both of them,
Both
but
of them.
not in any other circumstances. And we have 20 minutes to go, which is
It's doable.
fine for 2 problems. Yes,
I can see
absolutely.
them. I can see them together finish the round faster than in 40 minutes. Here's the problem for us.
The reverse problem.
Yeah, so in this problem, you're given 2 integers, x and y. In one operation, you can, so you're basically starting with x and you want to know whether you can change it to y. And the operation is you can either add 0 or 1 to the binary, like in the binary form, and then reverse the binary form. So yeah. So first append it with 0 or 1 and then reverse the binary form. And then you get a new number. And then you do that multiple times to get to y. So the problem, the question is whether it's possible to do so. Just a yes or no.
Oh, so basically, we can fix the parity of the number of operations, right? And then we know whether the original number is reversed or not.
Not. The tricky thing is that because if it ends with 0 and then you reverse
Oh, the 0 gets lost.
the 0 get lost. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a little bit more complicated.
But you still have to keep x, like apart from the trailing zeros, always be the substring of y. So it's not many valid states which
Yep.
you need to visit.
That's the solution that I came up with as well. So you can do just a raw DFS, but then at any step you check whether the number or the reverse of that number is a substring of the destination. If it's not, you can return early. And yeah, that shouldn't give you as many states. That many states.
Yeah, basically, if it is a substring, then it's most certainly possible, right? Although there could be tricky cases.
Yeah, it's hard to get like zeros on both sides. Somewhat hard. It's not clear. Well, it's always possible now.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
don't know
fully
whether
clear,
there's
yeah.
like an easy way to check. other than DFS.
So maybe the state can be like the substring of the target number plus some integer k, which means how many zeros we have at the end. This gives you a cubic number of states, which is fine.
Yeah, and probably as a
then-
flag if it's reversed or not.
Yeah, of course, yeah, the flag.
Mhm.
Because everything except the trailing zeros must be a substring, right? The trailing
Yeah.
zeros can be removed at some point.
But also it might be like easier actually, like, because trailing zeros you can have them in the beginning, but if you like, you can put one and keep them, but if you don't keep them, they all are removed, and from the reversing you can't get any trailing zeros. So apart from the very beginning, you won't have any trailing zeros actually. It's just impossible to get the new ones.
Yeah, that seems correct.
So both of them have started coding.
And in the beginning,
Okay,
we can just try both operations that we can have and
Yeah.
start with the resulting state. Yeah, that simplifies the deep or the search. We don't even, do we need the DP? I think if I was to implement this, I would do like lazy DP. Just search and memorize the.
Probably,
the
but that
state.
also means that you just like either place like iterate over the first operation, but then the number should be a substring, and before and after the substring should be only ones and no zeros.
Yeah. You can check the correct submission to that problem. The outer solution. Yeah, the outer solution for some reason does a BFS on these states. But that's also fine, I think. No, wait a second. How does it work?
Okay, it seems like Umnik is not using complete search solution. I'm not sure what he's trying to do there.
So the outer solution is very short and does not use any of the ideas that we have. Oh no, there is a function go that, where is it used?
But you can check for the substring just by choosing how many ones and you put in the beginning and into the end to make the code simpler.
So the code does not check that that it is a substring. I think it just tries all the options. Because, well, how many there are? There are to the power of 18 at most. So it's fine to have all of them.
And a
Right.
submit?
So you don't need to do anything. You actually just try all 2 to the power of whatever number of solutions and check if the resulting string is correct.
Umnik got wrong answer in test 2.
Yes, expected no, found yes there.
The expected is no for that one.
Yes.
Okay.
And he has some logic, like without trying all the options or without doing the DP or DFS. So it might as well be a little bit difficult to debug. Oh, now we see some debugging statements appearing in the code.
Mm-hmm.
While Dominator is
writing the check function now.
Yeah, what is the check function? It seems that we are again having some casework, because there's just a single call to check.
Doesn't seem like a complete solution. Yeah.
That's very interesting. That might be that we are not getting F and G in this match.
Yeah, so I guess this is similar to like problem D. Like, wait, was it problem D, the text editor problem, where there is like a more obvious complete search solution and there is another case working solution? Oh, Omnic just solved it. Okay. But I guess in this problem, the complete search solution is less obvious because you have to prune the stage only those that are the substring of the destination. But in this case, actually, the case observation solution works and wins the points.
So now Omnic is definitely winning this round. And yeah, there were not many chances for Dominator because this problem turned out to be a little bit hard. Like they spent 10 minutes for this problem, more or less. Or 10 minutes together with the intermission, so 9 minutes for the problem itself.
But now there's no pressure. They might be just better without pressure to solve
No
G
pressure, just fun.
in no time.
Just fun.
I can try to summarize the next problem as well. So, yeah, basically you are given n strings and m operations. For each operation, you concatenate 2 of the existing string. I think, it can be the same string. It can be one of the new strings as well. So your set of strings, your list of strings will grow more and more. And then the question is for each of the new string. What is the maximum k such that all possible substring of size k appears as the all possible string of size k binary appears as a substring of the new string.
Mm-hmm. That can
the
be
longest k.
Though,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So basically, the main observation is like the answer will be not large. I think it's bounded by 10, even though like the size of the string can be exponential, but also k, if k is high, then also like you need an exponential length of the string as well. So like the value of k won't be that high. I think it's 10. So like, yeah, basically like the solution, something like for each of the string, you keep track like whether you have a substring of each of the to the power of 10. And then for when you concatenate 2 of the new ones, you also just need to check like the last 10 and the first 10. So like for each of the string, you just keep track of the last and the first 10 characters instead of the full string, because the full string can be very long.
Yeah, this observation that you need exponentially long string for k is not very trivial, because it doesn't follow from it is trivial that you want to have an exponentially long string, but we also have exponentially long strings appearing in the problem. Mm-hmm. Why is it not enough for the large k? It's not very clear.
I guess the thing is that, as Jonathan mentioned, that you only have up to 100 new ticks, like new strings of like up to k squared new strings in the concatenation, like in the position of the concatenation.
Yeah, up to k actually.
But you also use all the cases from left side and the right side. yeah, it's not a proof.
Yeah, it's not very clear. It's not very clear, I would say. But probably one can prove that, because how would you otherwise solve the problem?
Oh yeah, we just see Omnic have a cons k equals 15 there. That is a good start, I think.
Yeah,
Although
that is a
armor
good
is
start.
more than needed, but yeah, I think 15 should be, yeah, keeping track of all to the power of k, and also like the last and first k bits of each string should be fast enough as well. So that should be a good conservative number while not making your code much slower.
But actually, might be we were close to a good proof, because if we consider all the strings of length k that appear anywhere in all the set of the strings we have, then with each new string we only get k new options. So it's like m by k strings of length k that appear anywhere. So the k cannot be too much, because we want this m multiplied by k be at least 2 in the power of k.
Yeah, that's a good proof. Actually, what is the shortest string that we can? Is it to the power of k? Is a string of length to the power of k enough to cover all the substrings of
I
length
think
k?
it would be plus k minus 1, because
Yeah, of
you
course,
need,
yeah.
yeah. But isn't this
This is like
grace
some
code?
earlier. No, in Grace codes you change one character, and here you shift all the string to the left and add one more. But I think that's an Euler path problem, right?
Yeah, it should
Right.
be.
Yep.
So for
yeah, because like each node will have two neighbors then, and that
yeah,
proves that like there is an Eulerian cycle. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, very nice problem with a few theoretical insights here. And it also leaves you something to think about. So we see in Omnic's code now we have an item structure which exactly has a head and tail. So presumably the first and last few characters of the string. And then yeah, there is a small, which I would say means that we actually store the whole string so far, and there is no deleted middle, and the HV must be the vector of masks. For each length, we store which masks have appeared. We'll have finished that in 3 minutes.
Some playlist insights, guys. Some playlist insights.
Yeah, Omnic stops coding, it seems like, so.
And he entered the Zoom waiting room. I think it's a good moment to send them a GG message and switch into our short intermission. What a match! What a match! I really enjoyed it. I think we had quite some time to enjoy good drama, and then a very decisive finish to that from Omnic. Well, very well done. Very well done. Congrats. How do I unmute you? There needs to be a button. Ask Omnic to unmute. Hello, hello. Oh, there are two of you. Sorry, that's by accident. Here we go. Let's give everyone a chance to wave to both Jonathan and Omnic. We're well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A very sure showing, a very persuasive one. How did it go for you? Were you absolutely confident throughout the whole time, vibing, feeling good?
No, I don't know if you've seen my reaction to how I submitted my code to problem G to problem E because
Yeah,
it was
this
already
we
open
liked.
for 2
Yeah.
minutes. That was super nice. So like I was pretty sure that I will also be slower on E because like I missed when it opened.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be bad. Like what the score would be like 9 to 14. So like I would need to not let Dom solve any other problems to win. And like I was almost ready to like not even try to solve E.
Drop the keyboard.
Well, not like fully drop, but like just restart myself and focus on solving F and G later. But yeah, I still try to just decided to still try E. Although like it was scary that like while I was writing, I would miss another like accepted from Dom, and that would be very bad.
Yeah, so Dom solved problem B with BFS there, like a more obvious solution because the space search is not large. But yeah, we saw that you're trying to solve it without BFS, which the code can be simpler, but this problem has some tricky observations if you don't do it with BFS. So yeah, I guess that's a trade-off. But yeah, you solved the
Yeah,
other problems faster than him,
yeah.
so GG.
Thanks. Yeah, on problem G, I just messed up. I didn't think that like it can be like when I was reading the problem. Well, first of all, when I opened the problem, I was overwhelmed by the amount of text. That's kind of unusual for Blitz programs. And also amazing that we need to read and write into files.
Yay! Do you feel young? This should make you feel very young.
Why?
Because you're not used to reading and writing from a file. You're young enough to consider that being a very ancient, stupid, mammoth kind of thing.
Well, it is. Well, not I mean, not stupid. Well, in my normal template, so we had to reduce templates to 1 kilobyte, right? So my normal template is maybe like 1.5 kilobyte, and in there I have reopens that are commented.
Nice.
And like I never use them, but they're there. Oh, hi, Dom.
Everyone in the chat, let's give a round of applause to Dominator for an amazing performance. Very well done, very well done. All throughout the bracket, it's been so much fun, and I'm so happy that you joined us. Another thing, I like awkward setups, right? I think awkward is good. You actually sent Jonathan home, beating him 17 to 16 in your...
Yeah, that was really close. Really close match.
in your second round. Then you had 25 to 20 Lena to in your round of 3, and now a great showing in top 16. Is this also your both Omnix and Dom's first Blitz? You didn't participate in last ones?
No, I did not participate in the last one.
Very well done, gentlemen. Very good showing. I'm very happy that you decided to join us this time. Was it fun or was it more nervous?
Yeah, it was fun. Like we had a lot of practice rounds as well. Really enjoyed myself.
So you did practice for these Blitz rounds?
Yeah, like it was more fun than real practice.
I see. So one of the unusual things on your stream is that you were using an online EDE. Why is that?
Yes,
why not some?
I just prefer it. Like I use it for all my competitions, all the competitions that I can, anyways, except for the offline ones like ICBC or IOI.
But is it convenient enough to like run test cases there?
Yeah, it runs fast enough. Like that is one of the main things I hear people say, that they say it's really slow. I don't find it much slow compared to like running it offline, and it is convenient, and now it has become a habit.
Don't you use like what happens if you sometimes think that okay, this code has to be saved for later, but now I start doing something else? Do you
I
just
can
open a new
save it.
tab?
I can save it locally. Like I can also save it. Like you can directly just Control S and it will still save it and ask for a file name. But also you can just make your own file. It's not a big issue.
Okay. That's a very unusual setup, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to know more about the problems. Favorite
What do you think
one,
about the problems?
the most ridiculous one, apart from the statements being long, which we already understand that probably there needs to be an upper limit if we want the problem to be solved quickly.
I thought it was fine. Like for the first two problems, the Codeforces site was not loading properly in the first few problems. Like I thought it was my internet, but like the other sites were loading. I even tried to switch my internet, but it did not change anything. I eventually went to the Codeforces site instead of the Blitz Codeforces site, and apparently that loaded fast for me for some reason. That was my main issue during the round, but I think it was fine in the later problems, like only for A and B. And in C,
yeah.
it was unfortunate. I think I missed it by 1 second. Me and Amnik both submitted, but he submitted it 1 second faster.
Yep.
I had actually
So
seen C
sorry
before.
about that.
No worries. I'd
Well,
actually seen C before.
in my match, like I'm opening both Blitz and just regular Codeforces, and
Yeah.
like in the first two matches, one we have done with Alec here, just warm up, and in my first like official match, I was just frantically switching between balls, and like when trying to submit, like press submit there, it will like try to open in the background for half a minute. Like during that time, you go to the
Yeah.
other side and try to open it there. Yeah, it's insane. I also noticed, I don't think it was a feature before, that like now
The
the
timer is
timer
counting
to
down.
the next problem,
Yeah.
it's counting
Yeah.
down and it's automatically opening the next problem, which is amazing. And it's also incredible that it wasn't in the original implementation. So like I didn't expect it, because like, well, you do warm-ups to understand how the system works, and like, okay, so the system is not that great. So I need to like count the seconds manually and stuff. But now it is working much better, but I wasn't prepared for that. So that
Anyways,
was weird.
congrats. Really well played. Like I
Thank
think
you.
you just outsped me on like every problem except maybe two were close, I guess.
Thanks. G is hard though, like I guess it is
Yeah,
an
I
old
don't know.
problem.
I also don't know
It-
how to solve. Like, maybe you just solve for all, assume that the answer is small and just brute force over it and somehow. But otherwise,
No,
I did not get
I
it.
think I know the solution. Like you can show that the answer cannot be like bigger than 15, because like we have like small number of strings, and if the strings are shorter than 15, it's just bad. Otherwise, like
Yeah,
when you concatenate two, you create at most 15 new strings of length 15. So like you cannot fill all 2 to the power of 15 of them.
yeah,
But you
makes
need
sense.
to write that sync of like each
Yeah,
string
yeah,
should be represented by like which strings it has, and then you need to concatenate them, and like you need to store the first and last 15 symbols to
yeah.
be
That's
able to
what I was trying to
concatenate
do as
it.
well. Like,
It's just way too long to implement for the Blitz. I
definitely.
started
Yes.
writing it, and then no, there is no way I'm finishing it in 5 more minutes.
Yeah. So
I
we
was
were
also, I was
sorry, we
also in
were
the same
seeing
boat.
that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you can.
No, we were seeing that the first line that you code, Umnik, is like const int k equals 15. So like we, the commentators, yeah, you got it. Like, yeah, because before you start coding, we already figured out the solution. We already like discussed the solution. And then you code const int k equals 15 and then have like left, right in a struct. So like, yeah, the solution revolves like keeping only the last and first k characters of each string. So yeah, you figure out, but yeah, 10 minutes was not enough. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Like I figured out like it's doing something like that, but also it's just not possible to implement in time.
Nice. Let's
help us.
yeah, absolutely. let's look at the bracket. I think the bracket is fun. We've had another round. We now identified another round of 8 contestant who is Umnik. You will be facing off with the winner of the Geothermals versus Amusafar. Do you have any preference? Do you have any expectations? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I would prefer them to win because, like, now I will have to live in the middle of our UCAP window to do this match. Well, I know that Geothermal is very fast, but he has not like participated in a year regularly, so maybe he's not that good now. And also, I have played a match against him. Like we did a showcase on Kotchev like several years ago, and it was kind of expected that he will destroy me because he's so fast, but that was not the case.
Cool.
It was a lockout match, not well, different rules, but like similar vibe. And yeah, I do not know anything about Amu so far, so excited to have a matchup with them if they win against.
Yeah, you're not the only contestant who does Universal Cup this weekend, which I will not stop myself from making fun of y'all. What is the main difference, in your opinion, between like a 4-hour situation and a 40-minute situation? Maybe like the lack of strategy, maybe it's more of the like emotional level of distress that you experience when you're in different setups. Is it that different?
It is very different for me because in 5-hour contests, I prefer to like frequently switch between problems, and like I like to work on many problems and come up with solutions, and then maybe like give it to other teammates to implement. And well, there is also a big factor of it being a team contest versus individual contest. I really like the dynamic of like discussing solutions with each teammates. And yeah, in Blitz, it is like very straightforward. You have one problem, you need to do it as fast as possible. Like there are no, I cannot come up with any situation where you would not want to solve the problem. Like,
well, unless you do
maybe-
Umnik strategy and you want to chill for one problem, just to, you know.
Yeah, that was funny. Well, I still was trying to solve it. I just didn't believe I will be able to do it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to
time.
not try and speed up solving of a specific problem when you're. It's an advantage for you if this problem is not solved. So this is absolutely a valid point. I forgot who was sending a really fun picture in our Blitz chat with a heart rate monitor where you can actually see every single like submission on the heart rate monitor with the heart rate spiking. Do you, and this is a question to you, both of you, do you feel like stressed in Blitz environment? Do you feel like this is per minute of contest time higher stress than an ICPC style contest, for example?
Dom, you go first.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, but the problems are so much easier.
Yeah, but it's like racing to see who submits faster. That is the problem, right? Like in ICPC, you don't have that issue of race. You can take your time and be slow about it, and it's fine.
It's not as dramatic. Maybe you're not fine, but most of the time it doesn't matter that much.
But the dramatic is probably the good word. We clearly are trying to fabricate drama with the way we build Blitz, right? We're trying to make you feel something. I never know if we actually succeed. Like it looks extremely exciting from the POV of a spectator, and it is
I
nice
like this
to know
format
that it
a
also
lot.
works for you.
Personally, I like this format a lot. Like out of all the dual formats, like the lockout format that I've seen, I think I like Blitz the most. It's the most exciting one.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, I also agree that it is nerve-wracking to like, especially when things do not go your way. Like if you just open the problem, skip half the statement, which I'm not good at. I'm very particular about my region of the statement, and like it is very difficult for me to make myself to ignore the legend. What if there is something important there that will help me solve the problem? How can yeah, so like if you just read the problem, solve it immediately, and code everything, and it just gets accepted, then it's obviously fine. But when it is not working and you're like getting wrong answers, and you're always worried that, well, now you like gave advantage to your opponent and they might like get ahead, and well, the worst thing that can happen is when you miss how your opponent solves the problem and miss the start of the next problem, which has
Congrats.
So you've seen the worst now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the worst.
The rest is just chill.
Okay.
So interesting. So your intuition says that Blitz is in a way streaky. So you are affected by the way your previous problem went for you. And so because of that, it will affect the next problem, because like maybe 1 minute is just not enough time to reset yourselves. And then it will affect the next problem. It will affect the next problem. Should we shorter the intermission into 30 seconds then to make it even harder and even more emotionally intense?
We should shorter the intermissions so that we're able to solve all 7 problems. Because like now we have like 6 minutes of intermissions. That's a lot compared to the 40 minutes of the contest.
Have you seen the first match today?
No.
There was
45
2 days in that match.
So we had technical difficulties. We were setting up the screen and webcam capture. So we had to delay around for a few times. And then Tourist just decided that we really need to stick to the schedule and just made it really quick and clear, which is very impressive. A bunch of rounds today have been, in a way, much faster than we expected. Which is to say, we are considering adding one more problem now because you're all too good, and we need to keep fighting. We'll see how that works for us.
That's a good idea. I think the problem supply should be like unlimited.
Yeah, then we will not be able to even look at it even for 5 minutes before the contest start, and you know how this ends.
Oh.
No,
so,
I mean,
like,
if we
when
add
you
2 more
create
problems.
the contest, well, yeah.
No, unlimited
almost...
problem supply for 40 minutes is, yeah.
But intermission will limit by 40 problems at most.
Yeah, 40, true.
Well, just add some 3500 problem and
yeah, just div 1F and be done. Our next pair of contestants are now completely ready. I hope that Ashley will close Discord any second now because I don't want to spoil any obvious like interesting content or anything. They're now a little under 2 minutes to the contest round. Let's chat about Kaysan and Aragorn. What is fun? These wonderful, handsome people. I literally have Kevin's picture pinned in my Telegram messages just in case, because I think having a picture of Kevin's son with a sun is a lot of fun. And this is Aragorn's picture that I handpicked from his Midnight Code Cup participation, where he actually, I think, does a blind coding session with his teammate, which is another ridiculous format of trying to interpret competitive programming in a little more exciting way.
Wait, so you have a picture of Aragorn with an arrow then?
I probably should. Speaking of which, Aragorn was the person who submitted the picture of the heart rate monitor. So now he suggests that probably next time we should have his heart monitor information live on a live stream or in a chat or something like this. So this can be fun a lot. What about...
Before this match starts, I want to say bye to all the viewers because I'll need to summarize it before Universal Cup round.
Wait. Then we should absolutely give you a proper send-off. Thank you so much, Oleg. You've been wonderful. Thank you so much for hosting the first half of today. Happy to have you. Everyone, give a round of applause. Clap emoji for Oleg. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And here we jump into the actual round.
That has just started.
Yep. So this problem should be a quick one as well. I expect 1 minute, 2 minute solution. So basically the gist of the problem is there on the third paragraph. So you are given two numbers, A, B, X, Y. You want to count how many positive integers W and H, such that, yeah, W is less than A and H is less than B, and the ratio is the same. The rest of the paragraph is not really important. So yeah, it's important to spot the important paragraph here. So yeah, basically solution is just to simplify the fraction X over Y, divide by the GCD, and then just compute the minimum of X divided by W and Y divided by H.
Okay, Kevin does this thing again where he already accepted the problem and I still have no idea where he's actually typing. Which I appreciate that, but I am too old for that shit. Still amazing. Okay, it's on the other half of his screen. Let me try and actually look into our some source code.
Yeah, so it's a sub 1 minute submission, 43 seconds. That's how quick these guys are.
Yeah, the 90-second first problem is something that I'm struggling to comprehend. I've seen a lot, but is incredibly impressive and always like is so humbling to see the true peak performance. Basically, this is how it's done. They've been doing that for a few decades, some of them at this point, and then you can only marvel how they have enough time to both read the problem, write the solution, submit it within like seconds from the moment the problem is open.
Can I have the statement of problem B up?
What do you mean problem B?
For problem problem B, we have n plus 2 numbers, and we know that these numbers are created by having one array of size n, and then the sum of those n arrays and another random number. So, and then the question is to find the original array of n numbers. So yeah, basically you can just iterate to find which one is this one random number, and then check whether the rest of the numbers, the maximum of the rest of the numbers are the sum of the other numbers, and yeah, that should be it. So expect another quick one here.
Yeah, but also the max, like the largest number is either the sum of the original array or this random number.
Yeah,
Does
so
it
you
help
can
us in any way?
iterate. Okay, yeah, maybe not as straightforward to code, but yeah, you can iterate the number of the random numbers, and then you can figure out the maximum of the remaining one. So yeah, I guess you should keep like 2 global max in case one of the number that you remove, in case you try to remove the maximum.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe it's a little bit easier the other way, that either the largest number is the random, and then you just check, or it is the sum of all the other, and then you can take the actual sum of n+1 numbers and see how different they are, and then you figure out the random number, and you check that if it exists.
That works as well. Yep.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
and they have accepted from Kevin.
I'm absolutely not helping the allegations by me not being able to like show Kevin's screen at time, because now everyone's like, Kevin solved without typing, easy, average Team USA experience, like just you know, look at the problem. Kevin's solving just by glancing at a problem. Clearly, 40 fun facts about Kevin's son are incoming. Just like in the good times. Very well.
Yeah, but he's actually still coding. What can be?
Oh, did he not realize that the problem is solved?
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, his full screen is dedicated to ID on the left, then testing tool on the right, and so he might have not realized that. He's also using some kind of fancy Ubuntu thing, so I can see how.
Problem C is just open. Is he going to submit on problem C? No, okay, he realized. Okay.
Oof,
Yeah.
oof. We were close to repeating that masterpiece of a moment. Oh, also, let's all check out the fact that Kevin is actually flexing so hard that he does not just not use pre-written code. Every single time he completely removes every single character from his previous problem solution and retypes it from scratch, including the using namespace std and whatnot.
Right.
Just for if anyone asks why, just because he feels like it. That's it. That's how he rolls.
Okay, so yeah, so for the next problem, you are given n numbers and n operations. The operation can be L and R, and also an integer m. So basically, for each of the operation, you remove either the leftmost number or the rightmost number, and then before each of the operation, you print the multiplication of all the remaining numbers mod m. Yeah, and you can't do modular division here because m might not be prime and they might be small. So yeah, you have to do it from the back. Even if you can do modular division, it's probably still faster to code from the back. Because like you have to code like integer exponentiation and the mod can be annoying and so on. So yeah, but yeah, the solution here is to do it from the back, do it from the only a single number, and then reverse the operation. So you add integers every time, and then yeah, just multiply them and mod by m. So yeah, we can see there Kevin's solution doing reverse of two things, the operations and the final number. So yeah, that should be correct. The correct idea.
Yeah, I think the solution is quite straightforward, that you have to reverse and then go in
because
in that direction.
Multiplication is much simpler than division, especially in mod universe. And like
yeah, one thing that one can get wrong here is like switching this or mixing these L and R numbers or going in the wrong direction or whatever. But I think yeah, the very clean submission record here.
I've been talking to mute, sorry. Kevin accepted the third problem. cool, calm, collected, zero issues, very clean submissions, which was not exactly Kevin's style in the recent like team contests, I believe. So very happy to see that he's doing so well today. But I think that someone who's in chat says that Keisan is the only one second to Tourist. I actually suggest y'all go and look at the current Codeforces standings. Because, you know, there is this gentleman called Eknerwala in currently second place of Codeforces, just increased his absolute maximum rating, historic rating. He's literally currently at his max historic rating. As well as like Benjamin Chi is currently at the first place of Codeforces rating, and he is like out of this world good. So, you know.
Kevin is not even the highest Kevin in the rating.
Yeah, yeah. He's literally the lowest on his Universal Cup team. So, you know, give the other guys some credit too. Again, Blitz finalists are just, oh my God, so stacked. It is 100% respectable for you to root for any one of them. That would be completely valid.
Okay, so we might see some slowdown in this problem. Yeah, I mean, they're faster. They might that be not that slow, but like this problem is a bit complicated, at least understanding the statement. Yeah, so I don't even know whether I want to summarize this, because like probably if I try to summarize this, I'll end up just reading the problem. I don't think there's much to summarize. Like, the problem is indeed complicated. Yeah, but it's interesting to see that Kevin like writes some notes in the code. Yeah, that's how he thinks, I guess. Like, he writes notes in the code there at the beginning. I'll probably just use paper instead, but okay. Different people, different style.
I'm really happy that he uses code comments because it allows us to see what's going on.
True. Yep.
Otherwise, if you are considering streaming programming competitions professionally and you're a big pen and paper person, please just set up an extra webcam for all of us to see. It's incredibly easy to use multiple webcams on a single laptop, but the quality of life and our spectator experience would be significantly better.
So this is some kind of math problem where the unusual operation to perform is take the square root. But fortunately for us, it's not in real numbers. So after we are taking the square root,
yeah, so like you're trying to go to n levels, and then each time you increase k numbers at a time. Like k is which level you're currently at, and then to go to the next level you have to press square root, and when you press square root it has to be a perfect square number. Yeah, so like there's no floating points here. Yeah. Sorry, what do you say?
We need to go to a certain level, right?
Yeah, we need to go to a certain level.
I see. So it seems that Ashley's still reading the statement again.
Yep, and I actually went in and checked if I have his screen frozen or something, but he actually selects parts of the text on the page.
You can see that on
so you can actually see that like he's actively reading the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin has already submitted quite a few times.
But that's not a lot of code. Is this the appropriate amount of code?
It's something like this, but I can't see whether the math is correct. But yeah, it should look something like that. Like there should be a for loop of n, and then yeah, he just solved it. Yeah, for loop of n, and then each loop we just try to figure out which number to go next. So yeah, that the structure looks correct. I can't see the math, but
and turns out that it wasn't correct.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the correct solutions that I opened just had some 4-digit numbers encoded in the solution that serve as a correct solution, so to say. But yeah, the code was very short always.
Okay. The next problem is something that our contestants might complain. Spoiler.
Why?
Have to
There's
read
only
from
one
file
paragraph
again?
and it's a bit long. I haven't even fully read the problem and understand it. There's just one paragraph and it's a bit long, so
Yeah,
I
not a
haven't
lot
fully
of
understand what
avid
that paragraph
readers
is
we
about.
have here. There are so many wonderful books. Absolutely pick up a book. Maybe it will improve the problem comprehension too. Oh my god.
I like your reaction, Lydia.
Here it comes. Oh, you know, so I'm big on Reddit. Like we'll not be discussing this problem anyway, right? So I'm on Reddit a lot. And on Reddit there is a subreddit that's called Dechonkers, I believe, which is dedicated to fat cats on the weight loss journey. And there are like stages of cat obesity. Oh, sorry. Fantastic. Sorry, I grabbed my microphone and something went wrong. And so the thing is, there are like stages of like cat obesity, and the final stage is called "Oh my dog, here it comes." And this problem statement is definitely in the "Oh my dog" level of volumes. This is wild. Who writes this?
Well, I've heard about one problem author for which one other famous problem author commented that they don't have a concept of paragraph break in there.
I can see that.
Apparently, maybe it's one of them. But you can try to guess how old is this problem.
A lot. As old as time. As old as me.
This is from Codeforces Blitz around 43. So
Better
yeah,
43. So basically correct. Cool. Amazing.
15 years ago.
Yeah. Do we have contestants who are 15 years old? Almost. Yeah, I think Makarov is like, what, 16, 17? Nice. We can scare him. Also, you know how annoying. So I have astigmatism, which does not really affect the quality of life, but I, for the life of me, cannot count the number of zeros in this like limitations of input section. Like I have to actually manually select every other number to be able to count them.
Yep. Now we have some rules on how to. Well, these are more well-known rules on how to write multi-digit numbers and everything.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess in the old days it's. You can also see, actually, it's quite telling if you see the formulas in the statement and they don't look very nice. That probably means that the problem is old, because it uses a different engine to display the formulas.
Oh, so they're like pre-math jacks, basically.
Yes. Yes.
Cool. Like, I'm sure it does not affect our contestants' solving experience all that much. But hey, I'm allowed to have fun, right? Someone in chat asks if using cursor is allowed. No. So the point of that competition is pure human skill. Not even a lot of like complex problem solving, but the pure, fast typing skill. So we ask everyone to not use autocomplete, to not use AI for anything other than problem statement translation if they feel like they're not confident enough in their English knowledge, and then they type. Every contestant is actually limited with 1K of pre-written code, so they can actually bring a little bit of code with them to help ease like some of the more critical issues. But Kevin Son on the left here actually decided that he needs 0 pre-written code. Even more, contestants are allowed to reuse source code of their submissions that they produced during the match. But Kevin decided that this is also way too extra and like that's not what he needs. And looking at the scoreboard, maybe he's not wrong.
Yeah, so the outer solutions for this problem are pretty short, I would say. Not as short as the previous one with 2 lines basically, but within 30 reasonably short lines. We still don't know what the problem is about, right? Because it's quite difficult to read. That's
Yeah, sorry, I give up reading that. I'll just read the next problem instead so I can summarize the next one.
Zoomers, attention span of 15 seconds.
Yes. Well, apparently we are in some parking lot. That's all we know, because
I'm not.
the problem name.
So, sorry, my brain is so fried now. Okay, we'll be doing well. Do we need some elevator music for this parking lot, I wonder?
What is this in Ashley's code? Like the greater than or equal sign is typed as a single character.
Oh, this is actually a feature that quite a bunch of IDEs use. I first was introduced to it in IntelliJ IDEA, but actually it is a pretty widely accepted thing that, you know how in fonts, some of the characters are allowed to merge together? For example, if you type TI, then it's a good practice to merge them into a single ligature.
Yes.
Well, the less or equal or greater or equal is also just a ligature. You still have both characters. If you will decide to delete one of them or modify something, you would still be able to do that separately. But anytime those two characters are together, then a ligature would take over. And so this is how they will be rendered. So this is just a font
super
spec.
inconvenient.
Like
if I press delete, is the greater deleted or the equal deleted?
I think it's always the less or greater first and then equal second, much like in LaTeX you do that. And so the equal would disappear.
But another fun feature is that in the cout, less -1, now the less -1 are converted to an error.
Yep.
While the minus was not part of less at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's inconvenient. I think the code should stay mono with.
I saw some edit. I know about some editors having this, and I personally don't like it as well. Like like in like bigger code base, sometimes you have to align the columns like to make it more readable. And then like if people have this feature in the editor, that means that won't align well. And then if they try to align it, then it means like those people on normal editors on them, it won't align. So yeah, I feel like that defeats the purpose of the monospace somewhat. Because then like, it won't be one character, one column anymore. And then different people will have different perspective of what the columns are.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree.
So now we have a runtime error on test 3 from Kevin. Adding some, and now it's solved by Kevin again.
Yeah, test 3 was one of the sample case tests, so he was able to cleanly debug that. Well done.
It basically secures the bin for Kevin, which was not that secure before. And now we have still 2 problems, but Aragon can only have 22 points at most. With 20 minutes to spare, this is quite doable.
But still at 22 points, yeah.
So
Kevin?
it seems that we are going more into this 45-0 match rather than 22-23. But we'll see.
I can see how Kevin, when he is like feels his vibe, can perform out of this world. But then again, if he misreads a problem or two, it can go completely sideways. And misreading a problem is probably the easiest way to make a mistake in Blitz rounds, which every single top 16 contestant is very aware of. So again, they're highly experienced professional competitive programmers. But they still do misread problems, even though they've read Umnik's blog on how to read the problem statements and all of that. You're trying to optimize for time, and when you're trying to optimize for time, you're not carefully reading every single word, and yeah, mistakes can absolutely be made, and yeah.
Okay, I
Now we
can
have the
summarize this
problem
one.
F. Yes, please.
Yay.
So we have n segments. Those represents like minutes where we have to watch like some show, and there's like two integers x and y, and basically we can run TVs to watch the show that we want to watch during those segments, and basically every time we run a TV for like m minutes, it will charge us x plus y times m. And if the segments overlap, we have to run separate TVs. We can only watch one segment in one TV, and the other way around as well. Like one TV can only be used to watch one segment at a time, and basically, yeah, compute the minimum cost. So yeah,
so
this.
it's okay. So they can also overlap.
Yep, the segments can overlap. Yep.
I see.
So yeah, there's a greedy solution here where you just sort all the segments to a line sweep, and then basically for each of the new segment, you check whether there is a previous TV that you can reuse, and you check whether reusing it is advantageous, because like you need to check whether the end time of previous segment of that TV like is close enough so that you can reuse that. Otherwise, like you'll spend up too much time because of the minutes that you need to run that TV for. Otherwise, then you just spawn up a new TV. I think it's not that obvious why it works, at least for me. But yeah, that works.
Should be correct, I think, yes. And then I wonder who invented the legend of this problem, because renting TVs is not very common, right? And the needness to watch some TV shows is also quite unusual.
Is it a metaphor to something that we're not getting? We'll probably need chat help.
I don't think it's a metaphor. Maybe it's an honest attempt to come up with a plausible story. But yeah, this round is from 7 years ago. From Ashergap and Jill Vanishov.
Cape asks if this is going to be a second 45-0. That would require a lot of effort from Kevin. If he feels really good, sure, but it requires a lot of effort from Kevin. He needs to, instead of, like feeling, whatever, job well done, he actually needs to keep pushing, which may not be something you want to do early in the morning.
Does he have another round today, or is next round for him tomorrow?
Kevin finished problem F, sorry. I have not the slightest idea of what I'm talking about. Ignore me. No, Kevin will not have... Wait, am I a liar? I'm a liar. Kevin will have the round with the winner of the round right after his. So he does this, and then another hour after the end of his contest will be his round of 8.
Yeah.
So,
again, for the viewers, we will have all the matches of round of 16 today and 2 matches of round of 8. One of which is, as Lydia said, the winner of this match versus the winner of the next match, and that will be in 2 matches from now. And the other match would be now Umnik versus the winner of the match in 3 hours.
Yep, pretty accurate. For Keisan, his opponent will either be Turmax or 2 From HQ. Both extremely well-known competitive programmers. Both are somewhat more recently part of ICPC or other like collegiate programming contests as compared to Kevin. So for Kevin, his last official ICPC contest was in 2019, whereas Turmax literally won the ICPC World Finals barely half a year ago, and 244MHQ got his gold in Luxor, which again was quite recently. But we know that Kevin has never like laid his keyboard off. He's been actively participating in programming competitions ever since, and never took any kind of like break or put his competitive programming on a pause. So absolutely never discount Kevin's form. What's with the
Yeah,
problem
so for
G?
problem G, I think this is solvable in 11 minutes, so we might see a clean sweep here. So yeah, the question is about in a tree. Each node has a parent and an integer value, and the queries are you're given two nodes of the same depth, and then basically the answer is the function value of that two nodes are yeah, like you multiply the value of the two nodes, and then you climb up one node for each of them, and then do the multiplication again of the values of the two nodes, and then go all the way to the root, and then sum all the multiplication. So it's the sum of the multiplication of each node in the corresponding in the same level. And then yeah, there are Q queries. So actually
So
the
is
main
it finally a data structure problem?
not really. There's like an observation here. If you just store the like fxy, like store in a hash map or something, there will be only n square of n different values, assuming q equals n. So yeah, there's a simple solution where you just, as long as you memorize all of the answer fxy, it's actually won't be quadratic.
Why is that?
Yeah, so if on one level the number of nodes are not more than square root of n, then there can be at most n pairs there. And then for those levels that have more than square root of n nodes,
you can have more than Q queries that cover them.
You can't have more than, yeah, something like that. You can't have more than n queries.
Yeah, sounds correct. But then, is it linear or n square root of n?
If it's n square root of n.
Okay, then maybe if you add a map on top of that, that's quite slow. That's not
That's true. Yeah.
To work. Because I think that's what Aragon has typed so far, right? There is a map, ans, and basically he's doing what you said. What if root is connected with everything? Then we only have Q queries, and each query is answered in constant time. So that's not a big problem.
Yeah, n square root of n, but also like bounded by Q, right? So there can't be like n squared queries. If there can be n squared queries, then yeah, then there won't be n square root of n. So I guess n square root of n, assuming Q equals n.
Yeah, there are always like n plus Q, square root of n plus Q, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
But then why has Aragon not yet submitted? Because code should be super easy if you believe that it works.
Yeah, so I think Kevin is basically coding that, like he has Go is basically the F function, and he memorized that in a memo. Is that a hash map? Yeah, that is a map. Not a hash map, sorry, just a map. He's changing his compile, his make function there because he needs a 33 function, C++ 33 function.
But does he have a new enough compiler? Because, for example, in my system, this won't compile even with the newest standard, because the G++ is too old. But I guess his editor cannot actually find the new enough compiler and highlights this self part. But his actual compiler is fine. That's a problem in many EDs which try to kind of highlight the code, but then they have to have the compiler abilities to actually highlight it correctly. And at least in the past, it was always a problem with C++ codes, that people try to find what the problem is about their code because the editor highlights a problem there, but there is no actual problem because the editor is just not good enough to check all the code. Now we have time limits for both of our contestants.
Wow.
And both are on test 10, so maybe
yes, and
yeah.
Looking at the system submissions, most of them get time limit on 64, 65, something like that. And there are a bunch of them that have time limit on test 10.
Sorry, what is the 64, 65?
So what is this test? I don't know.
No, you mentioned something about the 64 thing. What was that?
Yeah, so a bunch of system submissions, so a bunch of submissions that are present or solutions that are present in the problem and marked as incorrect get time limit on test 64, 65.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And there is another bunch that gets time limit on test 10. So maybe test 10 is not the most complicated one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Welcome to the live stream, Piotr. Happy to have
Yeah,
another
thanks.
legend on with us. How
Thanks
is
for
life?
inviting me.
Are you
Yeah.
literally skiing right now?
No, I'm done skiing, so just chilling, I guess.
Yay!
Yeah.
What a wonderful après-ski activity for a true competitive programming enthusiast. We are currently looking at the last few minutes of pretty lopsided. Sorry, I'm trying to make skiing jokes now. Pretty lopsided Kaysan versus Aragorn.
Yeah, so Kevin's submission, okay, he just got accepted.
And
So yeah, I don't know what he optimized there, but yeah.
This is
2.6
such a
seconds
mic drop.
for 3-second time limit. So yeah, that's a bit tight.
With
so
a
I'm
5
not
minutes
sure
to
he optimized.
spare on our problem set. This is amazing. This is very well done.
Kevin seems to be very strong. Yeah.
And he's in an amazing shape today. Like absolutely unstoppable. Feels like this is the way it needs to be done, and that's it. Let me show y'all. No, am I not showing y'all some wonderful Swiss mountains from Piotr's phone? Okay, we'll see if we'll get an opportunity to feature that. In the meantime, I'll invite our contestants to join us on the stream.
Well, I'm trying to read the problems of the next round, as many as I can, and hopefully there won't be a one paragraph problem.
Hey, Kevin, wonderful. Look at them. Look at them looking so good.
Hello.
Hey, Kevin. How's life?
Hello, Kevin.
Why are you so strong? What the hell?
I don't know. I felt much. I don't know. I feel like it went very smoothly, which is not what happened in the last 2 rounds. But...
You're in a really good mood because of that. I'm very happy to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sub 1 minute solution for A. That's impressive.
Yeah. Well, I think.
Hi, Ashley.
I'm pretty fast at reading problems, so that helps.
I can absolutely persuade everyone that you both are now in the same room because your backgrounds are just perfectly matching.
Yeah, generic white walls, yeah. Oh.
How did it go for you? Which problem did you hate the most?
Oh, was asking me or like
Both of you, yeah, absolutely.
hello?
Hi, yes, Ashley. I can hear and see you well.
Wait, oh, okay. Oh, like I think I don't know, like E was kind of like I think E was like the most annoying. Like, not sure why it's that. It's like I think you like roughly know what to do. It's just implementation. I don't know, but like all problems like really scary to me because like Keisun was like so fast.
Can
Yeah.
you tell us what problem E was about? Because me and Jonathan just gave up on reading this.
Yeah, there's actually a Russian in the English text. If you look at the input, like the first end is like actually a E, which is really funny.
Want to guess how old this problem is?
Like Codeforces round 10 or something.
Embarrassingly close.
Close enough. 40, I forgot what it was.
This problem is almost as old as the youngest top 16 finalists of Blitz. Kevin, what music do you listen to when you do contests?
Oh, it's just like whatever I'm feeling. Today I was listening to some, I don't know, various stuff, I guess.
Kevin.
Nowadays I just let Spotify autoplay.
Okay. You can look up the songs that we're playing over the last half an hour and actually tell us one or two.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Listening to some Radiohead, I guess.
So depressive for a performance that
yeah,
well.
I don't know. I just wanted something a bit chill today. But usually I listen to something more upbeat, maybe, I don't know, or just like songs that I like, I guess. Just I feel like if there's like songs I'm familiar with, that helps me like just focus or something. I don't know.
Aragorn, how did your heart rate go this time?
I think it was like really high the entire contest. It looked like it was like above like 110 the entire contest. So like, I think like my resting heart rate is like 60. So like it's pretty high. And like, I think if I look at like the previous image, like my heart rate was like at 80 the previous contest. So yeah, I think I just got like, yeah, it was really hard like against Kevin, I think.
But I really like the idea of having more like heart rate monitoring, whatever. For the broadcast, I think it would be absolutely exciting to have with so many people actually actively using their smartwatches now. I think I have a pretty good chance to add that for next year and see how this works. So great idea. Thank you for the suggestion. Someone in chat has not done their due diligence and wants me to ask Kevin about the 48 in the username.
I mean, I'm not sure if you can find it anywhere on the internet as of now. I mean, maybe I've mentioned it, but 48 it's just been my username for a long time, but it originally came from my old house number where I used to live, but I no longer have lived there for quite a while, so it's probably impossible to guess if
Nice.
at all, basically.
So everyone learn it here first. Aragorn, were you asked about your username as well? What's the history behind the username?
Wait, it's like something really dumb. It was just like my middle name, but I was like 14 years old and like I wanted like a cooler like middle name, so I just like made like Aragon because I thought it was funny when I was 14. But it's like really cringe now looking back. Like it's just like stuck. It's like it's honestly like really cringe. Like now I like, but I'm like stuck with the username now. So
I think it sounds pretty cool. It also have a lot of R's, which makes it a little confusing for me personally to pronounce because sound R is not exactly present in Russian in the same way it is present in English. And so my brain has to, get together for a little bit to put it nicely. But I think it's a cool username. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, it's. I think the R sound is the most different among different languages.
Have you tried from Dutch? there is certainly a worse sound.
Yeah, I mean, no, there are worse sounds.
Like Yvonne's name, like Yvonne will be big.
Yep.
Say it again.
Like like the LGM Yvonne will be big. Is it like that R sound or? I'm probably pronouncing it wrongly, but
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
who
it's a
can really say?
joke from somewhere tangentially competitive programming that how do you pronounce Dijkstra? You do not, because you don't want to offend the gentleman. Kevin, your opponents for the next round will be either Tourmax or 244 HQ.
Okay.
Do you have a preference? How do you feel about one or the other? What would you predict?
That's interesting. I mean, no, they're both very strong ICPC contestants, or have been, but I'm not really sure about speed coding, which seems to be what this round is all about. So I'm not sure if I have a preference, but I mean, I'm feeling good after today's round. So if I can go at that speed, then I feel like it doesn't really matter.
And if it does?
Well, sure, I know.
Or you can just try and
maybe-
guess who will win. Like, you don't have
Yeah,
to
we
say
can-
that that's
I
the
think-
easier opponent for you at all.
I think maybe Termax has the edge. I don't know. If I had to guess, but I mean, they're both very strong, like LGM. So
Yep, that's true.
yeah.
Last year, Golovanov stopped your triumphant run into the semifinal with Tourist. This year, you and Tourist are in different halves of the bracket, so you will have to eliminate quite a bunch of people to go to the final round against Tourist. Help me try and build like a fantasy bracket. How will the top half of the bracket go, assuming you win? So who from Aknerval and Makarov advances to the next round? Who from Fickle and whoever wins that advances against you into the semifinal? Assuming you win everything, let's take this as a given.
Okay, well, for Eknerall versus Makarov, I mean, I'm rooting for Eknerall, obviously, my teammate. And then next round is I don't know much about Fecal actually, but I would predict Andrew to win against anyone I haven't heard of, I guess. So
Okay.
then it'll be assuming I win against Termax or 244 MHQ, then it'll be me against Andrew. So and then other bracket, I mean, it's pretty clear that the favorite is Tourist, I think. Although there are some other strong contestants too, but hopefully they'll be eliminated.
It's been a lot of fun to have top 4 seeded contestants be from North America. Pretty wild bracket scheduling experience for me. Pretty hard one. But I'm also really happy to see 2 contestants from an US, which clearly one of the top schools, all of that. Ashley, do you know your alma mater peer? Have you ever competed together? How did it go for you? Oh, did we lose him? Maybe we'd lose him. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry. My internet decided to not ask Ashley about the NUS questions.
I think there are like 4 Singaporeans that competed in this year's round. But I think only him made it to the round 4, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So
And he said his screen froze in the Discord.
I think Baoji is also a student from NUS.
Which one?
Baozi.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Okay, yeah.
Which is really cool. I'm very happy to see more NUS represent. Okay, let's try again. We got Ashley back.
What about not contestants? Do you think there is somebody who is rated like yellow or cyan who could win this competition if they were allowed?
That seems a little bit unlikely. I mean, I feel like if you can solve these problems fast, that probably means you can solve harder problems, but I don't know, maybe someone who hasn't done a lot of contests.
I think that might be some more veteran coder who doesn't have a high rating because they don't train a lot, but for easier problems when they understand how to solve problems and they understand like the foundations of competitive programming, so to say. And if they code very fast, for example, that could be possible.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised how well there's like correlation between like high rated like high like elo and like doing well in like easy problems. It's I don't know whether I should be like surprised or like not surprised.
I mean, Codeforces is like speed does play a big part in your Codeforces rank because like there's a lot of ties, so you gotta win on the penalty. So I mean, it definitely influences your rating.
Yeah, but isn't like you and Tourist and like Omni are like all like really fast on like easy problems also, which is like I guess maybe it's expected.
A bunch of people in chat are like complaining that we are not allowing non-GM contestants. So they would be very happy to hear that Piotr supports their initiative to try and beat all the true red coders and LGM and like MMR is just a number, and show how it's done. I think there is definitely an opportunity for like a younger up and coming high school student who has not yet figured out the LGM rating because of the more complex problems, because of Div 1 Fs, and instead would be able to show a pretty impressive performance on some of the Blitz problems.
But it can also, I think, work in the opposite direction, because for the more experienced participants, many of these easier problems are kind of pattern recognition or standard technique recognition, while a newer contestant can be very bright and can invent something unusual and new, but maybe not that good at, like, I wouldn't say default, but more widespread approaches, so to say.
Yeah, I think like experience definitely helps you. Like you instantly know what to do, or like also like knowing multiple approaches to solving various problems. Like you can just pick the best one, and that just gives you an edge.
Did they have a problem in this match where you had more than one approach and then you selected like the best one, the shortest one to code?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, there's the parking lot problem, the very annoying one, which that one like it was a bit, the constraints were quite low, so you could either do something where you like maintain some kind of ordering of the cars and then find like the next or previous one, but I ended up just like maintaining like the entire state of the parking lot, I guess. So like that's just like I guess this is like clearly is easier to implement, but just like knowing that you have the flexibility to do some approach like that, or like yeah, I'm not sure about today, but in one of my past rounds, like there's some problems where you could either use like a segment tree and maintain something, or like even just choosing like which data structure to use for a specific purpose and like which one is the fastest to type can like that can be an advantage.
What do you do to optimize problem G? Like, because we were discussing that a simple memorize on the function f will give n square root of n, but then like the map will give us log n and that will make it tight. And we saw that both of you have time limit on test 10, but we didn't see what you did to optimize it.
I'm not actually sure. So in my last submission, I added fast input, which I'm not sure if that did anything or not. And I also basically before memoizing the states, I did some steps without memoizing, like 500 or 1,000 steps, I think, before throwing them into the memorize. So like, I'm not sure which of those optimizations was necessary, but I think like that cuts down on the log factor from the map because, at least by a constant factor, because you just put less elements in the map. Like most of the queries are done before they even go to the map. So I'm not sure if it's like improves the complexity at all, but it seemed to pass barely.
Well, that's just
I'm
like
also curious what the intended solution is.
I think I had like something intended like I think if you memorize like every skirt step like only like skirt like multiple skirt steps away from like the root, it should be like it should cover a lot. But I think like, your method's like a lot faster to implement like Blitz. So yeah.
I see. Okay, so you're just trying to decrease the total number of things memorized, basically.
Like you only check if it's like in the map every skirt these steps.
I see.
Yeah. And yeah, and like the things in the
So does it completely avoid the log factor then?
I think I think it does.
Okay.
I think
that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, I'm kind of lucky that it just worked without that then.
Wait, but it's like kind of amazing like you tried that. Like I wouldn't have expected that to work, but it's kind of cool.
I just felt that. Well, first of all, I didn't think that hard about like how to actually solve it. I saw that there were like 8 minutes left, so I decided to just code. Like I even coded the naive first, and then I was like, okay, let's just memorize and see what happens. I also knew that I didn't really need to solve it, but 8 minutes just didn't feel like enough time to come up with a serious algorithm, I guess. Especially if we use like data structures, which I guess the square root and memorizing solution doesn't really use, but I'm not sure if I would have come up with that, to be honest. It's kind of smart.
We are now 5 minutes out before the next round. Let's chat about our wonderful contestants of the following round. And Kevin, again, happy to hear your insight on the guys, because you'll have to face them in just a second. So that would be Turmax versus Tufa from HQ. Turmax, famously fresh ICPC world champion, Tufa from HQ, incredibly experienced contestant with an ICPC gold medal from Luxor behind his belt. Tufa from HQ, one of the few contestants that technically is currently not an LGM, which should not confuse anyone. He's been an LGM first in like middle of 2020, so that's absolutely not someone you should count off. Both are famously coming from very strong teams, very interesting, very well balanced, somewhat complex teams. I think that Turmax is probably the like math problem solving person of their team, with so many Math Olympiad awards and accolades behind his belt as well. Tufa from HQ, I think, has done more programming competitions overall and is clearly at this point a very well-formed, independent metric unit of competitive programming, which is very exciting. Their road to this round has been somewhat interesting. For Turmax, he beat Erkla 33-0. Oh, which is wait, this is actually fun. Erkla has just entered the Zoom, so I'm happy to get his insight into the round as well. And before 30-0, it was some slightly closer round against CDU 175, 17-6. For MHQ, it was 21-12 against Literal Child and 27-6 against Conti. Again, an observation that we figured out is that surprisingly, or rather unsurprisingly, everyone in top 16 has actually been seeded into the first round and received a bye through the first round, which means that probably rating actually is kind of relevant to whatever are we trying to do here. And here we have our wonderful contestants, actually all ready to roll, looking somewhat casual but collected, you know, with 2 minutes before the round. What are your expectations, gentlemen? How are you doing? Eric, say something, just to check that your mic is actually working.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Wonderful to have you here. Right after Turmak's round, which everyone should absolutely go to Eric's YouTube channel and watch this match if you would be craving more Blitz content. Because it's been an exciting match and it's been a very well hosted broadcast. And then Turmax and you get together on a live stream and discussed all the problems. Excellent camaraderie. That's what I love to see.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, and it was great discussing the problems with him afterwards. And I'm glad I'm here before this round because it's gonna be interesting. I'm sure I mean, from my match against him, he's a very strong opponent. So we'll see how this goes. Just trying to start my video for it as well.
In a way, I have this like parallels in my brain between your round against Turmax and Kaysan's round against Aragorn just now. Both went incredibly strong into the round, and just because they had such an emotional, moral advantage in the first few problems, they were just able to steamroll the contest all the way to the end. I mean, we know that, like, what's the saying? Like, gods can bleed, right? We know that every one of those incredible top 16 contestants are very human. They still make mistakes every once in a while. They sometimes misread a problem or two. Perfectly fine. But when they have a good start, it is ridiculous. Absolutely unstoppable. And I think for Kevin it was the case, and for Turmax as well.
Okay, so this round has started. Yeah, so the first problem here is a one-liner solution, one-liner problem. The problem is you're given two integers a and b. I guess not really one-liner, but very few lines. A and b, and then you have to produce three numbers such that exactly one of them is divisible by a times b, and the other two are divisible by a, and the sum of the two numbers are equals to the other one. So yeah, it doesn't matter which one is divisible by a times b. It doesn't have to be the maximum. Doesn't have to be.
No. Why are you testing? What was that? Did they miss a submit from MHQ? Like I'm sure there was a submit from the ID interface
Yes,
that
so
I just.
both of them has submitted. So yeah, the solution here, yeah, I think the solution from which one is the left at Turmax? Yeah, so
Yes.
if b equals to 1, there is a no. Otherwise, it's a times b, and a times b plus 1. So yeah, I think that's correct there. B.
Oh, Turmax gets runtime errors for some reason, while 244 MHK gets strong answer.
Files? No.
No, that's not reading the number of test cases for Turmax.
Okay.
Now he has wrong answer on test one.
Yeah, Turmax, the order of the numbers is wrong there. He should print a times b first, I think, and then a times b
He
plus
really
1.
embraced the whole like, do not even look at your code. Just just submit it. Whatever.
And now it's accepted from 244 MHK.
Yeah. Nice for you, Gore. Well done. Let's.
Oh, Turmax was trying to print a times b minus 1 instead of a times b plus 1. Sorry, I didn't see that correctly. I don't know whether that works actually.
Turmax using Python crazy, says Ormless. Secret cheats to beat everyone. Yeah, you should really pick the language that works for every given problem.
And I guess the chat can try to guess where the 244 comes from.
No, chat must know. This is a Codeforces YouTube channel, goddammit. Chat must know precisely.
Okay, the setting for the next
Yes,
setting
please.
for the next problem is not very convenient, but I can just rephrase the problem. Yeah, so there are n numbers, and basically in one operation you can move one number to the other. So like you can increment one number and decrement the other number. And then basically we want to count the minimum number of operations such that A1 is the maximum. Yeah, so obviously we want each time increase A1 and decrement others. And we want to decrement the maximum. And yeah, the numbers are small enough so you can actually simulate the thing. Otherwise, I think you have to use binary search or something like that, binary search stance or something like that. But yeah, the numbers are small enough. You can just simulate, like, just decrease the maximum number each time and increment the first one. Should be a 1 minute submission coming, something like that, maybe. Yeah, the original story is about rigging elections. It's not sure whether we should talk about it.
We're starting to see possibly the advantage of using Python for this problem. Although there might have been a bug there, so Thermax is resubmitting.
Yes, Thermax got wrong answer test 1.
Thermax is notorious for having a lot of submissions. And not even in Blitz environment, just in general.
Yeah, I think it's interesting also because the Blitz environment encourages that in the sense that I'm usually quite careful, for example, personally with submissions, and I try to like make sure they're correct. But as I was doing Blitz, I slowly started realizing that it's nice to just submit, for example, straight away without testing, because it gives you that extra chance of getting it right because the opponents are so fast.
And the problem B also goes the way of Yegor. While that's...
Wow.
I'm not trying to say that 5 points is a sizable advantage at this point. Again, we very well know that Thermax can look at a very hard problem and solve it momentarily. But hey, it's getting there.
Yes, so now it seems that Python doesn't have that much of advantage. Although, I mean, the first submission, or one of the first submission of Thermax for problem A missed reading the number of test cases. Now his submission to problem B missed reading the n value, which is quite strange, to be honest, to have these mistakes. I think, well, forgetting to read the number of test cases, I think it's quite common. Or I think in Blitz it was even more common to forget to comment out this line. So to read the test cases when there are none.
Yeah, I think I did that on my first round. Yeah. Yeah, so this problem is about you're given a string of stars and dots, and basically in one operation you can swap consecutive characters if they are different. So basically you can move the stars one character if it's empty, right, basically swapping if they're different, and you want to make the stars in consecutive indices. So it's basically just finding the median of the stars that will stay, and the other should just move to form consecutive indices. Or you can even brute for
I would say another way is we have to move every dot out of the segment of stars. So it will have to either go to the left or to the right, depending on how many stars are there, right? I think it's a little bit easier to think in this way.
And problem C
we
is
have
also
it
done.
solved by Yegor as well.
that is
So
a median solution. Yep, there's the in mid equals size over divided by 2 there. So yeah.
With this, I'm happy to call a sizable advantage already.
Yeah, and we see that the LGM rank, or at least the current LGM rank, doesn't help a lot.
Okay, the next problem, the problem statement is a bit long, but at least it's on different paragraphs. And some of the paragraphs are actually like just to formalize something. So like this is where it's important to be able to like skim and skip paragraphs that you know are not important. Like, some of the paragraphs here are to define what subtree is, like the indirect subordinate is like defined as either your direct subordinate or like the recursive definition of subtree. Yeah, so basically this problem, you're given a tree, and then like you're given a number. If you're given a node, let's say node 1 in this example, you're going to traverse down the tree using is it pre-order? Yeah, pre-order traversal, where like basically, you can see that if officer 1 press a command, officers receive it in following order. So like 1, 2, 3, 5, that's a pre-order traversal, and you always iterate the children in increasing order. So like you visit the children with the lowest index first, and then that children will do the same thing, and then once all that subtree has been exhausted, you traverse through the second children and so on. So the question is, you are given Q queries, and each query have 2 numbers. Where does the passing command starts? And an integer k, who is the kth node to receive that order. So yeah, basically if you start the pre-order traversal from that node that is given, what is the kth node that appears in the traversal? So yeah, this one you can just do a traversal once from the root, and then basically you get a 1 long list, and then basically you just find when you're given a query ui ki, you just find where u in the list, and then just plus k on that index, and then but then you have to check whether you're still remain in that subtree. If you've already actually climb out of that subtree, you have to print -1. But that should be the main idea. Just do traversal once, because because how pre-order traversal works, whether you're doing it from the root or doing it from basically the list of traversal, if you're doing in a node in the middle, it'll be a substring, subarray of the full traversal.
Yeah, that seems to be correct, and that even looks quite easy, I would say, for this position of the problem. Do we see if Tormax is still doing the Python thing, but then there could be some problem with recursion depth if he decides to do the DFS there.
True.
At least in one of the correct author solution.
What is the default recursion depth again? It's less than 100,000, eh? So he has to set it.
Yeah, I think he has to set it. And then also set this stack or threading thing for Python, which is like a default template that you do if you want to do recursion in Python. But since they're not allowed to use resources, one has to remember what exactly to type.
Okay, so it seems like 248 MHQ is submitting.
Yes, it's in the queue right now.
Running on test 19 on my screen and solve the problem. Okay.
Accepted.
Wow.
That's very strong.
Amazing
points.
showing. Not backing down, whatever, just, you know.
All right. Okay. Yep. Okay.
And is Termax not realizing that the problem has been solved? It was a mistake to use Python. I'm not sure why would you say so. Like the code is usually shorter. If you feel comfortable with Python, then it also has the advantage that it will definitely give you runtime error when you have a runtime error, both locally and when you submit. So I think in general, it's not a bad choice.
I think Durmax here needs to realize that he is coming out soon because he needs to win this problem to stay in it.
Yeah. But he's still working on the previous one.
Yeah, the next problem is a data structure problem and might not be so simple to code. There will be some code, some implementations. So you're given n numbers and an integer s. The n numbers can have negative numbers on it. So you have to choose a subarray, like consecutive subarray. And you start with integer s, and then you keep adding the numbers in your subarray from left to right. As soon as that number reaches negative, you have to stop. And the question is the longest subarray you can form. Yeah, the story is about like initially the ATM has $, and then you can turn it on anytime you want, and as once it like can't withdraw sufficient amount of money, you will terminate. You will need to turn it off. But yeah, basically you need to find longest contiguous subsequence such that, yeah, start with S, add one by one from the left, it remains positive numbers. Basically, the prefix sum
now
are all positive, starting from S. Yeah, okay. So Termax is now reading the problem.
Mm-hmm. And the look in his eyes was completely panicked. So it was not like a joke distraction or something. It was like for real.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, so one solution you can do here is to like build a data structure of the prefix sums. So you can have a data structure to compute the minimum range query of the prefix sum. So if you brute force the starting interval, you can do binary search of the right one as long as the minimum of the prefix sum is not less than S. You can use segment tree, I guess. Not sure whether there's like a simpler solution. Maybe I'm missing something, but yeah, the solution that I have in my mind right now is pretty long.
Yeah, I think without a data structure, it's quite difficult because basically you have to query what's the first element that is less than this number.
Yes, less than S, yeah.
And
the prefix sum is less than S, yeah.
Yeah, so we replace everything first with the prefix sum, and then we know what is the prefix sum that stops us, basically.
Right. Sorry, not less than S. It's like less than S minus the previous numbers that we skipped. Yeah, sorry. Because we do start in the middle here. Oh, 244 MHQ seems to be submitting a solution without a segment tree there. I'm not sure what he's doing. I can't see his code well. Just using some set. Okay.
He has not yet submitted.
Oh, he has not yet submitted. I saw he selects all of his code, so I thought he was copying and pasting. So maybe not. Sorry. But he seems to have almost everything. Like you already have the print L and R there at the end of the code. And now he selects all of his code again. And now he submits, yeah.
Wrong answer, test one.
Test one.
Would have thought. But I still don't understand how you do that without the actual data structure. Like if you go right to left, for example, then when you add the new element, then everything shifts. You also add the new prefix sum, and you have to query like the lowest index, which has some certain balance, some low balance. But it's
Well, he just solves it. So it's possible with
Okay.
just that. Okay.
That's very cool.
Okay, so yeah, we have another 23/0 round with 21 minutes remaining. So yeah, this round is, we know the winner of this round already. Unfortunately, it's another fast round.
Oof. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Another dominating performance by one of the contestants.
Is he doing sliding window? Well, one of the correct solutions, one of the outer solutions is called 2 pointers, which is the same thing as sliding window.
Okay.
So I believe it is possible to do that, although I don't directly see how that works. Maybe there needs to be some tweak there.
Okay, so for this problem, basically you want to have two parts, like you're given a grid of n times n. Each cell in the grid has a value, and you want to form two parts from top left to bottom right, and you can only go right or bottom each time, right or down. And you want the parts to have the maximum sum, and each cell can only be counted once. Should be a, yeah, like a DP of like a row and which two columns you're currently in, something like that. N is 300, so you can do a n cube solution. Yep, we are seeing 3 nested loops in both of these screens, indicating they have an n cube solutions, both of them, which seems to be required for this problem. Well, I guess if you do it by diagonals, the transition is easier. Because if you do it by row, yeah, I was thinking of a row C1, C2 DP solution just now, and the transition can be a bit messy if the next row, like, yeah, then you have to sum several numbers on the same row to for the transition. And but then if you do it by diagonal, so like the DP, the first state is the diagonal,
Oh, there's only one cell that you can visit in each diagonal. So yeah, that's quite nice actually.
Yeah, and then the transition is just to go to the next diagonal, there's only 2 possibilities, right? Yeah. Instead of C possibilities for the next row. Yeah.
That's quite a nice idea. I think it looks like Dormax is implementing that, or both of them maybe, because they got iterating up to 2n minus 1.
Ah, okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
And he's submitting. Maxime is submitting.
And a wrong
That
answer.
solution looks almost impossibly short, actually. But I guess that's Python.
Wrong answer on test 5. I have not read the next problem, by the way, so let me read that. Meanwhile, hopefully I can read it before it is
MHQ
open.
also submits.
So they've both got a bug somewhere in their code, looks like.
We have wrong answer test 2 and wrong answer test 5. Notably, Codeforces thinks that the Python solution does not require any memory.
Test 2 is okay, still in sample case. There are 3 sample cases, okay.
Is there any chance to come back? No, at this point for this match, unfortunately it's over for Turmax because the total number of points is 45, and when you get 23 or more, you are the winner. So there are 2 more, including this problem, there are 2 problems, 10 and 12 pointers. Turmax can get both of them actually, and then he'll be with 22 points. The problems are indeed from the past contest problem, from Codeforce problem set. And if you look up the name for particular problems, you can actually find from which contest are they. And I can do that a little bit easier with one click. So this problem was, if you guess, actually, Erkle and Jonathan, what do you think? How old is this problem?
The last problem?
Yeah, the current problem. The relay race.
If I had to, it looks like, they moved on to the next problem. 244 got F as well. Wow. Yeah, final problem. But for F, to answer your question, I'd say like maybe 5 years ago, 5-6 years ago, but I'm not sure. If I had to guess.
Yeah, somehow it looked quite modern, but it's quite old. It's 14 years ago.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. That's like almost the beginning.
Yeah, that's 2012 by the famous author of Seryoja.
Seryoja.
Or Seryoja, yeah, I'm not sure.
Sorry, no, he's definitely Seryoja because he's Ukrainian, so this is the way to pronounce his name. But he uses J in his name, so Seryoja. And so if you decide to pronounce him on a Spanish style, that would be a Siroja.
Maybe that was the point. I don't know.
Maybe. I can absolutely see him like being very into Latino music and Spanish pronunciations. Legendary dude, he's been giving like a contest a month, I guess.
Yes. So the next problem looks even fresher, I would say.
Yeah, so this is a data structure problem. Like you have n, yeah, the story is about n shelves and m positions, but we can interpret it as a table of n rows and m columns. And then the possible operations are you can change a cell into 1 or change a cell into 0. If it's already 1 or 0 before that operation, then it's a no op. The other operation is you can invert a row. So like given a row, you have to change all of the 1s to 0s and the 0s to 1. And then the last type of operation is to revert back to the kth operation. Yeah, basically like if k is 0, then it goes back to initial state, which means all of them are zeros. The initial state are all of the cells and tables are 0. And then the question is for after each operation, count the number of ones in the table. The rows or columns are 1,000, and there are 100,000 queries, 100,000 operations.
So basically you can store like the matrix, and then for each row you can also store a bit flip. And I guess the number of switched on and off elements in each row as well. And that's enough to do everything, right? Oh no, we also have to revert to a particular state.
Yep.
But that's probably like any any type of persistency will help.
It seems like also based on the statement, if I've understood correctly, the switching 0 to 1 and 1 to 0 operation is not necessarily applied to so you could be switching a 1 to a 1, if that makes sense.
Yes. It's not like a toggling. It's so you do have to know whether it's 0
So
or
you have
1
to
because
know
like
whether,
if
Yeah, but I mean again the fat array persistency will help us with all of this, right? If for each data element that we store, we just store all the versions, then we can easily say that, okay, we forget everything prior to kth operation. That should be doable, but quite tedious to implement, I think. LGM difference is only speed. Well, as you can see here, it's not the LGM participant who is typing faster. So let's see. And Python is slow for computing. Well, that's not always the case. It's a little bit slower than optimized C++ code, and particular operations can be much slower, which require a lot of memory management, for example. But in principle, if you write like very plain code, then Python can be quite fast as well.
Both contestants are like so focused. They look at the problem, and this one apparently requires some actual mental effort from them.
Yeah, I wonder how much do our participants use paper on this type of short competitions? Because obviously for for the very few first problems, you always can solve them without using any pen and paper. But for harder, I think it really depends on the participant whether they want to draw something, to write something down, or just imagine everything in the head.
I tried solving Sudoku in my head now without pencil marks. This was terrible. I hope that for more complex problems, contestants still always have a pen and a paper, just in case. You know, Blitz is like not actually the place that gets a lot of complicated problems, so it might not come in handy, but at least so they have it.
Yeah, I think
probably you need.
Sorry?
Sorry. So probably you need more pen and paper more for like debugging sample cases, especially if it's a graph or something that you have to visualize, rather than just to like figure out the solution. But I feel like in some cases, if you're debugging something, you do need pen and paper.
Sometimes also when solving. But
but again, like if it's easy enough, then I don't know, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I use pen and paper for, say, problems like maybe C or D onwards, usually for those problems. But I mean, at this point, I think the level of competition is definitely finds those problems easier than I do. So.
Yeah, but I think that also depends on the person a lot, because I know people who write a lot on the paper, like for most of the problems. But for example, I myself, I don't write a lot on the paper at all. Like in a team ICPC competition, I can only have like 2 pictures on the paper for 10 problems, because it's just easier to think without the paper for me. Unless this is some, I don't know, geometry or I mean Sudoku is something different, because in Sudoku there is a lot of like repetitive information that you have to remember, like the board. The same with chess, for example. But for problems when all you're thinking is usually like, or there is this segment and this segment, and we kind of proceed this way, then I think because there is no repetition in this information, it's a little bit easier to imagine.
So it seems like 244 MHQ haven't really started coding. He's still in deep of thought, other than just bit sets there. Whereas like Termax has written a lot of code.
But only a few minutes remaining, 4 minutes, 15 seconds, and that's it.
Yep.
This round may not be very, dramatically difficult, but certainly a battle of 2 giants. A very full round at this as well.
Yep. 244 MHQ is winning. That's correct. I'm actually quite surprised that he starts to code G, because I think there is no point in doing that.
Just for funsies.
Now a very concentrated look now.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have so many opportunities to get 45 points, right? So
yeah.
This is one of them. So might as well take it if you can.
If you can.
This is the last problem Maspi hasn't solved yet.
What?
Is that true?
No way.
So yeah, I mean, it was a good opportunity to have 45 points, but with 5 minutes to spare, and given the solution that we outlined with all these a few arrays and then add persistency to each of them, that's just not doable, I think.
True. Yeah.
Why is there a DFS in Thermax's code?
Why is there a DFS in my coffee? 2 minutes remaining.
That is a good question. Yeah. I don't know why there's a DFS there.
Well, maybe it's a way to like offline answer all the queries, like do the persistency offline, something like that.
Oh, does he have a tree of operations? Maybe.
Could be. Yeah, I think so, because for first, second, and third type of operation, he just makes an edge I to I+1. And for the last one, it's K to I+1.
Oh. Yeah, the thing in Python, you can just print G.
Was this problem solved by many people on the round? 1 minute until
This
the
we
end?
can check. And so first of all, this is actually also an old problem. This is problem from 10 years ago. Even though it has like a 3D images of books in the statement. But
look how
this
far
problem,
we've come.
let's see how many people solved it. It was a problem D in a div2 contest.
30 seconds.
So actually, I think maybe the persistent solution is an overkill.
It looks like only 100 people solved it approximately.
Yeah, 100 people solved, and there were quite a few of failed system tests. Back then when the hacks were still a thing.
Right.
10, 5, and the round is over. This was, again, less dramatic, but so interesting. Wow. And it's an upset for Turmax, as Yegor Dubovik is now advancing to the next stage, and Yegor will face off against Kaysun right in 15 minutes from now. This is the match that they've just finished, and yeah, the winner just advances to Kaysun. As easy as that.
So I hope we will still have both of them in the
Yes,
stream right now.
Here we have Turmax with us. Hey. Who wants to go on the second screen? Or Erkle, I'm happy to have you on a second screen for a few seconds while Yegor is already here. Cool. Let's go, my friends. Say something just so we can check that your mics are working and find yourself in the center of the shot. No, Max, the other direction. Even farther to your right. Well done. Yay. Sorry, I promise this is the most complicated part of that broadcast. Hi, how are you feeling? Was that very stressful for both of you?
You are so fast.
Yeah, I actually expected it to be like the same score, but in different direction, more or less. But yeah, I was like faster than usual today.
Igor, you should be very proud of yourself. Everyone on the internet is very confused as to why Turmax chose Python.
Ah, you chose Python.
Well, like I don't think that it matters so much, and I don't want to put such problems on C++ with such stress.
Yeah, I understand the POV. The whole chat though blames Python now. Like you single-handedly ruined a full programming language.
What?
Like everyone in chat thinks that the only reason why you were not able to steal some points from Igor is purely and only Python.
Actually, in all programs except D and G, Python was okay. Yeah. In G, I messed up, like I write the code, but it for some reason didn't work. In D, I need bin research how to do it in Python. why is this a lower bound?
I mean, I think there is function binary search in Python, but I'm not sure like how it works. But yeah.
So
and we were discussing like for problem D, you need to be careful with the recursion depth as well, because like Python has this default limit that is smaller than the maximum value of n here. But it's just one more line, right? Yeah.
For G, I see. Set recursion limit.
No, for D.
For
D.
D? Wait, I mean, maybe it's not D. I mean, this problem with, well, the segment with some.
I mean,
like
when you write DFS, you will have problems with recursion in like this problem about tree. Like
this one, I don't have recursion.
Respect.
Oh.
So I don't understand why my code in F got to wrong answer 5. Like I think it's correct.
Maybe 1-1 or something. I mean, like n equal to 1 or something like
Yeah,
this.
I tried n equal to 1.
Okay, then no idea.
Yeah.
We can bring up the problem if you want.
What is test 5? Okay, I can't figure it out, so never mind.
We also pulled quite a few older problems for you, like a 10-year-old and something of similar pattern. Did you feel that any of the problems were less, how do I put this, fashionable than newer Codeforces problems?
Yeah, you can feel it. Like there is a smell basically of old problem when you read it, like this persistent data structures. It's already like
Which one though?
recognizable. Last one.
Okay, interesting.
I don't think so. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, you just need to code something that's like clear from the problem.
Yeah, I mean, like probably on current Codeforces, like this problem would not appear, at least like in Division 1 rounds, maybe like in educationals. Like
in Division
this is
1,
not
yeah.
insult to educationals, but yeah.
I mean,
But
it
I'm
was
right?
a div2D problem.
Wow. People
Many
were
years
so
ago.
strong 10 years
Mistaken, you
ago.
should just construct the tree and make DFS. Like, with holding of this board and which rows are flipped.
But how to hold this board?
You hold like which rows are flipped, the sum in each row, and the state model of flipped rows.
So you don't store exactly which cells are flipped?
Like yeah, you store only flipped cells, modulo flipping of rows.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I guess I overcomplicated it. Like, yeah, I didn't even start the coding because like my solution was like some shit.
Is it does. Igor, what's the scariest thing about K-Sun?
K-Sun?
Yeah.
You mean
you are now in like literally whatever 10 minutes, 13 minutes, facing off against K-Sun.
Wow.
What's
I thought I have round with Amnik. Okay.
No.
No.
What's the
scariest
scariest thing
thing?
about that?
I mean, the fact that he is like in top 10 and he is the worst guy in his ACPC team currently by rating is like, yeah, kind of scary, I would say. Other than that, it's fine.
You both are coming into your round extremely hot. So like Kevin did 45-0, you did 33-0, like no biggie. I feel like it's an interesting dynamic for us as spectators to see as well, where you both are like very well warmed up. You know how like Kevin specifically also mentioned that he feels like when the start of the match is good, it's easier to then like just feel good and solve more problems because you like submitted with a little, more freedom problem A, and it went through and you barely read the statement. So it feels really good. But in that sense, maybe having the second round after a very successful first round of the day for both of you will also be something that keeps you in a good mood. Do you feel there is a good mood that translates from one round to another?
It's not like I've wrote a lot of rounds so that I have much experience, but yeah, I would say I'm in a good mood because like I don't have very high expectations as I didn't have before like this round. So yeah, for me, like any result is acceptable. So yeah. And Kevin has pressure because he's obviously a favorite. So
yeah,
I hope he feels like very strong pressure.
Good. Let's go. So last year, you participated in Blitz, but got eliminated in the second round. This year, your journey went so much farther. Do you think your approach to Blitz changed or something else?
I mean, it kind of changed, but I would say it's like I was pretty lucky in previous round. Like, yeah, my opponent was very strong. And like, I watched his stream afterwards. He called it on Python. And before I even finished the statement, he was already doing like 3 submissions. So it's like, yeah, he was very strong. I would say it also depends on a day. Kind of sometimes, like your brain doesn't work and you are kind of slow. And it's like, I mean, probably there are some ways to fix it, but for me now it's kind of random. So, yeah.
But today is a good day for you.
Yeah, I guess.
Cool. Happy to see that. Happy to see, some nice inspired problem solving.
Yeah. Same for me.
Cool. Now I have.
I mean, will you
we also have. Huh? Yeah.
I want to ask both of you whether you are taking part in the UCAP today.
Yes, I'm taking. My teammates will start in 4 minutes, I guess. So
we can send them best of luck and do not
Yes.
I have a suggestion to not ruin your rating.
In UCAP?
Yeah.
There is no. This I don't care. Like if it would be on Codeforces,
What do you
then
mean? What about the on-site final? What do you mean you don't care?
But we were already invited.
But like for the year after, or because we are now in.
It's like it's hard.
Yeah.
I mean, my teammates will manage anyway, so.
Well done, nice.
Bothering much, yeah.
Absolutely, go and say something nice to your teammates if you're now looking at this broadcast and you think that having good teammates is oh so important. Okay, I will let Igor go now, so he can re-log into our wonderful webcam and screen capture system.
Igor, good luck in the next round.
Thank you. I will fight for both of us. Yeah.
Let's go. Max, you're very welcome to stay, and
See
we'll
you,
actually bye, Igor. Good luck. And we'll be able to give you all kinds of like access and extra.
I will leave. Bye.
Deal. See ya. Bye. Thank you. Oh no! Wait, I still want more Ericlay on the stream because we Khan and ourselves we've been here for a while. Hi, wonderful to see you. Can you please tell our viewers a little bit about yourself? They may not be familiar, but I strongly suggest you need to plug your YouTube channel now.
Oh, of course. I appreciate the opportunity. So I'm a UK/Georgian competitive programmer. Not as strong as the names you're seeing here, but I have my own YouTube channel where I do some streams as of recently, starting with the Blitz Cup. So yeah, it's just my name, Erikale. And yeah, I mean, I just used to do like solution videos, and now that this Blitz Cup has started, I've started doing streaming, and it's a very interesting format. I think it encouraged me to start it, and just the intensity that comes with the format somehow. Knockout competitions used to exist, but with this format now, you are also forced to work on the same problem. It's not just a set of problems and like you choose what order to work on them. The fact that your opponent's working on the same problem makes it so much more interesting, and I think more interesting to watch as well. So my last video was again, go on.
No, I wanted to acknowledge with our spectators and viewers on the live stream that you're incredibly well spoken and you're very nice to listen to, which I also value a lot when choosing a content to watch. So I highly encourage everyone to hop on the back button and throw that like and subscribe button.
Oh wow, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I also watched at least some of your streams for the Blitz, and I found that really nice. I mean, given that you messaged initially that you wanted to stream, so I had to go and watch, and except for the moment that the music suddenly appeared and completely ruined my ears on one of the streams.
Don't be toxic.
Yeah, at the end of the stream ending music. I guess I should have a warning for that.
I also do that screamer kind of moment sometimes. But again, wonderful streams. Highly encourage everyone to go and join. Which is honestly, like, Blitz is just such a fun format. Easy, low commitment kind of situation to just try and stream whatever you feel like. Yes, it is currently very much behind a rating wall of if you're a GM or above. If you are a GM that missed our Blitz Cup registration, throw me a message on Codeforces or wherever, and we'll get you an invitation so you can join this pretty nice and cute club of us just doing random Blitz warm-ups, maybe streaming them every once in a while. We are now about 4 minutes before the start of the contest. What are your expectations, guys? Like, clearly, two very hot, incredibly ready to fight contestants. What do we do?
Yeah, so we saw, as I think we mentioned during the interview just now, like both of them clean swept the other person on the previous round. Well, 2-for-4 MHQ didn't get last round, but it was still like 33-0. So yeah, this will be an exciting match. And both of them just finished their last round very recently. So yeah, they're still hot, they're still warm. So yeah, very exciting. I think we had this debate last year whether it's more advantageous if like one person just finished their last round like just before and the other person like from the previous day, like which one is more advantageous actually. That was a debate that we had last year.
We
but
also
yeah, now both of them.
tried scheduling. So last year, I think I tried giving more importance to making sure that there is a break for every contestant. But this year, for Yegor specifically, and then just a slightly later for Eknerwala, no, I'm lying, for Geothermal and Musafar, one of them will go on to face Omnic right away. And a year ago, I was a little concerned if that quite works, if if it's actually very important, much like in tennis, you know, they're trying to make sure that everyone got a little bit of rest to balance it. But I remember being very surprised that even though 1 minute break between problems ended up being very small and intense and absolutely not enough time to do a full reset, 20 minutes between the rounds, which is like a 1 hour per round schedule with some yapping before and after, was surprisingly a lot. Felt like a lot. We were able to run out of like things to chat about, and then someone would whatever have time to go and get some tea or coffee. And because of that, I felt significantly more confident in just like, you know, throwing contestants into round after another. We'll see what Igor and either Geothermal or Musafar will have to tell me after the round. And maybe one of their feedbacks would be never again, and then we'll even leave Lauren.
I think in general,
sorry, yeah, might be interesting to know what Kevin was doing in the past hour as well. Was he watching like 244 MHQ? Was he doing something else? Was he resting?
He
Sorry,
didn't
Nikolai, go ahead.
comment, so we need to absolutely ask about that. I haven't seen him in chat, which I'm very upset about.
Yep. I think actually having 2 blitz matches one after another is not too difficult in terms of like physical difficulty.
At least not
but
deadly.
3 or more will be much more difficult.
Which was also why I was surprised. I saw people doing like warm-ups here and there multiple times a day. Yes, usually solo warm-ups, but still. And I was like very confused because it's still a like high intensity. You need to try and practice this like never test, just submit approach. But hey, worked great for everyone, right? With a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are ready to roll with our first problem called a simple repetition. Here is the problem statement.
This is honestly a joke problem because what it asks is if you repeat the number x, like in its decimal representation, k times, whether the resulting number is prime or not. And the joke is if you repeat it any more times than 1, then it's not prime. So obviously, because you can construct like a number in decimal representation 1, then the length of the original number zeros, and another one, and multiplying by this number will be essentially the same as writing this number twice. So yeah, obviously it can be prime only when k is equal to 0 or to 1, but you have to remember to check if the original number is prime or not.
Right, so it's just standard prime checking then, essentially, yeah, which I think we are seeing in 244 MHQ there, looping through square root until square root, yeah.
And we should have a submission very soon.
So many submissions. Am I toxic? I am probably toxic. Seeing so much red makes me very excited. Because like we have a wrong answer, we have a runtime error, we have the timer, and in the scoreboard we have like both of their cells marked in red, and now both of them have wrong answer again. Again, it's actually not a very difficult problem. It's just tricky enough for them to have a lot to stumble on, which is fun to watch.
It's interesting how Kevin's solution has a different if. Instead of checking if the number repeats more than once, he just checks if the length of the resulting number is at least 10, which is essentially the same, but kind of adds unnecessary complication.
Isn't that problem kind of hard for A? I do not think it's that hard though. Like, do you think that prime checking is the complicated part of it? The other side is just an if, right?
I think it's just, yeah.
Okay,
And
Kevin
it
solved
ended up
it.
being Kevin
Got accepted.
taking the point. I'm not sure if either of them will feel good about it now
Yeah,
that they
to be
like
honest, they
understand
should
how
have
that
solved
works.
it twice faster, I think.
Yep. Like a few unnecessary bugs here and there happens to the best of us.
Okay, actually, I need to go. Kolofanov will join the stream sometime later today, right? So
Yep,
you'll be
yep.
in good hands.
Yep, we will.
And the viewers as well will have.
Thank you
We'll
so
be in
much
good
for
hands with
joining us,
Kolofanov joining later.
Jonathan.
Yeah, I'll be
so
returning
happy
tomorrow.
to have so happy to have you on Blitz streams. Absolutely, I'm so happy that we have a lot of you. That last year and this year you've been carrying the whole thing. That's so nice to do. Cool. See you
Okay,
tomorrow.
bye, everyone.
Bye bye.
Yep.
Also, if any of our wonderful contestants of Blitz are watching our live stream, now is a great moment to actually hop on that Zoom link that we shared with you to join the commentary. Because I, for the life of me, cannot read source code. And Nikolai will be suffering trying to listen to me just yapping and filling the time.
Yeah, that's fine. We now have the problem B, which has a very appropriate title for this.
Oh, hello. Being the only female identifying person on this whole live stream of 16 contestants and a bunch of commentators is very lonely. My dear female competitive programmers, please join Blitz. Whatever.
Yeah, so the problem itself is about how many pairs of numbers you can select from this array which do not intersect, so that the sum in each pair is divisible by the given number k. And the legend, I think, is kind of strange. I didn't get the motivation behind the legend, but this is apparently what the problem is about. And now Kevin is
already
I guess
done.
good in preparation to the International Women's Day, having submitted 3 times in the meanwhile.
Which is, again, a big contrast to how his previous match went. Because it was extremely clean just 2 hours ago. And here, again, maybe the first problem just kind of sets the tone for how the match is going.
Well, let's see how it continues. He has now more submissions, I guess, and in the whole previous match already.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Pick Mike says in chat there was a corner case 11 for problem A. And so this is a pretty cool, noteworthy corner case to have. Yes, very nice. I agree.
What's the corner case?
11. So if you repeat once multiple times, some of them would be prime and some others wouldn't.
No, they cannot be prime. I don't believe you.
I mean, 11 is.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. If the initial number is equal to 1.
Yep.
Not 11, then yeah. And you have to be careful about that.
How much time difference between ACs did we have in problem B? Let's see.
Now we have problem C, which also has a very short statement, which is good for me, I guess.
Yep.
Yes. So we have an array and we have to color in k colors so that we use each color at least once, and the elements of the array have their values, and for each color we can only color different valued elements. So we cannot color 2 once with the same color.
Mm-hmm. So in A, AC submission difference was 4 seconds. Kisan 2:33, and then Igor 2:37.
Yep. Now this is a more or less classic problem, I would say, because what we have basically is a bunch of stacks, and you can only take one element from each stack. But you have to take k elements at once, so each from a distinct stack. And you want to make sure that there is no situation that, that basically you're only left with a single stack, because that would mean that you have to color it with the same color.
One of the system submissions is called OK Pick Mike, and I'm very happy to see Pick Mike in our YouTube chat as well. Have you contributed to the problem? Were you the problem setter for this one, or one of the developers, or were you just coordinating the round?
And if you were a problem setter, then what year did this problem appear in? Without looking.
Yep, without looking. What's the true flavor?
Because I think the overall structure of this process is kind of repeats every now and then. And I think participants are supposed to know how to solve it.
Mm-hmm. Wrong answer 1 from our contestants. Modal solution is like maybe 20 lines in either Python or C++. So we are definitely looking at a pretty reasonably fast solution as soon as the bug will be figured out. Is
so
test
this
4
problem is
in samples? Test 4 is actually the first non-sample test.
And we have a couple of system submissions that have runtime on test 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, including the one called Wrong Pick Mike.
Wrong Pick Mike. And
yeah,
Igor strikes back. Let's go.
Is that true?
I received a push notification on the page.
Yeah,
Yes,
that must be true then.
It is.
Yeah, so that problem was from the free round 7 years ago. So you mentioned already 7 years ago there were the free rounds. So Pick Mike is rather listed as tester there.
Mm-hmm.
Now the next problem must be quite old, I would say.
Do you think we'll see how Kevin will stop writing from scratch and will start reusing at least 5 lines of his template code from previous problem? Or will he not give in? Would be interesting, a trade-off with...
Yeah, in principle, it doesn't take a lot to type. Oh no, the code. Yeah, so I mean, you only have to type the include bits, the using namespace std,
Yep.
and the int main basically.
Yep.
If you are used to coding without the template, then that's all you need for a template. So it's maybe another 10 seconds.
But still, 10 seconds matter.
10 seconds do matter, that's true.
Subway, yet another problem with statements being longer than they need to be, including this one. You loser, I live in one passage from the ring road. Welcome to Moscow, apparently, because quite famously Moscow, much like Chicago, I guess, have a ring road route as well in its subway. And so it is pretty useful to be able to commute using the ring road line. Mm-hmm.
So what we are given here apparently is the description of subway line as as a graph basically. And in this subway there is one loop and something else.
There is unfortunately no illustration for those who have never been to to a city with a expansive underground metro subway system. It is very natural to, when you first start building your metro system, to just have a bunch of intersecting lines. But then it turns out that the connectivity between the ends of those lines becomes very poor. And this is where larger cities are able to add a ring line to them. And Kevin's solution has passed a lot of tests.
Yep, it's correct.
And it is turn green. Let's go. Ta-da-da-da. Correct. It's 11-4. Very much nothing is lost. Still so much that both contestants
Yeah,
get
like
to.
the single 8-pointer can put Igor ahead of Kevin.
Absolutely.
At this point. Although, does he lose it, then he would need to solve both of the remaining problems. But in total, the competitors are pretty quick again, with only 13 minutes spent for the first 4 problems.
Mm-hmm.
That means we have quite a lot of time to actually solve everything again.
Yep. And we're going to problem E, thematic contests. Is it a reference to a training camp lectures?
Yeah, in a way, yes. So yeah, we have some problems, and each problem has a topic. And now we want to select X problems for the first days, 2X for the second, 4X for the next one, and so on. In such a way that all the problems in one day have the same. Yes, all the problems in the same day should have the same topic, and all the problems in different days should have pairwise different topics. And we want to just maximize the total number of problems used. So we can select the number of days as well. And the first rather standard idea is probably that we can use the binary search. No, we cannot use the binary search. But we definitely only have so many days, because if we have too many days, then because we double the number of problems each day, it will very soon be over n. So if we fix the number of days, then we basically know how many topics we want. And if we group our problems by the topics, then the topic with the most problems will obviously be the last day in whatever the number of days we have.
Mm-hmm.
And so on and so on. And then based on that, we will know how, well, if we have a fixed number of days, then we know how many problems we have for each day, and then we can compute the answer. But that's n squared. So some logic is needed when we, for example, increase the number of days and basically keep track of how many problems we can have in the first day. And that's all. So the solution is, I think, group the problems by the topic, sort the topics in the order of decreasing the number of problems, and then loop through the number of days, and basically keep the maximum number of problems on the first day. And when you increase the number of days by 1, you just add the new topic with lower number of problems, and you update this number of problems for the first day with the minimum of the number of problems in this new topic and the number of problems in the previous topic divided by 2, because now you would have to have twice more of them.
I was clicking through modal solutions, and some of them, even though accepted, are pretty long. But now I finally found the Python one that I really like that is like maybe 15 lines of code. So actually, if you have a concept of solution for the problem, it seems to be a very fast typing. Not a lot of work.
Yep. And it seems we are mostly getting problems from div3 this match. Could it be that because these two
Because Kevin
participants
just
solved a lot of
solves
problems?
everything. Look at him. Look at him. That person eats problems from Codeforces for breakfast and for dinner. Which again is just a testament to how cool is that to have like true legends of competitive programming be part of the Blitz thing at all. Okay, another submission. What changed though? Show me what changed. So wrong answer test 1 changed into wrong answers test 4, which is great. And now let's see, just a bunch of like an extra section is commented and then something is sorted at the beginning of the solution.
Yeah, Kevin has VA7 and submits
Sounds about
again,
right. And now finally, it's running. It's running. Test 52.
Accepted.
Yay!
Kevin.
That's a definitely sizable advantage. And now only now Yegor submitted his attempt, but it ended up being a wrong answer as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, somehow he submitted first, but then he submitted last. With basically all the code rewritten.
I'm not sure what the first submission was. Didn't quite look the same as the modal solution for me. I couldn't find the missing pieces as well.
Yep. Now the next problem seems to be not from my div3 round.
Yay.
Or maybe not, I'm not sure. So let me read the problem.
Nah, excessive. Our contestants don't need to read the problem, and you shouldn't. Try looking at 5 words from the problem statement and then the samples, and that should be enough. Because for many of the contestants, this is like literally enough. This is what they write their first version of solution from, which is why Yegor submitted so early. Not because he was completely sure, but because sometimes it just, when you're good, it just makes sense. You test after submission, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, as Kevin shows us on his screen, the problem is about replacing x with all the numbers from 1 to x minus 1. So what we have is we have a set of integers, and every time we take the smallest number x from this set and replace it with all the numbers that Kevin wrote down. And also, while doing that, we multiply our score by x. So the task asks us to calculate what is our score after the given number of steps. Which is quite interesting because apparently we kind of, if the smallest number of if the smallest number was, let's say, x again, then we will need 2 to the power of x operations to get rid of all the numbers smaller than or equal than x in our set. Because we will first add everything from 1 to x minus 1, then we will remove 1, then we will remove 2 but add 1 back, then we will remove 1 again, then we will remove 3 and add back 2 and 1, and so on. So that's like binary counting. So that means that if we do the first operation first, then if that number was sufficiently large, then we can already kind of understand what's going on further. It will be like, again, counting up to integer K.
It seems like Igor does like a lot of pen and paper again. I can see the cursor in his ID blinking, so he's very much not touching the keyboard, but working with the pencil apparently.
I think you have to kind of figure it out how exactly it goes there, because there are also some intermediate cases when the initial number is not very large and not very small, and you actually get to remove it at some point, or like remove the next smallest number at some point, which will ruin your process a little bit. And to be honest, I don't like these kind of problems, because you have to, on one hand, you have a very nice process, but at some point it just interrupts and starts over, and you have to carefully find out these moments and what happens in between.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi Neil, so happy to see you.
Hello.
We are like, halfway through the contest. On the screen, Kevin is on the left, Igor is on the right. The problem that they're working is in the middle. And I'll throw a little bit of extra access points in your direction. Unsurprisingly, as the people who have watched the previous 2 hours of the broadcast, both Kevin and Igor went through their previous opponents in a, very dominant manner. A lot to zero, and in an incredible feat of like being so sure in how they go through the contest. And now it's a little more of back and forth, so many incorrect submissions here and there, which I enjoy to see. Maybe not that comfortable to see when you're actually a contestant and you feel strongly about the way the contest is built. But hey, I am having so much fun.
Yeah, so it seems like here Igor's gonna have to solve both of the next two problems in order to win.
Yes, this is the setup. Kevin absolutely has a nice sizable lead, but not everything is lost. We don't know the result yet, unless one of those solutions will end up being correct. And IG is often the verdict that converts into a K in our case. It means that the system is checking if there is a pending submission from the opponent to work with it. And that's it. That basically Kevin
Oh, he got it.
absolutely gets the round in his favor. Again, plenty of incorrect submissions for him, plenty of opportunities to maybe drop more than one problems, but just the 4-pointer guarantees him a victory, and he will now advance to the next round. Kevin, being one of the higher seeded contestants in Blitz Cup, will advance into the semifinal round, where he will go against the winner of Eknerwala against Makrav, against the winner of Fikle with them. So with some probability, we're getting a USA one, or rather the MIT 2019 face-off with Kevin going against brother against Eknerwala, which I think a bunch of our fans would be excited to see. I don't think we saw that last year, so will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so congrats to Kevin. And yeah, that matchup would be fun to see. Now, Eknerwala has to get through a couple people to get there, but
it's
yeah,
not
I
for
guess
nothing.
2
He's
people to
currently
get there.
second on Codeforces rating in global.
But he is the
viewing,
favorite
so
by rating, yeah.
yeah, definitely has this advantage. But now we're looking at the last problem of the current contest, because even though technically the 12-pointer is not deciding anything for anyone, I can see why Igor would really want to have this one. And he's back to pen and paper. In the meantime, let me see how long is the modal solution. It is a bunch. Is there a shorter Python version that I would not be disgusted by? No, it's also a bunch. Maybe one screen long or something. I leave it to real competitive programmers to actually read the problem. Yay! Andrew fixed his username in YouTube chat.
Yep. So this problem has a following legend. You have a monster that you can deal damage to, and I imagine the monster has infinite health. So we are only interested in the maximum number of damage that we can deal. And we have a number of spells. And the first spell is very easy. It just deals X damage, where X is a property of that spell. And the second type of spell deals also X damage, but it also doubles the damage of the next spell. And then we can imagine that we have this number of spells and we can apply them in any order. Basically, we always want to apply all of them at the end because they always deal positive damage. And we are interested in the maximum amount of damage that we can deal. And then the problem is we have this set of spells, but also it changes n times every time we add or remove a spell. And we need to solve or to answer the initial question every time the set of spells changes. This G problem looks like a game theory problem. I don't think so, actually. One can approach this, I think, by saying that, okay, there is no point in dealing. No, that's not correct. Okay. So every damage after the second type spell is doubled. So we know how many places will be doubled. And obviously we want to put the strongest spells there. The only problem could be that we can't make cycles in this approach, right? So unless the first K, unless the K strongest spells are the K spells of the second type, I think we can always choose the order in such a way that the K strongest spells are doubled. And only in the case that the K strongest spells are coinciding with the K doubling spells, we have to sacrifice one of them and replace it with a not so strong spell to double. And all the non-doubling damage we can just sum up in the very beginning. It doesn't change. It doesn't depend on the order. G's for game theory.
Or geometry.
Yeah, G is typically for geometry. That's true. That's true.
This problem is new, or have they already appeared in previous contests? That's the best part about the Blitz. All of those problems have already appeared in previous contests. Most of them in Div 2, Div 3, educational rounds, or other non-Div 1 contests, because our contestants are extremely familiar with Div 1, and we are automatically selecting from the archive of Codeforces problems the problems that none of these two contestants have solved, but we know that they pre-existing. We considered generating problems or creating custom problems, but it feels like, for all intents and purposes, reusing existing ones is probably even more exciting, because every once in a while we see the situation where one of our contestants ends up being the one of the problem setters for the problem one of the testers, and they struggle trying to remember the problem or what was the trick or that one peculiar coordinate case, which is very enjoyable. Ekner Wallace suggests G data structures. Yes, absolutely.
Yep, we can ask Neil if he remembers this problem, because he placed third in this contest where this problem appeared.
Really?
Yeah, I was just looking at this, and no, I do not remember this problem.
Which is a great argument in favor of. So we have this incredible contestant whose handle is must be, who solved all the problems on all the competitive programming platforms. And I clearly want him to participate at Blitz, but there are no problems for him to reuse. But it doesn't matter. If you solved the problem over a year ago, you already have forgotten all of that. So it's perfectly fine to not just reuse old problems, but also even reuse the problems that contestants have already solved. I think
It's funny
just
though. I
for
think
fun.
this is like a skill that is, or an ability that varies from person to person.
Mhm.
And so
I heard
I
that
think, for
chess
example,
people are good at this, right?
yeah, I think, for example, Eknerwall, Andrew, is particularly bad at remembering problems that he solved. And we'll be discussing some problem, and we'll find that he actually solved the problem a long time ago, and he did not remember it all.
I think 300 IQ famously was the person who everyone asked if this problem have appeared in other contests before. And so I feel like he would be really good at remembering every single problem he ever saw, no matter how many years have passed. Neil, chat wants to know, are you participating? And if not, why? Absolutely join us for the next edition of Blitz, or let's figure out a custom Blitz edition that you would be happy to join.
No, I'm not participating. My schedule was a little busy, and I couldn't make sure that I would be available for all the rounds.
But
I also
go ahead.
I also there's this funny video that I like from one of the Smash Summit events called
Ooh.
Commentary Instead, and that is me now.
Oh, it is amazing. I need this. Based on the name, I absolutely need this. Also, Blitz.
Let me find it and I'll share it.
Yes, I'm happy to play it on the stream as well. Blitz specifically, again, the format of the 40-minute contest came up from me trying to say that adults are just too busy to do programming contests. Even if you have a pretty standard and reasonable software engineering job, allocating multiple hours per week for a contest does not feel too reasonable if you have other commitments. But, blocking this 1 hour meeting with yourself somewhere and then doing a 40-minute contest and maybe grabbing a lunch during that period of time, it does not sound impossible. And I hope that as more people discover Blitz, as, just a way to hang out with your friend or past teammates, to try and still exercise a little bit, like have this tiny bit of competitive programming brain load, can be fun. Just 40 minutes though, very low commitment.
So somebody asked, what is the splay tree that I use in my code? And I was just looking at my code too. And it looks like basically I decided to be a bit lazy and I had some custom splay tree code ready where you can query any range of keys, including a suffix. And so I just use this to query, the top K spells overall, where K is basically the right number, either the lightning size -1 or the overall spell size, I guess, -1. There's some details here that I don't quite remember, but you don't necessarily need to do this because you can kind of just track things. And certainly, as a Blitz contestant, you would not be able to paste the entire splay tree implementation. You'd have to remember it. And so it's not the approach either of these two guys is taking. But at least years ago, that is what I did. I just got a bit lazy and then solved this probably a little bit faster as a result.
Having a good library code is the farthest from lazy I can think of. It requires so much like work, careful consideration, and then trust into whatever you've done to just be able to go and blindly copy and it would work. Yeah, definitely not a lazy thing to have. Even if you haven't personally written every single line of code for the library, just figuring out how to appropriately set it up and how to actually like benefit from it is a lot of work.
That's fair. That's fair. What I mean is just in contest, because I had this library ready, it kind of gives you the ability to just be lazier and get to a point where, oh, I could think about how to do this without all the extra code, but I have the extra code, so let me just go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, at Neil Wu Programming, missing those streams. Upload occasionally if you can. Neil, remember, you always have a fallback into being a competitive programming YouTuber career. Can be a lot of fun. A user with a very suspicious name. Thank you so much. Even if you're a bot, you have excellent taste. I don't quite know why we do not have more GMs from China participate, but I'm really, really eager to get Zhang Li on the Blitz once. So everyone, hop on the bandwagon, go pick up a GM over the year, join Blitz, and then make sure that everyone knows that Blitz is fun. I think they're just very busy, that's true.
Or just very lazy.
Or just really lazy. Our contestants have another 10 seconds to try and figure out something. Kevin is frantically updating a bunch of code. I'm not sure if submitting in those last 2-3 seconds is actually in the cards for him. But we'll see if anything's coming in. No more submissions. And so Kevin closes it pretty nicely. I don't want to say with any like difficulties or any major issues. Yegor definitely looks tired, somewhere in the mix between tired and surprised that it didn't really go well for him. We'll see contestants with us in just about a second. Oh, Nikolai, it's so bright where you are. I just looked at you.
Yeah. Maybe I need to close the window at some point.
Nah, you're good. I enjoy some sun moment. Let me grab you here. Kevin, well done.
Oh, thank you.
Proud of you. Good job.
Wonderful performance, yes.
Did you...
a bunch of wrong submissions.
A bunch.
Yeah, compared to last time, yeah.
What was it? Why? What's the difference? Just problems?
I made a few bugs, but I do think there were some ways to mess up these problems that I did fall into. But I mean, I'm not sure. I think it's like whether you make a bug or not is pretty much like up to chance, and you can't really control that. So it sometimes just happens.
Yeah, you all threw a bunch of things into the testing system, which was fun. I think on problem A, your accepted submission time difference is like 4 seconds or something.
Yeah, I saw that.
This was cool.
Scary.
That's a good flex. This I like for Blitz. Yegor, wrong direction.
Yeah.
Move farther to the left. Well done. Literally the hardest thing in the whole Blitz is to put yourself in the center of the zoom shot after you're done with the contest. Well done. Very proud of you both. Very fun match. What was the least fun problem though?
Last one, I guess, for me.
Were you still like seriously trying to get the last one?
Yeah, kinda.
Nice. Thank you.
So we have here Neil with us, who placed third in the contest where this problem appeared. And can you guess what kind of data structure did he use in his code back then?
In the real round?
Yeah.
Trip, I don't know.
Maybe a segment tree? I don't know.
I used a splay tree.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
How old is it?
I saw 6 years old.
Yeah, 6 years ago.
So that's fun. But yeah, I was explaining earlier that I just decided to be lazy in the contest and I have a splay tree that allows you to query any particular range of keys or a suffix of a certain size. And so I use that to just get the sum of the biggest values.
Sounds very powerful.
Yeah, so the solution was like over 500 lines long.
Oh.
Yeah, so not very practical for Blitz, but nice in contests. Yeah.
I mean, if you know it by heart, maybe.
So I submitted my G that I thought I would be able to submit in time in the contest, but I think it was like a couple seconds too late, but it just passed, so.
Oh.
Whoops.
Good. You finished the up-solving T. Good competitive programmer. Really.
I think like based on the timer that it showed in the contest, it
Mhm.
seemed like my submission would go through, but it didn't.
Mhm.
There's a bit of a, but that's fine.
Yep. Blitz factor is a thing.
Well, congrats to both of you, and congrats, Kevin, for advancing. We were just discussing actually, so you made it to the semis, and there are 4 people who could be your next opponent.
Right.
Do you have a preference? Is there anyone you want to face off against?
Well, I know Andrew's in one of those 4 people, so I think it would be fun to face him.
Yeah, we were also saying it'd be fun to see that matchup.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually now only 3 people, right? Who can advance.
Yep, no, only 3. That's true.
Oh, who is home?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Because we already did one of the
Oh, we had
one of the
right.
round of 4-round matches as well. I mean, you and Andrew have been like doing contests since forever together. Did you do any of the like one-on-one lockout blitz style blind coding one-on-one competitions? Is there a tally in your like direct messages somewhere where you count how many times one has beaten the other?
I don't think we've done something like this for a long time, at least. Not that I can remember, but
could be fun.
I don't know. I think on our team, Andrew is usually the one who does the harder problems, so I think that gives me a bit of an edge.
So you have the advantage. So you're the favorite. Cool.
I feel that way. I mean, of course, Andrew's very fast as well. So
cool. Well, I hope Andrew is watching.
That is true. Andrew famously, like, I felt like whenever there was a contest where I did better on the easy problems than Andrew, and I started, moving ahead of him, he would always just solve the second last or last problem and just pass me at the end. At least that's how it felt. And so, I would say Andrew's very good at hard problems.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, not to say that he's slow at all. I mean, he's definitely going to be a worthy opponent if he gets to this.
There's also a different perspective on this. Do you think doing a contest again one another within your team is detrimental to the whole like team spirit situation? Like someone gets upset or whatever?
I don't think. I think we've been doing contests for long enough that like it'd be hard for something like this to.
Sorry, may I ask? Because there is Universal Cup going on, and if you don't have any questions to me, I guess I can go.
Oh, okay.
Best of luck at the Universal Cup.
Thank you. Good luck in the semifinals.
See you. Hope the Universal Cup goes well for you.
Yeah, I hope to. See you. Bye.
Everyone is so motivated. But also, wait, Kevin, are you doing Universal Cup today? You are doing Universal Cup today.
Yeah, I'm planning to do it.
Because again, 2 times 40 minutes is absolutely not enough for a respectable, what is it, Saturday?
Saturday,
You
yeah.
need at least
course.
5 hours, preferably 7 hours of the contests.
Yep. Sounds about right.
If anyone's watching and you are still trying to ask our wonderful contestants questions much like how to read problem statements, try reading 7 hours of problem statements every Saturday. This will probably help.
Yep.
Well, you don't read the problem statements for the UCAP contest for the whole duration of the round.
Sure, that's true.
Yeah, sometimes I read problems too fast. And for example, I misread problem C today, or not problem C, was it problem D?
The one that you lost?
Oh, the one that I lost, yeah, sorry. So it was C. But I think I was actually close to getting it maybe, but I solved like a similar related problem. I don't know.
Well, that could be the reason why you didn't get it
Yeah, I
in the
mean,
first place.
for sure, yeah. I think the real problem was a bit easier than what I was solving, so I definitely wasted some time due to that.
Oh, there was a moment, I don't quite remember in which match today, where Khan and Jonathan were trying to come up with a solution, and then Khan looked up from what contest is this problem from, and it ended up being like an educational round something, and both of them instantly went like, oh, we're overthinking it. There needs to be a significantly easier, cleaner solution or something.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think for this contest, like we know that the problems are selected to be relatively easy, so like we can kind of assume that there won't be something hard required.
Yep.
Unless something went wrong with the problem difficulty.
Which also happens every once in a while. I think a lot of problem A's get to be underestimated.
Oh, okay.
I saw way too many problem A incorrect submissions today over the day. Surprised about this.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, I guess it's also because people are a little bit in a hurry to submit A because everyone thinks that A is very easy, and
yeah,
it's even more important to submit a second earlier in A than in problem D, for example, right?
Right, which is not necessarily true, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I think in general, there is more probability that you tie in time on A than on D.
Well,
if it's actually easier.
Because we think that problems are sorted by time, and so the same time difference has more importance. There's just more higher chance of your opponent to also be ready to submit on this precise second. We haven't quite had second accuracy hits today. I'm looking forward to it, though. We still have quite a few matches that I think are very promising in the trying to, get a lot of interesting drama predictions. So, for example, right now we're moving into geothermal versus Amusafar round. And then right after this round will end, we'll see one of them face off against the winner of a round that we saw earlier today, one of our morning highlights, Umnik versus Dominator. So either Geothermal or Musafar will be facing off with Umnik in a little over an hour. Cast your vote. Who do you think will go through? Is it just Umnik being a clear favorite by rating, or and Geothermal being a clear favorite by rating? And so Amusafar will have to get a really good showing for this one. At the same time, I think that Yegor mentioned that he really enjoyed not being the favorite in his matchup against Turmax. And it allowed him to be more confident, to not overthink all of that by too much, and just go for it. And it ended up being great for him with a 33-0 showing. And if you're just tuning in, I would like to remind you about our Blitz rules while we are waiting for our contestants to join us in their contest. So in about 10 minutes from now, we'll start yet another round, and the round will last for 40 minutes. Our contestants will be given 7 problems, but they will not be given them all at once, but instead problems will be opened one by one. Only the first person to solve each problem gets the points for it. That's it. Even if you're just 2 seconds later not good enough, you're not getting points, your opponent walks away with the points for that problem. And speaking about points, we have figured out a really nice scale that we like a lot because it allows for a lot of comeback potential. It's 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So as soon as at least half of the points are distributed, we already know the winner, but our contestants so far have liked going all the way through, and we're very excited about that. There is no submission penalty. So this is actually a monkey typing competition where you're not supposed to even compile your solution locally in your machine. And I'm not even speaking about testing. You just write the code and you just send it to the testing system, and testing system will see if this works. And at the end of the day, the person with the most points wins. There is a very small 1-minute intermission between problems that you will see us using to just chat a little bit about how incredibly fast our contestants are. And we are awaiting this wonderful matchup. Geothermal, famously finalist of our last year's Blitz finalist of our last year's Blitz tournament, winning over Turmax, winning over Ali Reza Kaviani, and a bunch of other incredibly talented people. And Amu Safar, who hasn't participated last year, but went incredibly strong through this year's selection bracket. So let's see how they face off against each other. Are you rooting for favorites? Oh, also, Alex, happy to see you here with us. How is life?
Hello, everyone. Happy to
Yay.
be here. Life
Yay.
is good. How is my volume? Do I need to increase or decrease it?
You're good. Let me show you to everyone on live stream. You have so many fans in our Codeforces Blitz chat viewers. As always, everyone's so happy to see you. Do you
Thank you,
think the
guys.
favorites will just win in most of the Blitz matches, or do you expect any surprises in the upcoming matchups?
I expect surprises because there is a pretty huge element of randomness in this. But of course, it's mostly about skill. But still, if some problems, first of all, if a problem suits one participant more than the other, then the first one will probably win this problem if they are of about the same skill. And second, there's always a chance that someone misunderstands the problem statement, and then it can go anyway.
What are the chances that someone gets a bug and then is stuck with this bug in the code? Is it more than the chance of misreading the statement, or less at this level?
I would say that it's less. It's likely, more likely to misunderstand the problem statement than to understand it correctly and then write a wrong solution.
Well, not a wrong solution, just make some stupid, I don't know, off by one error somewhere in the code.
Okay, then it's like, it always happens, right? When all these wrong answer on test one happen, it's just because of such errors.
Yeah, I do think usually those types of bugs are caught they get caught eventually because like you're used to making those kind of bugs. Whereas when you misread the statement, like you won't know, I guess, because like if you thought you solved the problem that it is, so you have to go back and look at the statement to find the bug, which you should do at some point as well.
Well, once you submitted the solution and it gets wrong answer on test 1, you test it locally, right? And then you dig into it.
What do you mean tested locally? Almost prohibited at this competition, or at
Are you
least
guys
frowned upon.
have other people not been testing locally? Actually,
No, a bunch of people have been. Sure.
Well, that's probably one of the reasons why I am not in the top 16. It's my bad. I shouldn't have tested it locally.
oh really? Did that make the difference in one of the problems?
No, I think my problem was that I was making too many mistakes.
I do think. Well, I usually for the easier problems I was choosing to submit first and then test right after before before the judging is done, because I don't really have anything to do while waiting for the verdict. But I can
Of
see
course.
not testing also being a valid strategy.
I usually, when I'm going to submit the solution, I compile the code because it takes one hotkey on my side. Like it doesn't take me too much time. And then if it didn't immediately find any compilation errors, then I proceed to submitting before waiting for it to finish compiling the code. And then I will probably test it or something, I don't know.
Cool.
Okay, so
we should go for a short break while we are setting stuff up. I think the round will be delayed by just a little bit for us to have everything fine. Don't go anywhere. It's now after however many 7 hours of my live stream. It's now a great moment for all of you, my dear spectators, to actually help yourself with a nice cup of tea or a coffee, and we'll be back really shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hi everyone, and we are back with the next round of Codeforces Blitz, which will be geothermal against the Musafar. We unfortunately do not have connectivity to Musafar's screen as webcams, but we hope he will be able to either join us during one of the intermissions between the problems or at least be able to solve the problems as we go through the contest. Nevertheless, wishing all of our contestants the best of luck, and let's see how it goes. And here we are into problem A.
Yeah, the problem A is very simple. It's a little bit difficult to go through the statement because it's from an old contest and it's not explaining in details what is happening. But the general solution is just you are given or what the problem asks is given an array of integers, you need to print the number of distinct integers and the maximum number of occurrences of number in that array.
Mm-hmm. And it's already been solved, like it's already unaccepted. With barely a minute into the contest, I probably blinked, so I'm not sure that I'm a good judge for the photo finish kind of complete records that our contestants are setting. But this feels like a very strong starting point as well.
Yep. Again, this is a pretty trivial problem if you understand what it asks for, and to understand what it asks for, you, I mean, in a way of how you read these older problems, I think, is that it asks you what you should find the answer for, right? And however not intuitive this question is, this is what it asks for because the statement is correct, right? And at first, when I read this problem 10 minutes ago, I was like, how can it ask what it is asking for? It doesn't make any sense. But because the problem is so easy, it asks exactly for this.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have a prerequisite in your mind that the question should be kind of complicated, then it is pretty easy to understand.
Do you feel like overall the level of, well, writing, if it makes sense, like writing as in storytelling writing, has improved over the years with problem setters being able to, approach the motivation of like why this specific thing is being asked from us in a clearer way. You know how some of the, like, sometimes you ask for some random probability theory feature of a given set of numbers just because that's what that's what you want. It doesn't actually have any common sense to it or any reasonable explanation, but this is just like what you have. But I think it gets better with time, or maybe with judging experience as well.
I wouldn't agree to that, actually. I think it's vice versa in a way that there are now more problems appearing that are pure mathematical constructions and they don't have any motivation of why you ask that. Even on Codeforces, some problem appear like you are given this and this and you are asked to compute, and then there is just a formula that you need to compute. Okay. While in the past, I think like the traditional programming problems are they do have some legend, and they do try to ask a question in a natural way.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime,
However,
problem B solved, and so I have this infographics for when we only have one screen of our contestants, and it actually has a time code for each of the submissions, and the submission for the first problem is like at 0 minutes into the contest. And submission into problem B is at 3 minutes into the contest. And don't forget that there is also a full 1 minute of intermission between those. So Jay is doing absolutely crazy work, just plowing through the problems.
In the meantime, it seems that Geothermal has some list of things that he writes to his code in the intermissions that may come in handy in the future problems, like modular exponentiation, or like considering whether the cell is valid and within a rectangle or not, something like this.
That's nice. I'm not sure if it's useful, but this is definitely smart.
Yeah, I'm sure it's almost always not useful, but maybe this one time when it is, I don't know, it's the deal breaker.
And now we have an interactive problem.
Oh no,
I think
what?
the first one today.
What the hell? How?
Why not?
How is it possible? No, you don't understand. My approach to interactive problems is Control W.
Why?
Well,
I have no idea how to run them. I have no idea how to test them.
But you don't have to run them in this format, right?
I
You
mean,
told us
sure,
yourself.
you can just submit, but like
Child,
what?
don't make any mistake. Just
Yeah,
write
don't
the
make
correct
mistakes.
code.
Yes, write good code. Yes, I
Mhm.
heard that in theory. So yeah,
But it
this
makes
is how I treat.
even more exciting, don't you think? Like in these conditions, to be able to find the bug or a bug, I don't know, to test it locally.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I'm still like, if I were to actually see an interactive problem in my like blitz round, it would feel so wrong. Again, I'm not sure it quite translates, but it would feel so wrong.
Well, this particular problem is pretty easy. There is a hidden binary string of length n, and you can make 2 n queries. You give another binary string, and the judge replies whether the string that you gave is a substring of the hidden string or not.
And the problem C is now solved by Jay.
Yeah, and basically the approach is you try to append to the current string that you have, you try to append a 0 or a 1. If either of them works, then you just expand your current knowledge by 1 character. If none of them works, that means that the current substring that you have is a suffix of the prefix, and now you start adding at the front. And if you are careful enough, then it is exactly 2n queries. So the problem itself is pretty easy, I would say. Implementing your own interactor in an interactive problem in general is a very good approach, I think.
I know,
However,
but it never
not in the
works,
Blitz.
right? Does it work for you? Like, is there actually a way to approach manual implementation of interactors that is reasonably reliable and working? I don't know. I always get so upset at the interactives.
I think it really depends on the type of interaction that you have. Like, for example, in this problem, the hidden information is only a single string, and the interactive is or the interactor is very deterministic. It just has to answer the query. So you can even implement that inside your own solution. Instead of printing something, you would just query, and in this case, it's just querying the standard library function. So it works very well, I think.
Right.
However, sometimes when the interactive is kind of complicated, or I don't know, for example, you have to play optimally some game, then the interactive is kind of complicated because it's not easier than the actual solution.
Yeah, I see that. We now have problem D, and as Khan already told me earlier today, it looks very sus because formulas do not actually look very pretty. Am I right? Or is it a good renderer, but I'm just confused?
I have just read the statement. I think the implementation should be pretty straightforward. Like every time you find the next power of 10 you have and see if you can include all the numbers below it in your sequence. And if you cannot, then you print the answer. And if you can, you add them all and proceed to the next power of 10. I don't understand why there is k in the statement. Like, what is the purpose of it?
Well, then I have to explain the statement first.
Okay, the statement is you want to pick numbers. You are given number m, and you want to pick numbers m, m plus 1, m plus 2, and so on. And every time you pick a number, you need to pay the number of digits in this number times k. And you have some budget. And the question is, how many numbers can you include? Can you pick if you can only start with m and go like m plus 1, m plus 2, and so on?
So the first step is to divide the budget by k.
I think so, yes.
Okay.
But yeah, you are the one with access to the submissions, so.
Yes, I can check if the model solutions do that. Well, or if the
Or with
geothermal solution
geothermal
does that.
solution, that's a good
Yes,
idea
yes.
as well, because it has just been accepted.
It does divide n by k in the second line of the code.
Which puts us on the timeline 0, 3, 7, 10. Do you notice the pattern?
I do not.
It takes him somewhat like 3 minutes per problem. That's it. Doesn't matter if it's the first problem, the second problem in Blitz. It's just 3 minutes per problem on a very
Problem
steady
D
average.
took him less than problem E,
Yeah.
problem C,
Yeah.
supposedly.
Oh, here, actually a modern day, like, kind of news-based problem, apparently.
Yeah, I think this is quite a recent problem. I remember it being maybe around a year ago. With actually quite nice pictures.
Yay.
Here.
Pretty illustrations. Are they vector? Sorry, I have this issue. Okay, they're probably
it's
Excel.
not very easy to insert vector images.
You really
Okay,
should.
so
Codeforces statements.
do I understand correctly that the problem is you have a rectangle 2 times n, where n is divisible by 3, and it consists of like zeros and ones, for example, and you need to divide it into pieces of area 3 each consisting of 3 cells, and you need to maximize the number of pieces where ones dominate over zeros.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I only read the problem name, but if the problem name is chosen wisely, then yes.
Okay, I think it should be doable with some straightforward DP going left to right, like with broken profile or whatever. But also I think that it may be worth spending a little bit more time thinking about something that can probably be easier to implement. Although, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not very clear what's the easiest approach here. And the length of the strip is pretty large. But, well, when you think about that, it's, let's look at the top left corner, right? You either put like a horizontal 3x1 piece, and then you have to put the same piece below it. So it's like a jump forward by 3. Or you put one
a
of
corner
two
and
corners.
then a bunch of terminals to the right of
and
it.
then finishing corner on the other end.
Yeah. What does it help? Oh, you probably can. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to suggest some quadratic solution, which is not the way.
Yeah. Well, maybe the broken profile is easier, given that the broken profile here is basically one integer between, let's say, -2 and 2.
-2 and 2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Depending on how much the first row sticks out of the second row.
Well, let's see what geothermal is doing. I don't understand it. Probably he's doing about the same, but he has like the profile where two variables are from 0 to 2. And all the transitions are done by hand or something.
Yeah, that can really slow down coding. Also, why is there like wild experimentation of ops?
Yeah, I also don't understand what ops is, but there seems to be some vector of cells. Also, if you are very lazy, you can write some sort of like GP of ij, where I is the prefix in the first row and the j is the length of the prefix in the second row that you are filled, but you only store the states where I and j are at most 2 apart, and then you do some memorization style GP or something. Maybe it is slightly easier to write, although it adds some extra logarithmic factor or constant factor or something.
There was a moment ago, there was a go-to in the code. Although fairly quickly replaced with a Boolean flag. Actually, I think some time ago I saw in the Blitz someone writing a bunch of go-tos to like exit a couple of loops.
Did it work?
I don't remember. It probably did.
Imagine you write a bunch of go-tos just to flex, and then
they don't work.
Nikolai Kalinin doesn't remember afterwards if it worked.
and who did it? Complete waste of karma. What a well.
Well, this problem takes more than 3 minutes to write.
Yes, I also noticed that. This is very nice of Jay. If you wanted, so I think that people in our chat just like are not quite remembering the bracket yet. You can always open it on your computer using that link, and you will clearly see who is still in the running for the bragging rights of being called the 2026 Codeforces Blitz champion, and who has been eliminated and can join us on the live streaming side at any moment of time.
Yep, we only actually have a few contestants still in the competition. Namely
Fikli, Kaysan, Tourist.
8 plus the current round, I'd say.
Yeah. Tourist, Ormless, Omnik. One of Geothermal and Osafar will go further, and then we have Eknaral and Makrov still not. They will be the last match of the day, and they will figure out who will be the last contestant to advance to the quarterfinal stage. The match of Aknorvala will take place in about 90 minutes.
Yep, so the next match will be the winner of this match versus Umnik.
Yep, definitely Umnik. And so far, Geothermal, excellent showing already, 15 points ahead. So I think it's a great call to do that. Someone in chat is like, come on, we all know that it's Tourist versus Keisan. Don't be so quick. Like, again, we saw, if you watch earlier Tourist streams, earlier Keisan streams, you'll see that they misread a bunch. And it only takes you to misread one problem to completely ruin your chances. So not that simple.
And sometimes maybe the problem is about some idea that exactly one of you knows, or like remembers right now. Or maybe sometimes the problem is just too old and its rating is slightly weird and it's solvable pretty instantly, and it all comes to who types it faster. So much can go not like wrong, but pretty much randomly.
Oh, Geothermal just erased all the existing code, right?
I mean, happens to the best of us, right? This is what misread a problem basically means.
Well, I don't think it was misread this time. It was just a very poor choice of the approach initially. And now I think it's a bit better. But yeah, at this time, maybe for most of the other Blitz matches, you were thinking, oh, maybe I shouldn't just do this problem and let my opponent take it. But yeah, unfortunately, we are not sure if the opponent is live, meaning connected to Codeforces and coding.
I mean, most importantly, we want to make sure that he's safe. Send all the power to him, all our best wishes, and we hope everything resolves itself, and then he'll be able to either join us for the rest of this round, or for some commentary, or for the future blitzes. This is something that we absolutely understand, that there are so many, like, again, things outside of control of both us and our contestants, and it's most important to remember that we're all doing blitz in a good fun, and it absolutely is not something that we want contestants to prioritize over their well-being. So I hope everything works out.
So most likely now Geothermal is competing with himself.
Yeah, which
this problem,
our contestant did a lot. Like how many warm-ups with just solo one person we saw? Dozens, maybe over 100. It was fun though.
Yep. So do we have a better approach now in the code?
Well,
so it's dp of n times 3.
And now all the transitions are indeed done by hand. Well, okay. Who am I to judge? But
Disagree.
Well, the transitions are still in a way done by hand, right? Because now we have ifs for j equal to 0, j equal to 1, and now j equal to 2, and a bunch of like transitions there, but I guess I wonder what J is. Is it the shift or is it the shift -1 or something?
What do you mean?
Like we were discussing that the difference in the number of cells taken from the first and the second row cannot be more than 2.
Yes.
But obviously you can kind of optimize it so that
well,
like when the difference is 2, then the next step is uniquely determined. You have to take the 3x1 on the other side.
Yeah.
That means
Indeed.
that.
But again, do you optimize the runtime of your solution or the time it takes you to write this?
But then if you are doing the cases by hand, then it makes sense to remove this case, because it's now, instead of 5 states of DP, you have only 3 of them.
Yes, if you are doing the states by hand.
And I think that's what geothermal is doing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the possibly upsetting things for geothermal is that no one will help apparently no one will help him get through this problem. So if he really wants to look at the next problem, he will have to suffer through this one. Code Nakama asks, is Galvanov in the commentary? Yes, he very much is. Happy to have Alex with us.
Oh, now we are entering the debug phase of this.
Yay! We don't have a lot of time for it though. It's like 15 minutes, right? 13 minutes remaining until the end of the contest.
Well, now it says everything is passing, right?
Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. And it has been solved. A little more than 3 minutes, I must admit, but still a great showing.
That one was pretty embarrassing, lol, says geothermal. Glad I deleted my 100 lines of overcomplicated code before trying to delete it, though I suspect there's still an easier way to...
Yeah, there probably is an easier way than...
Yeah, and I mean, we are also glad you deleted these 100 lines. Because there is no way you were debugging them.
I love geothermal like text comments. It's always such a joy to get an insight into what the person thinks right now during the contest, right in the middle of the problem solving, which is why I really enjoy us having this like short-ish intermissions, because it doesn't feel like, say at the World Finals or wherever, that you would be distracted onto a different problem or into the like discussion of something. So yeah, it's awesome that he gets to drop a little bit of knowledge for us.
Yep, now the next problem is called New Year Letter. So we have a process that is similar to like Fibonacci numbers, but with strings. So each string is a sum, meaning the concatenation of 2 previous strings. And now the want to choose the two first strings, so S1 and S2, with given lengths, so that the string SK has exactly A occurrences of the substring AC, standing for the accepted. So we need to just find the two initial strings that will make this happen, or say Happy New Year if there is no such solution.
Well, let's think about how would you write a checker for this problem? How do you calculate this number? So you probably have store some information for each iteration of this process. Like at first you have strings S1 and S2, and for each of them you probably remember the number of substrings AC in them, and maybe some extra information like whether it starts with C or ends with A. And after that, you just, what do you do? At each step, you know how to transfer this information to the next string, right? So if string S has this many ACs, string T has this many ACs, then S plus T has the sum of those numbers plus maybe also one, like right between them, if S ends with A and T starts with C. So if you knew those numbers for strings, for the initial strings that you are asked to print, then you could check the final number of ACs is X or not. And I think here you can just try all options of like these counts and these predicates, and for each of them, if it would produce this final number of ACs, then you can just try to build the string. You can easily see if you can or not.
Oh yeah, the maximum number of occurrences that we want, the maximum number of occurrences that we want to have is X, but the number of occurrences in the initial strings is limited to like 50,
yes,
because lengths are limited to 100. So we can just loop over everything and check if that works. And if that works, it's pretty easy to construct such a string.
I think I don't think what he does. He has 4 loops, 4 nested loops, but they are up to 3 as far as the image quality lets me see.
Yeah, you can actually see better on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So something that can be too free is whether the string ends or starts with A, C, or neither of them. And the same for the ends. So the 4 loops up to 3 make a lot of sense.
Well, you can replace 3 by 2, right? Because you don't care if it starts with A, only if it starts with C or ends with A.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Yeah. But doesn't he need... and then he builds the linear function of the occurrences of AC in both strings. And then he checks if it can equal X. That sounds way too complicated. No, then he iterates over the other stuff. Okay.
No, but here the 4 to n seems. Oh yeah, I see now. I see now what you mean. Yes. Well, yeah, you can do that because in the Fibonacci numbers you can kind of. It's actually also the Fibonacci numbers that give you the coefficient of how much the first and the second number appear in the nth, right?
Yes, but you also have to compute the free coefficient.
Yeah, and the free coefficient is fixed when we fix the.
Yes, but you still have to compute it.
Yeah.
Yeah, some fancy mathematics here. Someone in the chat asks if I am playing or not. Well, I didn't qualify to top 16, but initially I was playing.
Players gonna play. All of the GMs that are like part of our Discord server now have access to the bot that as soon as we are finished with the official Blitz matches, we'll be able to just schedule a warm-up and live stream, like do it for fun. So yeah, sure, playing, of course.
Didn't really work out last year now, did it?
A bunch of people have been blitzing, you just haven't seen them.
Okay. That's true that I haven't seen them. Also, people complain that Codeforces supposedly doesn't work well.
It didn't feel that hot for a few minutes. The dedicated Blitz domain for geothermal worked fine throughout the process, as well as Khan was reading the problems from the dedicated domain too. Don't be like Lydia. Go create a password for Codeforces that you actually know to use the dedicated domains. Such a good feature of Codeforces. But it is back up for me now. So you've seen the accepted submission come in for problem 8. You now see the problem statement as well. So I think it just needed a minute. You know, like every one of us sometimes needs a minute.
Of course. I have just tried to refresh the page and it refreshed, so
yeah.
It's probably fine now.
But like if reports were completely valid, I also can confirm that I was observing the same behavior. And we are just singular minutes away from the end of the round. A little over 3 minutes, 14 seconds left in the contest today. And there's quite a number of lines of code already written for the problem F. Let's see if it has enough time to converge to a correct solution. And we are at a little over than 2 minutes until the end of the contest. And a submission. Oh my god, for real?
Running contest 14.
Oh my god. Oh my god. For real? And it is an okay. Wild.
Okay, but we should at least be in time to see the statement of the next problem.
Not the fastest I've ever solved a problem. That's lovely. Amazing, humorous approach to problem solving. Absolutely love that for him. And yeah, we will probably get a few seconds of our latest problem G.
Would you imagine if problem G included at least something of the stuff Geothermal was writing in his
It's a cool practice for when you actually need all of your ammunition against the strongest opponent in the whole bracket. Like, it may not work every single time, but it's a probability-based game, right? Like, with some probability, your opponent will read the problem incorrectly. And there is also a chance of that coming in useful, so yeah, sure. I can absolutely see that.
Now with 15 seconds to go, it's time to it's time to read the input for the problem, Jay.
I mean, you know, I admire like not giving up on the latest problem, even if it doesn't matter or anything. I think that's really cool. I'm so happy to see that even contestants who like understood that they would not have enough points to win over their opponents anymore are still keep solving problems, which is amazing. Like just the thing I would love to see. And the round is over. Congratulations, Geothermal. He advances to the next stage as well as solves quite a bunch of problems in a very short time with a total score of 33 points. A good showing. Again, we all know that Geothermal is the finalist from last year, so this is absolutely to be expected. Oh, sorry. I received the most hilarious push notification now when Jay enters the chat. It says ICPC Live request to join chat, and it makes me feel so good. You have no idea. I'm just the sweetest thing ever. Okie dokie. Hi, how is your day today, Jay? Are you feeling well?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Yay. It's been a lot of fun watching you solve, as always. My favorite part, thank you so much for doing the short, text messages in Notepad about how you feel. I think this is such a wholesome thing, very much on par with Omniac's confession booths at Coder for me. Love, love, love it. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Which problem did you hate the most? I have one specific one in mind.
Oh boy. Probably, I don't know. E and F were both a little bit annoying. I think, I don't know, not, or I think they were like are pretty comparable levels of painful. E, I think I partly just wasted a lot of time trying to implement something overcomplicated. Turned out there were not that many cases. Even after reducing the cases to a manageable level, it was still a little bit painful to implement. F pretty similar. I think like some of the things I did made it a little bit nicer to implement. There were probably some improvements that I missed, but overall, like I felt like both of those problems were a little bit light on the ideas and heavy on the like casework / implementation, and so that was a little bit sad.
I was hoping that you'll jump on a bandwagon that interactive problems should be banned in Blitz, but apparently if you're like a proper top LGM, no one is scared of interactive problems.
Yeah, no, interactive problems are fine. Got nothing against them.
Someone in the chat asks about your keyboard and maybe the switch type as well. You do have a very nice ASMR-ish background noise of keyboard click-clacking, so absolutely drop that information if you don't have it now. We'll have plenty of time to look it up as well.
Yeah, my keyboard's a Vissels LP85. Borrowed it from my brother, who's a typing YouTuber, then just never returned it. Can't remember what the switch type is. I think it's either like Cherry MX Blue or something that sounds pretty similar.
Nice. I'm the keyboard enjoyer as well, and not as a user, but rather as actually it's nice to listen to a good keyboard working.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Mustafar was not able to join us. I think that there is a network outage in Iran, which I hope goes well for him, and he's safe and sound and all is well. We hope he'll be able to join us for later commentary or any other events.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yes,
he's doing okay. That's scary.
That is absolutely true. I'm sure that the whole community is very much wishing him the best.
Yeah.
And eagerly waiting to hear from him that everything's okay. You will
feel like y'all could have told me that, and before I had the round, assuming someone else was competing against me.
We were not sure. I have no information even now. It's just my speculation as to what I'm able to Google in a few minutes of the round. So we hope that we get information from the man himself. But also, you've been doing so many individual warm-up matches while preparing for Blitz. So I feel like you are probably the most confident solver in like single solving the Blitz problems. I understand that there is no like clear way to measure that, but I can absolutely see how if we are ever to run Blitz competition that is not a PvP, but rather how much time do you need to spend to solve this set of problems in the same setup, it would absolutely be one of the leaders because yeah, it is always a very impressive result. And specifically for me, I think your first 4 problems each took you like 3 minutes. On a very nice, or on a very nice 3 minute, under 3 minute average. And then finally, problem 5 at least offered something for you, which I was very proud of it.
Yeah, I actually think that the opposite of what you described earlier is true. I think there are a good number of people who are faster than me on average right now. I'm proud of, or part of why I've tried to do a good number of warm-ups is just because I haven't been competing as often over the last few years. I'm pretty rusty. Felt like I needed to get back in shape at least a little. But I don't know. Hopefully the next few matches will be exciting.
Oh, absolutely. How do you feel about having such a short break? So having to do 2 matches in a row?
I don't know, not ideal, but at least I'll be warmed up. I mean, again, like would have been nice to realize that there wasn't a competitor in this round, so I can rest up before the next one. But what can you do?
Absolutely. I'm happy to let you go now, so you have at least a few minutes to get yourself together to get nice 10 minutes before the round. Thank you so much for doing the round for us. It was a lot of fun. I'm a big fan in general, and the next matchup, our second round of 8 of the day, would be Omnic versus Geothermal, which like sounds like a grand final to me. Such a high level of competition, incredibly accomplished contestants here. So I can't wait. I think it's gonna be a very exciting matchup. Best of luck, Jay, and we'll see you on the other side of the live stream in very short number of minutes.
Sounds good. Thanks. Best of luck to Omnic. Looking forward to the match.
Yay! Thank you so much.
See y'all.
Yeah. Maybe the Geothermal Omnic match would be the one where I have the least idea of who the favorite is. Do you know how that it feels a little weird, but like, does that make sense?
It does. It will probably come up with all come to whoever comes up with the solution first, and the solution must be like not the most cursed one. Let's call it that. So that you could implement it in as few times as possible, and also so that it would have not much space for errors.
I think, and I'm not sure, but my intuition tells me that maybe Omnic has a little more hands-on experience with like programming competitions, like high stakes kind of, you need to perform right here, right now kind of situation. Do you think it gives him an advantage? Like he would be less nervous?
I don't believe he considers this Blitz tournament as.
Oh, this is definitely not a high stakes, like important competition. But when you have a lot of experience with high stakes competition, you're probably just like more chill on average. I'm not sure. So when I first hosted the ICPC World Finals in 2013, like it became very clear to me that a lot of other stuff that like I can either organize or like events that are going on in my life are like not that big or dramatic. I got significantly more chill. So in that sense, I'm not sure. I feel like Omnic's experience can bring him a lot of chill, you know?
While I don't agree that chill is what they need right now, I do understand that it is a special state of mind that they need to enter to perform well. And yes, probably Omnic has more experience in that. But probably not, because I know virtually nothing about geothermal in the sense of these things. Maybe he is very experienced too. I don't know.
And now Omnic is doing the UCAP contest and has been doing that for the past
Oh, so yeah,
two hours, I think.
yeah, he's
Or-
literally had to leave his team in the middle of the contest.
Oh my.
Yeah, they started two hours ago, exactly.
Extremely dedicated people. I really tried so hard to steal every single teammate of his.
Wait, who is he writing with?
So today with Igor and
And Oleg?
And Oleg, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I should have stolen Oleg too. That was the solution. If everyone is doing Blitz, then they cannot do Universal Cup at the same time. Oh, a bunch of comments. Thank you so much. Why didn't John Lee participate in this event? I'm also curious. Where can I see the bracket? Here you go, my friend. Here's a link to the bracket. Now these two are real competitors. I can absolutely see that. Someone says, I think geothermal will sweep the easier problems and it would come to the harder problems for Omnic to win, which he's actually very good at. Absolutely agree. That's a very valid thinking as well. When is Eknorval as much? In an hour from now. So right after this round of 8, we'll see the final round of today. That would be Eknorval versus Makrov. No, it's not Grisil versus Tourist next, sorry.
Sorry, I honestly believe that, for example, problems E and F in the last contest, Omnic would solve faster than geothermal. But again, problem E is probably an outlier because geothermal wrote some solutions and erased it completely and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's maybe the major factor in the time it took. But problem F, I don't know. I didn't really look into this solution very thoroughly, but it feels like too complicated again. But yeah, I don't know. There is no way to check now.
Mm-hmm. We have a little under 3 minutes now before the start of the contest. Contestants are getting this, extra minute of breather time.
I wonder if Omnic takes those minutes to relax or
to do Universal Cup.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he'll tell us. Do you think he'll tell us?
I think if you ask him, then yes.
Okay. Because I can see a way where he jumps into the Zoom link, says, "Okay, good game. Okay, bye. I have to do Universal Cup."
That would be understandable.
Absolutely. The team waits for you. It absolutely means that you have to deliver, which is the exciting thing about team competitions. Absolutely not trying to say that Blitz is superior to all the other contests in the world, but hey, for me as a spectator, it absolutely is.
I still think that it's a shame that the contests that are, how shall I put it, where the problems are more meaningful than in these Blitz, are have much smaller audience, which is again, it's very clear why so, but still, it's a pity.
Well, the more meaningful the problems, the more difficult it is to comprehend them. I'm not exactly the smartest tool in a shed and, all that.
Okay, do we need to turn their cameras on now?
Let's give geothermal a second to fix the desktop, which for whatever reason doesn't work. But yeah, we have at least some
10 seconds
content
to the right.
from all of them. Yes. Cool. And we are ready to go. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, so the first problem here might seem complicated, but when you go through the statement, eventually you realize that what you're given is a string of 12 characters, either O's or X's, and you have to print. Now you arrange this in this order, in row major order, in a grid of X by Y, where X times Y is 12. And you need to print all options in which, if you arrange the string in this grid, then there is at least one column full of X's. So
Just
there is
column
essentially
and just of X's, right?
yes. So essentially, there is no like algorithm, or you don't need to think about the solution. It's just check everything.
But still, you can check it in more than one way. You can literally build this table, or you can just go over all elements to, like, with the same remainder modulo B, or you can just maintain a mask or something.
Yeah, there are a few ways to do that.
Or you can transform the string into a number at the beginning, and then maybe it will make your life easier.
Oh, now we have some go-tos in geothermal's code.
For real? Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is filthy.
I guess he did some research on like how to code this type of thing efficiently, because I think normally you have this flag OK.
Like, is it actually shorter to type, or is there a valid reason to do that?
I believe there are cases
Sorry
where
for questioning, but
where it saves time, but I think it should require a license to use. Like,
yeah, yes,
it's
yes.
not safe for everyone.
Yeah. Let's add an announcement. I should be able to make an OBS announcement that do not do that at home. This trick is done by, professional athletes. And geothermal is about to get his first problem. Accepted. Let's go. Okay, strong start. A significant time advantage on a not very quick problem either.
Now the problem B also has a proper name suitable for this, for geothermal, but not for Omnic, I guess.
Okay. American cold opens apparently. Let me see. I don't see it yet. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll be able to see it and show it to you at the same time that our contestants would be able to do the same. It's called Good Start. Why? No, you mixed something up.
Okay, so...
Is it geometry again?
It's not, again.
It's fake geometry. Cool. The longest JSONs ever took to solve it. Yeah, I can absolutely see why it feels this way.
Well, the problem is that you have a rectangle A by B, or let me check.
W by H.
W by H, yes, sorry. And you have some sheets of like paper or metal or whatever, A times B, which you cannot rotate. So A is the A side goes parallel to the W side, and B side goes parallel to the H side. And then you want to cover the rectangle W by H completely with these subrectangles A by B, without overlapping, they can cover more than this rectangle. They can go beyond its boundaries, but they must not overlap, and they need to cover the whole rectangle. And 2 of them are already there, and the question is whether you can continue this styling, like add more rectangles so that they cover the big rectangle. And they will be able to cover it only in one of 2 cases. Either they are within some vertical stripes of length B or something like width B, or horizontal stripes with height A. So either x1 and x2 have the same remainder modulo A, or y1 and y2 have the same remainder modulo B, or I am mistaken, which is also an option.
Oh, that seems
That's very
to
humble of
be
you.
true. Although the sample pictures, actually, if you scroll down, Lydia, then that will help a little bit with understanding.
Absolutely.
So
it has a sample picture, nice.
we have to cover this gray rectangle with green rectangles, but we already have this red one, two reds placed somewhere. And yeah, even though it seems that there can be some weird shapes, but in reality, it's either the rows or the columns of the rectangles with some shift, arbitrary shift between rows, or between columns or rows. So I think
Well, why are their solutions wrong then?
And this is
okay.
Another submission from Umnik. And it's an okay. Okay, 3-2. Oh, it's gonna be tense. I'm so excited.
Yep.
And geothermal hard codes the modulus again and so
Which, again, one day it will be absolutely worth it. So why not?
What is this function, though?
What function? Modular exp?
mexp.
Yes, it's modular exponential. Oh my! Policy-based data structures come in.
Let's go.
I never knew how to use them.
Also remember that the winner of this round will face off against the winner of Tourist Ormless, which is like a bloodbath even on itself. So we are at a very real stage of the competition where every single match can go either way. And the next problem is the best way to figure out which way it actually is going to be. Our next problem is called counting points.
Okay, so the problem is you have a number line like OX axis, and you have a bunch of circles with centers at integer points of this axis, and some radii, and their sum is m, which is bounded by 200,000 if it is important. We don't really know. And we are asked to compute the number of integer points that lie on the plane that lie within at least one circle.
The number of integer points on the plane that lie within at least one circle. Oh, that's interesting. So that's actually a geometry problem, right?
Depends on what you consider a geometry problem.
In a way, it's a little bit similar to that problem with triangles, because all the triangles were also on a single line, and well, there you had to count the find the total area and here the number of integer points.
Well, yes, but they... Right now, I think this problem is much harder, but it cannot be much harder as problem C, right?
True. So what's the solution then? Well, we have the sum of radii bounded. Probably
yes,
that's
but
important.
the number of points is still quadratic over the radius.
But the circles are all on the x-axis, right? So there'll be like a range of points for each x.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yes, but how do you even find this range?
So, oh no, that's not true. Oh, that's actually very interesting. I mean,
the all these points have only a limited number of x coordinates, for example, because it's like at most the sum of diameters or something like this. And for each of them, we could potentially find the maximal y by some binary searching or like square root of the maximal radius or something like this. Probably this is the way.
But then you will have to iterate over
all the circles.
Yes,
oh, you don't
I
have
would like to.
You can actually iterate because
there is
because the sum of radii is limited.
Yeah, of course. The number of circles in total will be 2m.
Yep. So
Well,
yeah.
So
it's
cool.
Maybe a little bit easier the way around that. Basically, for each circle, you would go from leftmost point to the rightmost point in integer coordinates and just maintain this like segment for each point.
We have a submission from Omnic on this problem, but it is a wrong answer.
And it doesn't work.
Okay, I noticed that Tourist sometimes, like, if he sees a solution which is like, it's not obvious, at least to me, why it works, he just proceeds to write it. And maybe along the way he understands, or like maybe he probably understands it from the very beginning, but it's like there is some intuition in the sense that if this problem has a solution, and it is problem C, for example, then this must be it. This must work.
Yeah, it's accepted from Nick.
Oh, wow. And it's a yes. Again, the 5 points advantage with the next problem costing 6 points is basically nothing, right? But it's very important to keep working through those easier problems, especially as some of the people on our YouTube chat were actually kind of sure that geothermal is more likely to have advantage on the easier problems. So we'll see how that comes to fruition.
Well, it has almost no difference. It makes almost no difference in terms of the number of points, but who knows about their moral state at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like the morale and stuff.
Yeah, the early problems are very good for momentum. The mental game in such an intense competition should definitely not be underestimated.
So geothermal actually had time to submit his solution and it passed until the test 11.
Oh no. Heartbreaking.
Before Omnic corrected his incorrect reading.
I don't even know what can be the issue there. Like,
that's a good question because the test actually only has a single circle of
maybe some
large radio.
Precision issues, or
I want to say this, yes, that it's a precision issues or something like that.
Or maybe he just multiplied the radius by itself in integers or something. I don't know. Probably he didn't. I don't know any solution that would look like this.
Let's see if there is a defined int long long in there. No, there is a type def for long long LL. And now everything is in long longs.
Okay, so the problem D looks like the following. If we have a permutation of integers from 1 to n, we can find the sum over all its subsegments of the minimal element on this subsegment. And this sum can only, it has its maximal possible value because there is only a finite number of permutations of length n. If we consider all permutations where this maximal value is achieved, we need to print the kth of them lexicographically smallest.
That sounds quite complicated.
But, well, okay, let's consider where the number 1 is in the permutation. We want it probably to be at the boundary. So my hypothesis is that if you go over all numbers from 1 to n, each of them needs to go in either the leftmost unoccupied place in the permutation or in the rightmost one.
A wrong answer from geothermal.
And in this case, there are about 2 to the power of n minus 1 of them, and half of them starts with 1, and half of them are greater and end with 1. And we can
Let me try and refresh geothermal screen, just to make sure that we're not missing any of the action. There's some testing going on the right side of the screen, but I will not make you dizzy carrying this around all the time.
Okay, Umnik has wrong answer on test 1. Geothermal has runtime error on test 3.
Test 3 is significantly more interesting.
Yeah, how many samples does this problem have? On 1, because it's a multi-test. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems wait, what? Does he really write k is at least 1 to the n minus I minus 1 without any checks? So he can write
Yeah, that can't work. But the runtime error says status stack buffer overrun. Whatever that means.
Does
out of bounds
even
situation.
have a recursive function?
No, I think it's stack memory, not the stack recursion.
Does he allocate a lot of stuff on stack?
And it's solved by Umnik.
Okay. That's a very strong showing. Now that's an advantage.
That was close.
Now
Yeah,
that's
I think geothermal is certainly capable of writing this problem pretty much solve it instantly and write it without any errors. But for some reason he didn't now, and this is what makes this event more random than it would be without this.
Okay, chat. I need all of you Umnik defenders, all of you geothermal defenders in it. I need all of the Igor Dubovik 244MHQ defenders to start throwing arguments in YouTube chat of why it's a bad idea to ask people to do 2 contests in a row. Explain to me that this is the only reason why.
But Umnik also does 2 contests in a row, right?
At the same time. Except one of them is UCAF. 2 contests at the same time. So is there actually a good argument for this? Do you think there needs to be a bigger break? We also have a user in chat whose username is LeadPWN, and it makes me so happy. Our next problem is called Little Elephant and Array.
Okay, so the problem goes we have an array of n integers up to 1 billion, so no boundness here. And also m queries. Each query is a subsegment of this array. And we are asked to find out how many numbers x occur exactly x times on this subsegment.
how many numbers occur exactly the number of times that
Equal to
is
themselves,
equal to its value.
Yeah. So whether one occurs exactly once there, plus whether two occurs exactly 2 times, and so on. Well, I mean, it is doable with some 2D data structures or something. Like if we initially, for each number up to n, of course, consider all its positions, it says, like, it gives us a constraint that if the left endpoint of the query subsegment is here on this region and the right one is on this region, then it adds 1 to the answer. Of course, it can be
And
simplified
the number
by...
of such segments is linear, right?
Yes. But this can be simplified further by like going offline over the queries, and it becomes a one-dimensional data structure instead of 2. And based on the time limit for the problem, 4 seconds, it's probably what was intended. But still, is there any easier way to solve this? Because this was literally like the low-hanging stuff. Maybe there is some ad hoc observation.
Yeah, I see Omnic is doing most algorithm.
By the way, he may be right in terms of like n and m are up to 100,000, which first of all indicates that the problem is probably relatively old, and the computers were weaker than they are now. And second, it should be perfectly fine for more.
Yeah, it should be perfectly fine for more. And the problem is from Codeforce round 136, which happened.
Oh, it was a long time ago.
13 years ago.
Oh my.
Oh my. Jinx.
As it says in the announcement, it happened 4.5 hours before the end of the summer. Depending on the time zone, I believe.
Okay, we have a submission. Runtime error on test 4.
And another submission that is passing, and it got accepted.
Somebody stop him.
Oof. I mean, the only argument that I have is at least none of them are like clean, easy accepts, no incorrect submissions, just like, you know, chill. Like, he has to work for them.
Yeah, that was a fun problem.
By the way, I think Geothermal also was writing the Mo algorithm, but, well... I wonder if they decided to go with this instead of some offline stuff. Well, Mo's algorithm is also offline, right? Or it was just something they thought about first.
Problem F.
Well, we don't know any other good solutions, right?
For your
Most algorithm
consideration.
is quite easy to code in a way. Next problem is MCMF. Well, that would be strange, I would say. What we know is that this problem is again around about O's and X's.
Okay, so the problem F is like this. You assume that you have a string of O's and X's. Then the score of the string is you remove all X's from that, which splits the string into some blocks of O's. For each block, you add to the score the square of its length. and this total sum of squares is, oh, never
Wow.
mind.
What did just happen? Geothermal is up
got a
with
solve.
his 10-pointer.
How quick that was.
What the hell? I think I have a
It's like-
recording of that. Because I've been like playing around, the stream goes well, both of their internet connection is incredibly reliable. Like, and I'm clicking buttons. You know how at the World Finals we have like reaction videos? I think I was in time to actually record this. What?
I
It
think
means that it was
Umnik
shorter
impressed
than
by
30 seconds. Wait, no.
that. Wow.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
that
can
was that.
understand how it can be done, but it's still, well,
That's
wow.
so cool. This is so cool.
Well, now he's back in the game. Geothermal is back in the game, and final problem decides it.
Oof.
And we have 15 minutes, right? Remaining.
Yes, almost. Okay, let's see for the problem G, for our geometry people. Or rather, G graph theory, apparently.
Yeah, so the problem goes like this. If we are given a number of segments on a line, then we can build what's called, I believe, a segment graph, so that the vertices correspond to the segments and the vertices are adjacent if the corresponding segments share a point. Now we are given a tree and we want to find its largest subtree so that it is a segment graph of some set of segments, basically, so that it is possible to build these segments so that the graph we create coincides with the subtree that we choose. And we need, again, to maximize this subtree, the size of this subtree. Which is, I think, quite unusual. One has to think about that, what to do with that.
Interesting, yeah. What does a good tree look like?
There are no more examples.
So you definitely can't do like a line graph, right? Or a bamboo graph.
Well, you can have any degree of the vertex you want, because this segment can just contain a bunch of the other ones inside itself. But
these,
probably...
all but two must be leaves, right?
Yeah, I think the graph looks like a bamboo with some lone vertices attached to it in different places.
Yeah. And then how do you find the largest subset like that?
Well, let's assume that the path we took had degrees, like its vertices had degrees d1, d2, etc., up to dk. Then the number of vertices, if we add all their neighbors, all their immediate neighbors, will be the sum of the degrees, d1 plus etc. plus dk, minus something like 2k minus 2 or something like this.
Yeah.
Maybe just minus k minus 1.
Well, then I believe a simple dp on tree should do the trick, right?
Yes, it's sum of degree minus 1s plus maybe plus minus a constant. I have a feeling that this problem was in some of the matches in the last year.
Oh, absolutely possible. Which is why we encourage every Blitz contestant to join us on the live stream. Preferably as a commentary, but as viewers, also doable. Oh my god. Let's say hi to all the over 250 people that decided to tune in to us. That's so lovely of you to join us. Have you just woken up? Are you actually an A-based? Where have you been? For the last 10 hours I've been sitting here. Wild. Why are they given repeated problems? We are picking problems from the Codeforces problem archive that neither of those people have solved. We're looking at all of the submissions through all of the problems, and we're trying to make sure that these contestant didn't solve the problem. That's it. For precisely that reason, it's very difficult for MOSPI to participate in Blitz, yes. When make Blitz available to normal people? No such plan so far. Get good.
Yeah, I mean, there is one more condition actually, is that, well, in terms of Codeforces Blitz Cup, the problems from the same year can't repeat.
Right.
So we can't have two appearances of the same problem in the same stream, more or less. But they absolutely can repeat between the years. So geothermal now has two DFS functions, which I believe is an overkill. We just need one.
Maybe it's something like how to compute a diameter, but it shouldn't work like this, right?
But again, how to compute that diameter? It's just a single DP,
Yeah,
and you
I agree.
Return the largest. Maybe we missed some case on how this graph can look like, but I don't see this. No, I think we didn't miss any case. So I'm pretty sure that the solution is simply DP on 3, and we simply return the maximal graph, good graph from the subtree. And we
Wait,
can...
do you have to restore the answer? No, you need to just write the... Okay, it's GG.
And he's got it.
Oof.
Solve comes in from Umnik. That means he wins the round.
This is 33-12 with minutes to spare, just barely 8 minutes, but still in the scale of Blitz contests, a reasonable amount of time to fine-tune your problem. And this means that Umnik absolutely won this round and advances to the next stage of our competition. Let me pull the last ones from him, and we'll be able to see them in our chat.
They made quick work of these problems.
Yeah, because, you know, they're incredibly focused on what? Doing Universal Cup, I guess. Sorry, it's just too funny to not joke about that. Let me welcome them in our chat. Welcome. Thank you so much for your time. It's been amazing. I'm such a fan. It is so exciting to watch you fight each other. Alexei, I know that you have Universal Cup to do, right? Your team is still doing that. You just literally... Yes. Okay. Favorite problem, least favorite problem, plans for tomorrow.
I don't remember any problems, obviously.
Okay, fair enough.
What are you talking about? Well, I'm amazed that I can write simple algorithm more in 5 minutes. I didn't think it was possible. I also didn't expect that there will be a problem on algorithm more with what is the rating supposed to be, like 1800? That's incredible. I'm also super impressed by how Jay solved F in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That was just like seems impossible. And I knew that problem. I gave that problem to my students like 10 years ago or something. So like I knew how to solve it, and still it seems incredible for me.
Well done. Well done. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you today. Your opponent for best of luck to tomorrow. Your opponent for tomorrow will be identified in the first round of tomorrow, I think, in Tourist versus Ormley's match. So some respectable opponents waiting for you on your way to the grand final of Codeforces Blitz. You will not have another Universal Cup round to write tomorrow. I checked. There are no unrated contests available for you. So I hope you get a little bit of sleep, Ian, and come back well rested. Thank you so much for.
Well, I hope you also get a little bit of sleep.
Dude, I am so dead you have no idea. Like, this is literally...
I have some idea.
This is me literally on my 25th hour of being awake. I only fell asleep 3 times during this broadcast. I hope nobody noticed.
Good job.
Cool. Thank you so much. If you have to run, you are absolutely free to run right now.
I would prefer to
yes,
go back.
Yes, you're welcome to run.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, we'll hang out with Jay a little bit more. Just because we haven't quite had enough time after the previous round, and I'm very interested in, again, your feelings overall. Do you feel like the amount of time between the 2 rounds is actually critical to be able to reset for the next round? What are your feelings? You're the only one of 2 people who actually like had this affect them.
Yeah, I think like obviously a little bit more time just to relax, make any adjustments I want for the next round would have been nice. I don't think it was critical. Like, I don't think that it decided the outcome of this round or anything. So I don't know, like on the margin, nice to have a little bit more time, but I don't think that, like, it would be sort of surprising if a match was close enough that that like someone would have won if they had an hour between matches, but not if they had 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, sounds good. Absolutely. Your feelings about the problems of this one specifically?
Yeah, I thought overall this was a pretty good set. Obviously F was right in my wheelhouse. But yeah, I don't think there were any problems that were like that nasty. Most of them had some pretty good ideas to them. I was a little sad. I think that on both D and E, there's a very good chance I was less than 10 seconds behind. On D, I caught a like long overflow issue, and on E, I got AC on sample tests. But then right as I went to submit, Nick was able to get AC. So pretty close on both of them. G was pretty impressive. I was I thought that he had a pretty good time writing that rerouting DP. I don't know, B maybe my least favorite problem, just because it like feels a little bit more caseworky. Overall, I thought this was a pretty good set.
Cool. We have no responsibility over the set, just putting it out there. If random number generator proposed a good set for you, then that has nothing to do with us. I have a little more prerogative questions. What the hell is GoTo?
GoTo?
Yeah, you're like not. I think it was probably my first like computer science or software engineering lecture at a university that I when I was at my freshman year, and it was like, there exists this thing called GoTo, and you are to never use it because it's prohibited, not allowed. It will cause irreparable time-space continuum damage, all that stuff. Why?
Yeah, I think like that's sort of a comment about good software engineering style. But of course, for competitive programming problems, we write a solution and then abandon it after submitting it. We don't need to follow good software engineering practices. I mean, I think like the literal description of what it does is it like just reroutes execution to some other point in the program that you specify. So like probably in one of my programs, I wrote like GoTo done, and then I had done somewhere else. And so when the GoTo done statement executes, the program starts off from wherever the like done statement is. I think a lot of the like most common case I use it for is like you might be checking some conditions and like for each number in an array, and if the condition fails for any number, you want to like move on to some other step, and but if it's successful for all of them, then you want to like, I don't know, output that array as the answer. And in that scenario, you could do something like have like a bool variable OK that's like initially true, and then set it to false if any of the variables fails. But the other thing you can do, which is like harder to read, so worse software engineering practice, but faster to type, so better in a competitive programming context, is to just say, like, check the condition. If it fails, then like go to done, and then put done, and then right before done. So this will only like get hit if the condition succeeds throughout the entire loop. Then like output the array as the answer. And so that kind of construct is annoying to read, but I find that it's a little faster for me to write, and so I do it sometimes.
Yep, cool. Absolutely valid.
Did you actually measure whether it's faster to type there?
No, I have not done like a rigorous measurement, but I don't know, like most of my competitive programming speed ups, it's largely vibes based.
For the vibes.
I actually had no idea C++ had GoTo.
Learn something every day.
And the last one from me, I really admire your like larger strategy of actually typing in potentially useful stuff during the round when you have that extra like minute or two here and there. What do you think that this is the same useful stuff as you would have in a team book at ICPC? Is it something different? Like, how did you decide on the side of things you want to implement into your, real-time live Blitzbook?
Yeah, I think mostly there is some mix of like anything that's too long to type, you don't really have time to do. Like I would have loved to like get a lazy segment tree in there, something that's useful for a good number of problems, including like any problem where you would use a normal segment tree, but that's long enough to type to be infeasible. Mostly I went by like things that like showed up for me pretty frequently in past problems around the same difficulty level. And so that was things like modular exponentiation, a simple segment tree, the like policy-based data structures import to get ordered set in there, things like that. I don't think that in either of my rounds today anything along those lines actually came up, but they showed up a decent amount in practice, and so I think this is also a format where shaving off seconds is extremely valuable. Like I think that my probability of solving a problem more quickly than someone like Umnik goes up tremendously if I get like a 10-20 second boost from having written modular exponentiation before already while he has to type it from scratch. It's pretty helpful. I think like comparatively, a lot of this stuff is short enough that I would just like memorize it rather than putting it in something like a ICPC reference document where I'm limited by space. And so a lot of it is just, and so really this is more a fun, or like in this format, I want to like type out things that I'm highly likely to need. But if I'm highly likely to need them, then I also probably memorize them, which makes them less useful to have in a reference document.
Yeah, true. Sounds awesome. Again, I understand that it's all about like probability. Your opponent will misread the problem with some probability. This piece of code may come up with a certain probability as well. And it's nice to be able to have this overwhelming odds stacked on your side as opposed to on random side here or there.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Big fan. A really try hard approach to a pretty basic programming competition. Love the effort. Thank you so much.
But the real question is, should we ban this?
Dude, you're like VIA basically.
I mean, I'm not the right person to ask. Like, you all have both talked to me on Discord. Like, I feel pretty strongly about I feel pretty strongly in favor of like allowing all pre-written code, and so I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get an unbiased answer for me on this one.
No, absolutely not. Like, just you should rally the whole chat in favor of a specific solution. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I think my opinion, I think like for me as a contestant, obviously like not having to type out the same basic algorithms again makes the contest more fun. I also think like there's some element of like what do we want to reward, what skills do we want to emphasize, like what do we want to show that we value as a community. And I think the answer to that is not like who can type a segment tree the fastest. Like, I don't know, I think I mentioned my brother in my last interview. He has some typing world records. I'm pretty sure that if I gave him an hour to learn what a segment tree is, he could type a segment tree faster than anyone in this competition.
I would watch that content. Like, I would watch it. Let's absolutely make it work. Is he into software engineering at all? Like any basic concepts of graphs and trees and arrays, or just typing?
Yeah, he is a software engineer, so he does some programming. No programming contests though, and so I think like I don't know. To me, like I think the thing that separates like a great competitive programmer from a good one is not knowledge of algorithms, or not like how many things you know, but like your ability to apply those basic ideas to new problems, to like come up with novel solutions to things you've never seen before on the fly. And I feel like, I don't know, I think you'll get differing opinions on this, but like my opinion is that that's like the right thing, or the right thing to reward, in the sense that like in the sense that like a lot of these specific algorithms that show up in programming contests, most competitors are relatively unlikely to use outside of these. Like I don't think there's a ton of like inherent value to knowing, or like mechanically how to write a segment tree. I think like or in any like job that I've ever had, for example, I've never written an algorithm that shows up in programming contests, but not in a like typical university algorithms course. But I do think that the skills of like applying those tools to solve original problems does obviously show up all the time in a lot of contexts. And I can say, like, from having viewed some of the earlier rounds, like what impresses me is like not this person like typed Dijkstra's or typed seg tree, or typed whatever really quickly. But I have been really impressed a couple of times when someone like comes up with a really clean, elegant solution to like solve a problem in 5 lines of code where I would have used 20 or something. And so, I know, to the extent that contests like this can emphasize and show off those skills, I'm all in favor of it.
Excellent speech. Thank you so much.
Sure thing. Thank you all for having me.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a look at our bracket. For now, we are ready for our final match of the day that will start in a little over 10 minutes. So at the very top of the screen, you see the final match for today, Eknervala versus Markov. Eknervala, the legend he is. Markov, the youngest contestant we have this year competing, is in high school, not even his graduate year. Will absolutely be able to show off. On his previous stage, Markov actually upset Golovanov. How did he feel about it? Oh, he is now off the camera. Okay, well, we'll get the quote on that a little later. 33-0, which honestly Golovanov did 45-0 right before that, so it was amazingly impressive. And Markov has a bye in round 1 and a 20-3 in round 2. Eknervala 23-10 against Hamed Ghaffari, and before that 10-5 versus Daniel Chang, one of the more confusing rounds we had, with incredibly difficult problem pretty early in the set. So they only solved 4 problems and then were completely stuck on the problem number 5. This can also happen to any one of us during any of the Blitz rounds. There are plenty Codeforces problems that have, well, I don't want to say incorrect because the formula is like here, but rather underestimated or overestimated difficulties. So ton of surprises that we still have in store. As a result of our previous match between Geothermal and Omnic advances to the semifinals, and he will face against either Tourist or Ormless. We'll learn that tomorrow, and both of those matches will happen tomorrow as well. Also tomorrow, Fikli against the winner of Eknervala Makrov, Kaysan trying to fight off whoever is coming from that part of the bracket, and then we'll end the day with the grand finals. I've got quite a bunch of like chat messages and everything that like double elimination is better, Swiss is better. You are not getting the point. The point is it needs to be fun, it needs to be somewhat random. We are not trying to make Blitz into, you know, the most reliable competition in the world where everything is oh so representative to the actual ratings and difficulty levels. Quite the opposite. We're trying to have fun. We're trying to increase the potential difference and surprises, because I like surprises. I think it's a lot of fun to not know who will win that or this or that match. And now that I see at our lineups for the quarterfinals, I feel amazing. I feel like I would not be able to guess a single outcome, which is exactly what I wanted to have. And I hope you're as excited as I am. I do not really care if you're as excited, because I'm very excited about all that stuff, which is really cool. Let's go over the rules if you're just tuning in, because apparently we're like hitting a new maximum of viewers joining us for this round as yet another wave comes in. This is how Blitz works. We will have a round that will go for 40 minutes, and our contestants will have 7 problems, but problems will not be all released at the same time at the start of the round, as you might be used to at IOIs or ICPC contests or Codeforces rounds, you know. Instead, we will reveal problems just one at a time in the order of their increasing difficulties. And so both contestants are working at the same problem at the same time, and only the first person to solve this problem gets the points for the problem. Even if there's only 1 second time difference between your submissions, only the first one gets the points. And the point values for the problems are 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 to maximize the, you know, comeback potential. We saw so many incredibly dramatic matches today and before that in the elimination stage. Excellent, works perfect for us. There is no submission penalty. You really don't need to test your solutions. You don't even need to compile your solutions. I mean, sure, probably it still would make it better for your overall results, but you will lose a little bit of time to your opponent. And as there is no penalty, you just submit. Anytime you have any kind of working-ish solution, please submit it. We even saw quite a bunch of compilation errors, ungodly amounts of wrong answer test ones from the legendary grandmasters. So when you see them at Codeforces rounds and they submit a problem within a minute, and it's correct, keep in mind that it also means that they actually tested it and like that they're taking this stuff seriously. But here at Blitz, they don't have to be serious, they just need to submit, which is fun. Between the problems, we're giving our contestants a minute of intermission just to, you know, take a breather, clean up their template, work with their workspace to make sure that they're ready to switch into the second problem. And at the end of the round, the person with the most point wins and advances to the next stage. Very easy, very simple. The easier, the better. And we have our wonderful contestants actually here with us. We are 7 minutes out of the contest. And they're just chilling, browsing Codeforces, making sure that everything works, opening all the appropriate browser pages. As you already noticed, I have this very like side-by-side setup, so we are only seeing part of the screen. But actually there is a lot going on each member's screen. Some prefer using multiple virtual desktops to switch between problem statement and the solution. Some have a side-by-side setup. Andrew famously has the smallest font humanly possible to see. So if you're a big Eknervala fan, I apologize. You will probably not be able to see anything in the source code. That's just our life. Welcome to the club. You and me, we understand each other. Markov is a little nicer to us in that sense. So we'll hopefully be able to see all the wonderful bright zoomer neon colors of this ID. Oh, fantastic. Hi, Piotr. So happy to see you here. How are you doing? Say hi. No? Doesn't want to say hi. I'll pin him to screen no matter what. Eh? Look, this is Petr Mitrichev. Isn't it fun? He probably cannot hear me, or he isn't interested in like speaking just yet. But it's so awesome to have real Petr Mitrichev here on the contest with us. And do you know why it is like somewhat even cooler that we have real Petr Mitrichev? Is that Piotr was actually eliminated from the tournament by Fecal, who will be playing against the winner of the up-and-coming match tomorrow. So this is all also very, very connected, and it can be a lot of fun to see how that works, which I like a lot. I think it's fun. Let's go into our further introduction. Both of our contestants are LGMs. For Eknorwala, I already mentioned, he is surprisingly currently at the peak of his level. This is the highest Codeforces rating he ever had. It's his current Codeforces rating. So one may think that, you know, your upwards trajectory of your Codeforces rating would probably stop somewhere around after your second ICPC World Finals, but turns out that no. And a good 7 years after that, you can still hit the new height and be one of the top contestants in the world, second in the Codeforces scoreboard, and quite recently a first as well. And for Makarov, this is actually, I think, literally the first time he hit LGM, which is an amazing achievement for a 10th grader. And we are expecting great things from Maxim in the future. You can see here on the picture, he holds a certificate from Yandex Cup Junior Track, which he's been one of the winners of. And I'm sure plenty of future awards are still ahead of him. So I'm just, you know, it's a joy for me to introduce to you all the wonderful up-and-coming talent who you might not know yet, but definitely should keep an eye on as the time goes by, because you want to know who will win the next ICPC World Finals, right? Okay, I cannot yap more. Sorry, I am completely blanking now. Let's just look at our contestants. They look really nice today.
Yep, they're getting ready in a quite, I think, similar geometry rooms. At least the corner is in exactly the same point of the webcam, which is quite hilarious, I would say. And then the completely opposite color theme of the IDs with very, very bland on the left and very, very colorful on the right here.
Khan, kudos for pulling content out of absolutely nowhere. I'm so proud of you.
Well, I can also say that in this match, we'll have the oldest problem of today, I'm pretty sure.
Will this problem be older than Makarov? That's the only thing I'm interested in. Okay, if anyone knows how exactly old Makarov is, please send me a text or something.
It's funny that he has... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem that we will have is as old, it's so old that tourist when participated in this round was purple. I don't know what is.
What is it then? Codeforces test round 3?
No, the test rounds are not rated, so he could not get rated.
Well, Makarov has the free opens in his code, but yeah, there are not quite the correct file names. Also, he has the special include for C assert right after beats std c++.h, which is
strange.
Yes.
The wrong file name can bite him really badly. But that would be so sad.
He only uses it locally.
Well, but what if there is a problem with file input output?
He will have to switch to it, but at least he knows what free opens are.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure this is not required knowledge since he started doing competitive programming.
Yes. Well, a good thing is that we won't have any problems like that in this set.
Hopefully.
Because apparently even in that very old problem, there were no file inputs.
No file inputs? Not that old.
Now I'm not sure if that's oldest problem actually of today.
Oh my god, I think that I now know Maxim's birthday. Okay, you tell me the date the problem was used in a contest and I'll figure it out. But we are now rolling into our contest. So here is problem A for your consideration. Hey, you, competitive programmers in Zoom.
Yep.
Talk to me about problem A.
Yeah, we have, I think, a fairly new problem A. Alexander, did you have time to look for the problem?
Yes, so you almost have a permutation, but assume that you have a permutation, then the cost of a permutation is the minimal length of a subsegment of this permutation that you need to sort in order to make the whole permutation sorted. When you have a permutation where some numbers are replaced with zeros, you need to replace them back with normal numbers so that it becomes a permutation of numbers from 1 to n, so that this cost of the permutation is maximized. So cost is maximized, which means that the number of elements at their places at the beginning of the permutation plus at the end of permutation is minimized. So yeah, if you have only one or no zeros, then there is nothing really you can do. And if you have at least two of them, then you just make them both wrong. I think you always can do that.
Andrew hates me.
What do you mean both wrong? I
You-
mean,
you
we always
make
want to sort the numbers in the reverse order, no?
Yes. You just sort the numbers in the reversed order. Yes, and this should work. And then, like, this should be the permutation. At least one of them where the answer is achieved. And you need to just write the cost, so you don't even have to do this. So the solution can be written like this. If you have at most 1 0, you need to replace it with the only absent number. Otherwise, you don't replace any zeros with anything. Just count the number of
OMG.
the total sum of the
Okay,
longest
Makarov
prefix
totally
on top.
stole problem A from Andrew. Easy.
Yes, and Andrew submitted his solution, which was wrong answer on test 1, and Makarov submitted his solution, which was accepted. And this is really a repetition of our match with Makarov.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot hear me, right?
Let's
Now we
go.
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear Piotr now.
Can you hear me now?
A little louder would be good, but yes, we absolutely can. Hi.
Oh, awesome. Hello.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
sorry,
if
I'm
you are the oldest registered Blitz contestants, but we are definitely looking at the youngest registered Blitz contestant.
Right. I think I might be older than they two together. Or yeah, maybe comparable.
Let me bring up my calculator.
I think that's quite unlikely, I would say.
No, it is very, very close. It is painfully close for Piotr, I guess. It makes me very proud. I'm very happy to see like people I haven't met yet at the ICPC World Finals and whatnot do really good at Blitz, and it makes me feel like I have so many years in front of me rooting for them. What the problem B is about.
Okay, the problem B is just the implementation problem. You have a permutation of numbers from 1 to n. You build a heap, a maximal heap from them, so that the maximal number becomes the root of a tree, and everything to the left becomes its left subroot, everything to the right becomes its right subtree, left subtree and right subtree, which are built recursively by taking the maximal number as the root and so on. And you just need to build this tree, and then for every vertex, print the distance from this vertex to the root.
you're building a
Oh.
trip, more or less.
Yeah.
Oh, Macraff
Well-
solves problem B.
I don't even see the submission yet. Did it go through?
Yes.
It did.
Oh, here it comes. Well done. That was really fast.
Well, I might be a little bit confused here.
Yeah, what the hell is going on, right? Like, this never happened before.
Well,
Wait. I have something to say. So is Blitz just APM? So the whole day I was trying to persuade everyone that like you just need to type fast. And everyone's like, no, look at them go. They're typing at a reasonable speed. Maybe this is how it works.
I just realized that
Someone?
annotation had like 100 numbers in this problem. Maybe Andrew just automatically started typing the linear approach because
But,
that's how we do it.
well, Macraff also wrote the linear or maybe not. Yeah, I'm not sure.
actually, to be fair, Aknerwala in the two previous rounds lost the first problem, and in one of them also the second problem.
Okay, so everything goes according to the plan. That's what you're trying to say.
That's according to the plan, I would say.
Okay.
Now we have the third problem up.
Okay, the third problem is, imagine that you have a cake or like a number W, and in each like you can perform the following operation some number of times. You take some number among the list of numbers you have. Initially, this list just contains one number, and you replace it with its half rounded down and its half rounded up. And then after you did that, n minus 1 times, so that you have n numbers in the end, you just shuffle these numbers. You are given this list of numbers in the end, and you need to answer whether you could have achieved these numbers after those iterations, or if you couldn't. So for example, if there are only two numbers, 2 and 3, then you could have achieved this starting with number 5. But if those numbers are 1 and 4, then you could have not achieved this, because 5 can only be split into 2 and 3. So probably
so you know the initial number as a sum.
Yes, and then you can just, for example, recursively split it until like if you splitted this number into you know what, for each of these numbers, either it is present in the in the final list, in which case you can remove it from the list, or you need to split it further, in which case you continue.
Right.
That's exactly the approach that Macraff takes.
You need to be careful though, probably in order to, like, if you have too many numbers right now, you probably need to stop.
Oh my god.
And he solves problem C, yes. With exactly this approach, while Eknerwala took a different approach, which I'm not sure if it's correct at all, by just taking two largest number and trying then to sum them up if their difference is at most 1.
Largest
or maybe
number?
two smallest probably.
Yeah, two smallest?
I don't see it.
Could work, I think. Like, how else could you? Ah, no, too small. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. For example, 1, 2, 1, 2. In this test, it won't work because you need to combine 1 with 2 and 1 with 2, so that you have 3, 3 and not 2, 4. Yeah.
Why was Andrew scrolling the list of group contests?
No,
Did he
that's
see this problem already?
sorry. Andrew has this annoying window manager that creates more and more columns as you go. And so I have to follow him in his column structure anytime he opens a new window. So yeah, it's complicated. Sorry about that.
So the next problem was error at first. on September 17th, 2010.
Wait. Say it again.
September 17th, 2010.
Cool. He was 1 year old.
Good. That means that there are all the chances that he solves this problem as well.
That you haven't seen it?
Lots of momentum for Makrav, though. He's, in theory, I mean, he should be the underdog on paper in this, but he has lots of momentum coming in from previous rounds, and he started this very well.
Yep, what a great start.
Okay, so I can explain the problem.
Please.
You have a permutation of numbers from 1 to n again. Also, for each position in this permutation, you have some number. For example, for position I, you have the number d of I, which is called its favorite number of this position or whatever. Like, let's call it the favorite distance. At each turn, you can pick an index I, and then swap the value of at the ith position with either the value at I plus d position or at position I minus d, where d is this exactly favorite distance for position I. And the question is whether you could have obtained the permutation you are given from the identical one, from the identity permutation, sorry, where it's sorted.
But it doesn't matter which way we go, right?
Yes, you can choose one. Yes, you just build the graph with like 2n edges or something, and then if you sort everything inside the component, it should be sorted overall.
But again, the limit is 100, but Andrew typed proper DSU, like 10 lines.
Oh my.
Yeah, maybe still the shortest way to do it, but yeah. It feels like an overkill.
Yeah, I think the DSU is easier way to actually check. At least when writing validators, for example, it's an easier way to check if the graph is connected than actually writing a DFS.
And Deknirwala actually strikes back. Takes the 6-pointer problem from Makrav and very much tries to say that he's still in the game. The kid may have incredibly fast fingers, but there are problems that Andrew just saw in his life.
But also, I think sometimes the old problem have this vibe that the point value is too low, but this one seems like too high for D, so it's more like B maybe in difficulty for other rounds.
Yeah, it's well known that for older problems, the difficulty is a little bit inflated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the chat notices that Eknerwala actually types SD : every time.
Good engineer. Actually.
Yes, but I guess, for example, in this problem, he had only in the first couple of lines like 6 or 7 occurrences of SD, which...
Yep. Comeback is personal. Yeah, I can see that.
Would definitely be faster to just write it.
Eknerwala or farming without using STD. Let's go. That's what I'm here for.
Problem E is actually a problem about the Pisano period, I think, where you are given 2 numbers, n and k. The total sum of k over all those cases is limited, but whatever. And you need to print the index of the nth number, the index of the nth Fibonacci number, which is divisible by k.
But period can be k squared, right? So you have to know some theorem probably to solve it.
I thought that period is, or either it's proven that it's linear in k, or it's a hypothesis which is not rejected yet.
Okay, so you have to know a theorem that might help make the stupid solution work.
You don't need to know, you just have to believe, I think. Like it's problem E.
It could be quadratic, but
what else can it be for problem E?
Maybe there's just some the answer is always n times whatever k divided by 37.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it.
No, I think we spent in one of the like math camps few full days basically of studying Fibonacci sequences modulo some numbers, and there is basically no good relation.
And Andrew comes back, pulling the 8-pointer, and is now 14 to 19.
That was
Did Makraf also submit? I think he was quite.
He was trying to, but I don't think that the system quite gave him.
Oh, the system doesn't allow you anymore.
So
okay.
Sometimes both contestants can submit, which is when the first submission is still evaluating. You can still submit.
Yeah, but not in this case.
Not in this case.
So now, if Andrew gets one more problem, he wins. Right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
23 is the necessary amount of points to surely win.
And our maybe final problem of the day is called free place with product.
Okay, so you have an array of numbers. You can exactly once you must choose a subsegment, probably consisting of one number, and replace the whole subsegment with only one number, which is the product of all the numbers in this subsegment. And you need to maximize the sum of the array after you do that. And you need to not only return the final sum, which can be very, very large, but yeah, you don't need to return it, you just have to report what subsegment to pick. Well, are there a lot of cases where you don't need to pick the whole array? For example, if all the numbers are at least 2, then surely this will be optimal, right?
Yes.
Right, but if you have many ones, then you might want to have them untouched. Yeah, so that's probably the only interesting.
A submission
Maybe.
from
Makraf
Makraf
is
already?
submitting.
What the hell? Ooh,
That sounds
wrong
wrong.
answer.
Maybe he just always picked 1 and n?
But that would definitely put an extra weight on Andrew's shoulders as well.
Yeah, maybe he removes ones in the beginning and in the end, but that's, I think, not enough.
No, that's surely not enough. And I think there are quite a few examples, right? So, and I think they are quite good.
Okay, first of all,
Obviously he did not run on samples. That's not what we do here.
First of all, you need to split everything by ones into blocks of non-ones, and then you need to choose an array that just barely covers some subsegment of these blocks. But
yeah, I think the solution by Makraf is far from correct.
probably there is a limit. Like, for example, if you pick at least one, if your product is already at least n, then you just pick the whole array or something like this. Except the boundary
Except
ones.
the ends. Yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, you can just naively go for each position to the right. Kind of naively go.
Every time it multiplies by 2, right? So you cannot. You will
Yes.
exceed n very quickly.
But you need to skip once, but it is very doable.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need to spend some time implementing this.
Yeah, I think it's like you on the sides you don't take more than logarithm of non-1 elements.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just loop over both sides, I guess. Like how many of elements non-equal to 1 you leave as the sum.
I think if you have more than logarithm of non-1 elements, you always take all of them.
Yes.
Oh, that's also
So you
good.
just initialize the answer with this, and then all other options are like small and set. Okay, Nervala decided to just be safe and use 128-bit integers.
Good engineering?
Why?
Question mark?
Chat
I mean,
says
the product is up to 10 to the power of 100,000. Like, why does it help?
Oh, Minecraft passed the example, but that didn't help much. Now his result is not optimal on test case 4491.
Oh no, that's
That's
unlucky.
two.
Good luck debugging.
But he just has a bunch of cases, right? While Ekneval's approach is a little bit more sustainable. Or
Yeah, I think Nervala is going the right way. I think Minecraft is trying to add more ifs, more or less.
I mean, he's a true national Olympiad in informatics winner. You know, you just add more ifs and get more points, and the rest doesn't matter.
Okay, now he has one loop. I think he needs two loops, right? So, to be correct.
yeah. Well,
we're a little over half the contest through.
Well, that already looks like a bunch of patches. Maybe I just don't understand it.
Oh, Minecraft got rid of this if the number of non-ones is greater than x, then just output 1n. Oh, it's lower in the code, but I think it's now not used. Oh, that must be quite pressuring on both of them.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, Andrew has two chances, right? Even if he loses this one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But also he doesn't lose it, right? Oh no, he does.
Wrong answer on test 1 for Andrew. Well, on the other hand, if Minecraft solves this problem, then he'll be ahead. And if they don't solve the next one, then Minecraft wins.
Yep.
Minecraft has runtime error on test 1.
Oh, diversity.
I didn't follow the stream so closely. How many times today we did not have all 7 problems solved?
Not a lot. Our contestants are pretty well distrung today. Let me see. No, too hard. Sorry. I think.
Well, half of the
Fekle Bauji only had 5 solved. Everyone else on the larger side.
Yeah, obviously I'm rooting for
Who am I recording?
Fauci to win the whole thing. Because then I can claim I was basically second best, but was unlucky with the draw.
Yay. That's a good approach. A very, very common one.
Yeah.
Well, now Minecraft has correct approach, right? He collects all the numbers greater than 1 and has a double loop over them.
He has solved it.
Is it? It's passing.
He solved it?
Oh
Yes.
my god.
Oh. Okay.
Drama. Drama. Time limit. Ooh, 19 to 14. Amazing stuff. I mean, chat, are you locked in? Are we locked in here?
Is Andrew aware?
I don't think he is, actually. That can be quite. I'm hoping he notices because that can be quite a.
Yeah, that would be a big distraction.
Also, I mean, super stressful when Maxime in a previous round realized late that problem E was already open. It's just tough for the mental game.
Okay, Andrew
Okay,
noticed
now
it.
I think
That's
he
okay.
noticed. Yeah.
Let's go. True decider.
Oh my god.
Let's...
Okay, I'm skipping the statement. I'm looking at the pictures.
Sure. Let me scroll down to the pictures. Oh, some logic puzzles? What's this?
Okay, it didn't become any clearer.
1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle.
Alex, a bunch of people in chat who were your huge fans are now like trying to convert into Minecraft's fans because they're like, now I get how that kid won over my favorite contestant.
Yeah, Highlander moment.
Yep.
Yeah, so basically the problem says you have tokens on a grid and you can remove a token and add token on a path that first goes left and then can go up, down, and left.
Okay.
Add tokens to all of them or to any subset of them?
Does the path have to start at the bottom right corner or any place?
No, you can take any token. You can start with any existing token.
Uh-huh.
But basically, the path has to go left, so there is always an invariant. The game eventually finishes.
Okay.
And again, the normal condition, like if all tokens are taken, then the next player loses. So, yeah.
When we go up
Find
and down...
the member for every position and XOR them.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, what's the point? Is it a game or something?
Yeah, it's like a NIM-like game. You have tokens on the grid, and you remove one token, add more tokens, but they always add it to the left, so it's kind of they keep moving to the left until it falls.
Ah, okay. Okay.
But you add more tokens, so the length of the game is exponential. But it's finite.
Markov doesn't seem to be a fan of that problem because he just took a sip of his tea. Which is probably the first time his hands left his keyboard or the head.
That's a kind of like mathy problem, right? That don't get very often.
The one thing that I would definitely do is try to just print the numbers for some grid and try to notice a pattern, but maybe it is not what you should do.
Yes, but how much time will you spend printing them? Like if you're spending more than 5 minutes, that's probably useless.
Yeah, that's fair. And iterate over all such paths is not so easy. Not hard, but not easy also.
And chances are something is incorrect. And then you never know.
Someone in chat says, Andrew, let this kid win. You have won a lot of competitions. If you have not realized that yet, in the upcoming, 5-6 years, we're about to see a lot of Markov competition wins. Like, if you're not on the bandwagon yet, like, get on, loser.
You're saying he might even win the Universal Cup?
Well, one day.
Yep. So can the path have arbitrary horizontal segments in all three positions?
Yeah, I think so. It has to go left once, then go up, down, and left and it must finish in the first column.
Okay.
But also in the first column, it can also go up and down a bit before finishing.
Ah. Okay. Wait, no, then I don't understand. So can it go like left up, left up, left up?
Yes.
It can.
You remove the first initial token that you start with, and then on every cell of the remaining part of the path, you place another token.
Yeah, I mean, that's clear, but it's just the shape of the path that's clear. Okay. Yeah, going, like enumerating all of these paths is not very easy task. Even
You can
if
write
you want.
recursive function relatively quickly, I feel that. I mean,
Yeah.
again, if you have 10 minutes, probably that's not the best thing to do. But
For example, if the height of this rectangle is 1, then what
it's just
is
an
the
if.
answer?
A few submissions from Magnerwalla.
No, then
Some
I think
testing.
it only depends on the leftmost cell, right? Because, for example, if each token represents a power of 2 and you sum them, even don't sort them, just sum them, then each move just reduces this sum by exactly 1. You replace a power of 2 with the sum of the smaller powers of 2.
yeah, so basically numbers are 1 for first column and 0 for all other columns.
Yes. Does anything change when there are more rows?
Andrew made a submission in the meantime with something similarly simple to what you described. He just counts some odd numbers in some array.
Yeah, he had a runtime error basically in the first submission because he didn't decrease x and y by 1. But now that he decreased, it's just the wrong answer.
I have a feeling that in the other case, we don't really distinguish the rows. It just matters only like the number of tokens in each column matters. But you have more freedom than in the one-dimensional case.
In theory, they're also different, right? So from the bottom row, you can go all the way, and from the middle row, you can only go half of the way, either up or down.
But I think it only matters whether you go like 1 or 2 times. All the other cases are the same because on the parity matters, I think.
Yeah, that's very, very possible.
Okay,
Rolla
wrong
has
answer on
wrong
test
answer,
3.
test 3. That's promising.
Well, then, in this case, you can replace every, like any power of 2 by any strictly smaller number in one move. How does it help us?
N is the number of rows, right?
I meant the number of... What did I mean? What did I say?
Because the third test, I believe, only has n equal to 1. And Magnerwalla's solution doesn't work there.
So he probably originated from the... Oh, probably no. Probably he straight up believed that n is at least 2.
You're saying he solved the general case, but not the special case, or what? That would be a bit sad.
Well, basically for n equals to 1, he just skips all the given points. Because he has like if y is equal to 0 continue.
Right, but the parity matters, right? We know. Because this is the only case we solved that.
Yes. After each turn, when n equals 1, after each turn, the parity of the number of tokens at the leftmost cell changes. So one of them like always starts with the odd number of tokens there.
Yeah, but then he doesn't compute the parity.
Well,
like he computes the parity of all the tokens except the ones in the 0th row for some reason.
I think I know how to solve the problem in the general case. So the first almost always wins. They just take the... no. Yeah, if every column has an even number of tokens, then the first loses, because the second can kind of mirror their moves in some sense. And Otherwise, the first wins because they just take the rightmost column with an odd number of tokens, take any token, and then after their move, make it so that every column has an even number of tokens. They can always do that because they can.
Unless m equals 1, yes.
Yes, unless there is only one row, which is.
So Andrew really just needs to handle this case, it seems.
Yeah, we also have Tourist in the chat saying the same thing. There is one case that is off.
Andrew.
We also seem to have a lot more viewers suddenly. So
Use the USA one telepathy bridge, whatever.
Wait, does? Wait. I don't know. Should he use X instead of Y or? No, probably no. Probably he just needs if Y is not 0, then continue. I don't even understand the purpose of this if Y is 0, then continue. What does it mean?
Yeah, that's strange. Well, is Y the row or the column?
Y is the number of the index of the column.
Okay.
Okay, how far is Macraft from the solution? This one is surprisingly non-trivial, and it has like, and at least for me, it took me a meaningful amount of time to come up with the solution. Not in terms of like how to write it properly, but just how to solve the problem.
We are now down to under 4 minutes.
Yeah, we have minutes remaining.
Is it enough time to fix Andrew's solution? Sure. Is it enough to figure out what's the issue with Andrew's solution? That's the question.
Yeah, Macraft just deleted all his code, just to be safe.
Wait,
yeah,
what does he do?
Just keep deleting code.
I think Knervala goes over odd indexed columns, or not anymore, or yeah, I think he removed this. I'm just watching his code on YouTube, which has a significant delay.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch in Zoom, but then the resolution is not so good.
Yeah, best quality for YouTube.
Knervala solves.
And he solved it. I didn't
Oh
even see
my
him submit, but
god,
he solved
with
it.
like less than 3 minutes until the end.
Wow.
What?
GG.
Oh my god, a drama. Almost
That was
got
close.
him.
When did he submit? It looked like he was just working on paper.
I mean, he has a really large screen. I have to admit, trying to hunt for Andrew's code on his screen, it's a job and a half.
He also almost close to time limit. Is it just because of slow input?
Oh my god. Whew.
Wins it at the last 2 minutes, last 3 minutes.
Oof.
That was a close one.
A bunch
Massive
of
performance
GGs
from
in chat.
Macraft.
He's so. Can you imagine what's gonna happen to that kid in like a year or two from now? Is everyone like emotionally ready for that? Oof.
You have to admit, Fitzy is going to have a tough time tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Max, you're amazing.
Oh.
It's wild. First of all, amazing drama for the last round of the day. Thank you so much. Like, this is perfectly made to order, perfect drama situation. Loved it. Andrew, congratulations. Were you scared?
Well, I mean, I was a little panicking, but yeah, I was a little scared. I don't know. It was very, I don't know. It was very close. Came very close to just like not solving it. Did you know how to solve the problem, Macraft?
Oh, actually, I misread problem G initially. So there is a weird numbering of cells. Like
the first cell in the statement is actually cell in the first column. So I thought that the only statement about the path is that there is only one cell in the first column, and the game is just infinite because you can place, in the way I read the problem, you can place another tokens in the same column. So then I realized, and I don't know, does it, is there only interesting case when m equals to 1, or I understood it wrong?
Yeah, n equals 1 is a special case, in which case you only care about column 2.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
I started writing solution when you have already got accepted, so
I see.
that's a bit sad, yeah, but well played.
Yeah, GG's. It was came down to the wire.
I don't think we had like more place switches on the scoreboard in any of the other matches today. I'm extremely happy. Like, well done, guys, for the content. Max, you have like half the YouTube chat of Codeforces Live, like completely in love. You're hugest fans. You should absolutely either like, I don't know, start YouTube career or whatever. Everyone is so excited to root for you in the upcoming like decade of you dominating the whole like competitive programming situation. So very well done. Also for many of the people, that's is like the first introduction to you. And I kind of spoiled that you're the youngest Blitz contestant this year. I think you're in 10th grade, right? You're not even in your final year of high school.
I'm in 10th
Okay,
grade.
so here is a hurtful piece of trivia that Piotr voluntarily provided to us. So your ages combined is how old Piotr is. just to get you an idea. Also, today there was one problem that appeared at a Codeforces round when Makarov was 1 year old. And you solved it. Like this, do we want to guess which problem of this round it was?
Okay, there was, I think, one problem with old looking statement. It was, let me see, which one? I think problem D looks old. Yep, that's correct.
Well done. It smells, right?
Although it's not really clear why it looks old, like it's...
Well, it doesn't have multitest for one.
Well, multitest only appeared, like, started to be common a few years ago. I think there is weird LaTeX which changed. LaTeX, I think.
They also don't tell you that you can print it in any case.
Maybe you do not, because there's been a bunch of submissions today that had wrong uppercase, lowercase yes situation, and we had a few wrong answers because of that, which is unlucky. Makarov, can you tell a little bit about yourself to your newly identified army of fans in our chat as well?
Okay, so I can say that I'm just a Russian student. I try to grind as much as possible and participate in Codeforces rounds. So recently I got LGM title, which I'm very happy about. And this Blitz competition is a very fun activity to compete with greatest people around the world. And I'm very happy to be able to compete against Andrew. It's a very, very nice matchup, and feels great that I was able to solve a few problems faster than Andrew.
Well done. Another fun trivia about you two specifically. You both are currently at the top of your Codeforces rating ever. Yeah, there is a little bit of a point difference, maybe 700 something. But still, like it's pretty amazing how you can be on top of your Codeforces rating both when you have not yet graduated high school and when you're 6-7 years after your last ICPC participation and still, going strong. Well done. Thank you for the promo of competitive programming longevity. Someone in chat decides to ask if Markov is the youngest GM ever. I doubt it. I have a few potential alternatives.
Yeah, I think Ildar Gainulin has reached LGM earlier than me.
Sounds about right. But that's a good chess stat we need to figure out. Someone texts CP Hof people to help us with that stat as well. Oh, now everything in the chat is 6-7. What is going on? Okay, okay. Sorry, it's my 30th hour awake. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much. Markov, absolutely join us tomorrow for some commentary. It is fun, and we need a lot of help trying to solve the easier problems faster than our contestants in the room. So you will be of huge help for us. Andrew, congratulations on advancing further through the bracket.
Yeah. Continuing to scrape by.
Yeah. Last year was maybe not that wonderful for... for either of you. Markov was eliminated in the first round. You're a little later. This time, you have quite a bracket to go through. Let me bring it up for you. So the plan is basically we have all of our quarterfinals have already been identified. 2 we've played, so we know that Andrew, you will match up against Fecal tomorrow, and then if you win, you go against Kevin. Does that feel like a whatever top 10 anime betrayal moments? Do you think it will affect your personal relationship at all? What's up?
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're chill,
Okay.
We're still friends.
Okay. Will you still be friends when you beat him or he beats you? That's the real question.
I beat him last Codeforces round. He beat me some Codeforces rounds. It'll be fine.
Okay, so you will not be amazingly salty. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Tourist versus Ormless, which I'm very curious in everyone's in the Zoom call opinions on which way do you think it will go? What's the script for Tourist versus Ormless?
Of course it's going to be Genna, right?
Score. Tell me the number.
Oh, the score?
Yeah. Or at least
4-5-0. Easy. Just a day in the office.
Should I remind you that Ormless is on the way of getting his second ICPC World Championship trophy in half a year from now? What do you mean another day in the office? Is he that better?
Genna's still typing, we're still we have UCup in 7 minutes, that's I believe in him.
I see. Priorities. Let's go around the room. Makrov, your prediction on Tourist versus Ormless. Give it up for your Moscow kid Ormless. Yo, he needs support.
Okay, actually Ormless texted me before this round and wished me good luck, so I will be cheering for him in this match. However, I think Tourist is a huge favorite in this match, but I hope for Ormless to at least steal some points from Genna.
Okay, do you wanna bet how many points?
Okay, let it be
45.
All 45. Okay.
Let it be at least 10.
Okay, cool. 10 to Ormless. Deal. Let's keep going. Everyone, get yourself on the screen and tell me your bets. Piotr, let's go.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, not say much. I think the most probable semifinals are probably Kevin against Andrew and Gianna against Umnik. So yeah, that's probably what we're going to see.
Okay, fair enough. Alex?
What are we betting at?
I mean, at least the outcome of Tourist to Ormless, but I'm happy to take your predictions on the whole bracket, and we'll figure out the situation later.
I think Tourist will have the first two problems, Ormus the next two problems, Tourist the next two problems, and Ormus maybe will take problem G if there is enough time.
Nice. I like the level of detail, high effort response, 10 out of 10.
I mean, I noticed that Ormus may struggle with the first problems, but then he gets warmed up and then he becomes like faster and makes fewer mistakes and so on.
Let's go. And for our last two predictions, Khan.
Well, I said 45-0.
Okay, okay, deal. Erikle?
Well, yeah, I mean, based on today's results and just in the bracket, it seems like often when contestants have done well in the previous round, so occasionally very well, like 33-0, 45-0, they seem to sometimes struggle in the following round. But I think Tourist is, you know, a machine. So I don't know if that'll apply to him. I guess we'll see.
Will that machine work at 3 a.m.? That's the question, because Tourist is the westmostern contestant in the whole like top 16 bracket. And so the time zones are pretty brutal. You're gonna love it. Okay, I will not be holding y'all anymore. It's been Lydia. Thank you for sticking through with my barely working brain. Let's give a huge round of applause to Khan, who worked for 10 hours in a row right now while clicking so many buttons and saying so many things. Everyone, good luck on your Universal Cup if you're still doing that. What the hell are you doing? But in reality, you absolutely should be doing Universal Cup. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having y'all around.
Thank you, Lydia, and see you tomorrow, I guess.
See you tomorrow. Oh God, I
check
still
the
need
time
to
of the
click.
stream.
Have a good rest.
Yes. YouTube will automatically shove you into the better stream for tomorrow. Click the notification bell stuff to not miss anything. Okay, bye. Love you all. Thank you.
Clash of Titans tomorrow.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.